Chapter 1822. This earth-vein immortal goo was shaped like an earthworm, but it was very heavy when held in the hand. It was not slippery or cold, instead it was warm. It was translucent, like a piece of brown amber. It was very exquisite. With this rank 7 earth path immortal goo, Fan Yuan could construct the 5 regional limit formation. Fan Yuan's time path clone had already completed the modification of the 5 regional limit formation. The light of wisdom was as powerful as ever. Fan Yuan's formation path and rule path foundation was also a strong support. In the new 5 regional limit formation, Fan Yuan not only added earth vein immortal goo, but also the formation spirit and formation flags. With the formation spirit, Fan Yuan had an extremely strong assistant to help him control the formation and observe any changes at all times. With the formation flags, Fan Yuan could directly move the formation out of his immortal aperture, or move it from outside the 5 regions into China. The immemorial year beast fishing formation had been in use. The progress was stable. There were already over 20 immemorial year beasts in the year essence pool. There were as many as 7 different species. He had already collected more than half of the species, but whether he could collect all of them in the future, Fan Yuan could not be sure. It would depend on luck. To strengthen his own luck, Fan Yuan began to order the hairy man goo immortals to refine luck path immortal goo. Fan Yuan had a huge number of immortal goo. It had already surpassed 100, but he did not have many luck path immortal goo. Especially when Fan Yuan had the luck path true inheritance. Once the luck path immortal goo were refined, he could use them immediately. Moreover, celestial quartz foundation in the aspect of luck path was very weak. Thus, raising their strength in the aspect of luck path was very effective. As for luck path immortal materials, even though they were rare and hard to collect, Fan Yuan had so many southern border righteous path goo immortals to extort. After these luck path immortal materials were gathered, Fan Yuan asked the hairy man goo immortals to refine them. Because they were not advancing the refinement of immortal goo, but refining a rank 6 luck path immortal goo, even if they failed, Fan Yuan could bear the losses. He now had a solid foundation and ample funds. Compared to his previous life, he had improved tremendously. Regarding the practice of immortal killer moves, 5 restriction profound light chi could be put aside. Even though he did not practice time cutting edge, Fan Yuan had gained a lot of experience from it. He understood the essence of this move even more clearly. This move was like an eraser. It used the power of time path to erase the enemy, and at the same time, erase himself. The drawback of the memory dissipation could not be erased. This was determined by the structure of the killer move time cutting edge. Once this flaw was removed, the entire killer move structure would be overturned. As a result, the time cutter's powerful offensive ability had completely disappeared. Fan Yuan could only helplessly accept this shortcoming. The main body's progress was not small, but the clone's progress was even greater. The pure dream doppelganger's soul gradually changed and began to merge with the doppelganger's physical body. Fan Yuan's Dragonman clone had already advanced from a rank 1 goo master to a rank 6 Dragonman goo immortal. He had a high-grade blessed land. Fan Yuan began to spend most of his time exploring dream realms. During this period of time, he had transacted with Chichuyu many times. His immortal aperture had already accumulated a certain amount of dream realms. Fan Yuan's soul left his body and entered a Chi Path dream realm. His vision changed. He was at the peak of a mound. Looking around, there were layers of fog and bone-chilling winds. He looked at himself. He had rank 6 goo immortal cultivation level. He was in a sorry state, and had many injuries, some of which were still bleeding. What is this? Fan Yuan was pondering when suddenly intense winds blew behind him. The fog dissipated and 3 Inkman goo immortals appeared. Wei Yu Shu, where are you going? Die! Before he finished speaking, 3 killer moves slashed at Fan Yuan. This change was too sudden. Fan Yuan had yet to familiarize himself with the goo worms in his immortal aperture when he fell into a life and death situation. Boom! At the next moment, his body exploded into pieces. He died on the spot. Fan Yuan had no choice but to leave the dream realm and return to reality. To think that I would encounter such a crisis and die once in the dream realm. He inspected the injuries on his soul. Unexpectedly, the injuries on his soul were not serious. They were light and could be healed with 100 guts goo. It seems that after obtaining Desolate Soul, my soul has undergone a qualitative change and can endure stronger dream realm backlash. Fan Yuan rested for a while before continuing to explore the dream realm. It was the same familiar scene. After Fan Yuan entered the dream realm, he immediately inspected his goo worms. He found that there was only one immortal goo in his hand. It was shaped like a cockroach, grayish-white in color and had the texture of a rock, but it was very light. It felt cold and rough to the touch. Fan Yuan quickly recalled this goo from his memories. This is Qi Transformation Goo. A rank 6 Qi Transformation Immortal Goo. Other than that, there were large numbers of rank 5 Qi Path Mortal Goo. There were also 3 immortal materials. One was Painted Iron Hard Qi, one was Orchid Life Qi, and one was Swimming Dragon Qi. Fan Yuan was a little dazed. Qi Transformation Goo is only a supplementary goo. With just these mortal goo, how can I block the pursuers? Just as he was thinking, a loud shout came from behind him. Wei Yu Shu, where are you going? Die! Bam! At the next moment, Fan Yuan exploded into pieces again. After returning to reality, Fan Yuan healed his injuries as he pondered. Looking at the current situation, it is clear that I need to use an Immortal Killer move to block these 3 pursuers. Qi Path Immortal Killer move. Fan Yuan's Qi Path attainment level was very low, but he had a huge inventory. Forget about Thieving Heaven's true inheritance and Giant Sun's true inheritance. Shadow Sect's true inheritance was very vast. There were many Qi Path killer moves recorded in it. At the same time, Langius Sect also had their own collection. Even if they did not have these, just based on Langius Sect's huge collection of Qi Path Immortal Goo recipes, Fan Yuan could use his refinement path attainment level to transform them into immortal killer moves. With such a rich foundation in theory, Fan Yuan used the light of wisdom to quickly think of a killer move to resolve the first difficulty of the dream realm. However, he was still very unfamiliar with Qi Path killer moves. Thus, he practiced them in reality. He naturally did not have Qi Transformation Immortal Goo, but he could imitate this move and practice it. After returning to the dream realm, Fan Yuan finally had some confidence. After several attempts, Fan Yuan succeeded in activating the killer move. His whole body was covered in a layer of black armor. The 3 Goo immortals chasing after him could not kill him instantly. Wei Yu Shu, you still dared to resist! You are just a slave, you have such guts! You dare to offend Master, your death is not to be regretted! Kill him! Blast him into meat paste and bone dregs! The 3 Inkman Goo immortals roared as they attacked Fan Yuan fiercely. Fan Yuan barely managed to hold on for a while before he could not hold on any longer, and was eventually killed by the 3 of them. After leaving the dream realm, Fan Yuan summarized his experience. It seems that I should not fight them, but escape instead. He tried again. This time, he did not use the previous move, but changed to an immortal killer move that could move. He only succeeded after 1 failure. With this success, Fan Yuan successfully entered the second stage of the dream realm. GUH. Before he could look around, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. I am heavily injured, and the immortal material aura in my immortal aperture has been reduced by more than half. Fan Yuan's heart sank. Although he only had Qi Transformation Goo, he could use this immortal goo as the core and use the aura of the 3 immortal materials to activate immortal killer moves. The first wave of steel Qi could turn into black armor to protect Fan Yuan. The second wave of orchid Qi could heal himself. The third wave of roaming dragon Qi was used by Fan Yuan to move. In the first stage of the dream realm, Fan Yuan escaped from the pursuit of the 3 Goo immortals using roaming dragon Qi. Now, Fan Yuan entered the second stage of the dream realm. He immediately found that the roaming dragon Qi and steel Qi in his immortal aperture were mostly expended, but the orchid Qi was still intact. My situation is not good, I should heal myself first. Fan Yuan silently activated an immortal killer move, Orchid Breath. Immortal essence poured in, and the orchid Qi suddenly decreased by a small amount. Fan Yuan's throat moved, his cheeks puffed up as he breathed out naturally. The breath he breathed out was fragrant and full of vitality. It was like a lump of thick smoke with a faint green color, quickly enveloping his whole body. After a while, the smoke dissipated, and Fan Yuan's injuries were mostly healed. Where should I go next? Fan Yuan was troubled again. He was in a cave. It seemed to be inside a mountain, but also seemed to be underground. In short, there were many caves that extended in all directions. Fan Yuan had just taken a few steps when he saw an Inkman Gu immortal charging in front of him. This Inkman Gu immortal was first stunned when he saw Fan Yuan, before becoming overjoyed. Wei Yu Shu! So you were here. Ha ha ha, very good, I actually bumped into you, allowing me to get this credit. It is truly better to come at the right time than to come early. Fan Yuan was also shocked. The Inkman Gu immortal in front of him was not one of the 3 immortals in the first stage, but an unfamiliar face. Most importantly, he did not have rank 6 cultivation, but was a rank 7 variant human Gu immortal. The rank 7 Inkman Gu immortal pounced at Fan Yuan. How could Fan Yuan resist him? His limbs were soon broken and he collapsed on the ground. The Inkman Gu immortal sneered, looking down at Fan Yuan. Wei Yu Shu, aren't you very arrogant normally? You didn't expect to land in my hands, right? Ha ha ha, to speak the truth, I didn't expect it either. You were originally living a luxurious life, being doted on by the princess, but you were actually stupid enough to run away. You truly committed a grave sin. At the next moment, Fan Yuan's soul was injured. He was forced back to reality. This means that even if I was captured and not killed, it would be considered a failure. It seems that this dream realm was an escape dream realm. In that situation, there was indeed no way to resist a rank 7 Gu immortal. Again, Fan Yuan charged at the second stage of the dream realm. He tried many times, but failed again and again. He found that there were many Inkman Gu immortals chasing after him. There were 5 rank 6 Gu immortals and 3 rank 7 Gu immortals. They were all Inkman Gu immortals. Together with the information leaked by that rank 7 Gu immortal, Fan Yuan had a rough guess about the era of the dream realm. If it was not the remote antiquity era, then it was the olden antiquity era. The mutants were still very powerful. There were so many Gu immortals chasing after him, they also had many methods. Fan Yuan failed again and again, but he was not discouraged. He soon found an opportunity to escape. In this cave in the mountain, there were several auras of immortal materials. Among them, Autumn Scale Concealment She was the most helpful to him. Eventually, Fan Yuan relied on his rich experience of failure and the killer move he used after gathering the materials. He successfully passed the second stage. At the third stage, Fan Yuan was surprised to find that the dream realm was moving on its own. He could not interfere at all. He collapsed on the ground. In front of him stood a female Inkman immortal with a beautiful figure. Her body was brimming with rank 8 aura. Her gaze towards Fan Yuan was filled with anger, hatred, love, and pity. Wei Yu Shu, when I bought you back then, you were only a youngster. You did not even know what cultivation was. I nurtured you step by step, raising you to become a Gu immortal. Is it because of my love, my indulgence, and my protection that you've become so audacious? Tell me, why did you betray me? When did I, Princess Yitong, mistreat you? You lived a life of luxury, you only needed to serve me, and I had never been cruel to you. The rank 8 female Inkman immortal asked in a stern voice. Wei Yushu smiled bitterly. However, no matter how good my life was, I was only your slave. The female Inkman immortal was even more furious. What's so bad about being my slave? Many Inkmen want your life, but they do not have such an opportunity. Wei Yushu's gaze was dazed. He said slowly. I did not think it was bad in the past, but when I heard that there was a celestial court in this world, and that there were people living like that, so, you wanted to escape to the celestial court? The female Inkman immortal sneered. You are too naive, you can even believe the bewitching words of an evil demon? Wei Yushu closed his eyes, his voice was hoarse. It is not that I believe it, I am willing to believe it. Hearing this, the female Inkman immortal's gaze froze, her anger slowly dissipating. She recalled the good times of the past, how much she doted on this slave of a different race. But those days were gone forever. She said regretfully, "Oh, Yu Shu, I have forgiven you many times in the past, but I can't do it this time. If I were to pardon you, it would damage the dignity of my clan. If I did not act personally, you would have escaped. As expected of the hard work I taught you personally. Actually, this place is very close to the Celestial Court's sphere of influence." Hearing this, Wei Yushu felt like he was injected with strength. He opened his eyes and stared at the female Inkman immortal. He begged, "Before I die, I do not have any other wish. I only have one thought. Please let me crawl out of this hole and take a look at the Celestial Court." The female Inkman immortal was silent for a while. She sighed. "All right." She moved to the side to make way. Wei Yushu stretched out his bloody hands, using all his strength to crawl forward. He was panting, sweat and blood mixed together. It took him a long time to crawl out of the hole despite the short distance. This hole was located at the waist of the mountain. His field of vision was wide. He looked forward expectantly. But he only saw thick fog. What a coincidence! It's common to have fog in the mountains. The female Inkman immortal walked out from behind him. "But even without this fog, you would not be able to see the Celestial Court. I said this is only the periphery of the Celestial Court's sphere of influence. It is actually just a piece of barren land." But Wei Yushu seemed to have obtained great satisfaction. He sprawled on the ground powerlessly. He no longer had the strength to raise his head. But his eyes shone like stars. He sighed. "No, I see it. I see the Celestial Court." "You!" The female Inkman immortal was moved. After Wei Yushu said this, his last breath finally dissipated. He lost his life on the spot. The female Inkman immortal fell into silence. She stared ahead in silence. That was the direction of the Celestial Court. Her expression was unprecedentedly solemn and dignified. Chapter 1823. In the entire third stage of the Chi Path Dream Realm, Fan Yuan was completely reduced to a spectator. However, when this third stage was completed, the entire Chi Path Dream Realm vanished without a trace. Fan Yuan's exploration was completed. This dream realm was difficult at the start, and easy at the end. The first two stages required continuous failures to accumulate experience. Even with my unraveled dream killer move, it was not very useful. But in the final stage, I did not even need to make a move, I passed it. This was the most comfortable time for Fan Yuan as a spectator. If he could watch it like this every time, how wonderful would it be to explore the dream realm? This dream realm is either the remote antiquity era or the olden antiquity era. Celestial Court. Fan Yuan's gaze was somewhat complex. Even though he was the enemy of Celestial Court, he had to admit the greatness of Celestial Court. Immediately after, his gaze turned cold. "No matter how great you are, if you block my path, I can only use all my strength to eliminate you." This dream realm was successfully explored. Fan Yuan advanced to Chi Path Grand Master. The improvement was quite huge. After all, Fan Yuan's previous Chi Path attainment level was completely poor. It was ordinary. No wonder that Wei Yushu in the dream was able to obtain the favor of the Inkman Princess. His talent in Chi Path must be the main reason. In this dream realm exploration, Fan Yuan's greatest understanding was not the dream realm or the Celestial Court, but his own soul. Desolate soul. After forming Desolate Soul, exploring dream realms became much easier. If it was at human soul level, the damage from this exploration would be much heavier. Although Gutsku could recover, it would greatly affect the exploration efficiency. Fan Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Maybe in the future, when I use the pure dream reality seeker physique body to explore dream realms, the damage to my soul will be even less than now. Like when Fan Yuan was cultivating in Luopa Valley, the Luopa wind was blowing. Once Fan Yuan's soul escaped into his body, the power of the Luopa wind would plummet. If Fan Yuan used the pure dream reality seeker physique to bring his soul into the dream world to explore, his soul would also be tightly protected by his physical body. An ordinary physical body would not be able to withstand the power of the dream realm. But the pure dream reality seeker physique was different. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan did not know the correct way to use the pure dream reality seeker physique to enter a dream. If the pure dream reality seeker physique was directly sent into the dream realm, it would be able to enter and exit freely without being disturbed by the dream realm. But at the same time, he couldn't immerse himself in the content of the dream, so he couldn't talk about exploring the dream. Next, let's explore this dream realm of the Tao of ice and snow. Fan Yuan shifted his gaze. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had already stored many dream realms. The Chi Path dream realm just now was the largest, it had already dissipated. This dream realm related to the path of ice and snow took its place, becoming the largest dream realm. Other than this dream realm, there were some other dream realms, including Chi Path, Sword Path, Wood Path, and so on. I have desolate soul, the efficiency of exploring dream realms has greatly increased. I felt that these dream realms were not bad before, but now they are somewhat lacking. Furthermore, the dream realms are divided into different categories. They are scattered and trivial. This is Chi Chu Yu's little scheme. Fan Yuan was very clear. Even though Chi Chu Yu and Fan Yuan continued to transact, he could secretly control the formation, and because he had obtained many dream path research results, he could roughly distinguish the types of dream realms. Thus, he deliberately controlled his transactions with Fan Yuan. He tried to give fragments of dream realms of different paths to Fan Yuan. There was not a single human path dream realm that Fan Yuan truly wanted. There were not many Chi path and ice and snow path either. But these dream realms were useful to Fan Yuan. Even if it was a time path dream realm, or refinement path dream realm, as long as it was not a dream realm explored in his previous life. After all, Fan Yuan's highest attainment level was only quasi-supreme grandmaster, there was still room for improvement. Fan Yuan did not reject any of them, these dream realms could raise his attainment level. And if he could raise all of his paths, he would no longer have any shortcomings. That was a good thing, he would not have to worry about this when annexing immortal apertures in the future. While Fan Yuan was exploring dream realms, the hairy man Gu immortals had some results. Lord Fan Yuan, we have refined this immortal Gu. Sixth Hair handed over an immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was like a water droplet, shining with a blue diamond-like radiance. It had a smooth and cold surface. This was Time Anchor Immortal Gu, rank 6. Even though Fan Yuan was mainly refining Luck Path Immortal Gu during this period of time, Gu worms like Time Anchor Immortal Gu were still part of his Gu refinement plan. Even though Fan Yuan had over 100 Immortal Gu, he could afford to raise them, he had plenty of resources and was extremely wealthy. The more Immortal Gu he had, the better. He had come into contact with Time Anchor Immortal Gu long ago. It was the former Eastern Sea Immortal Zombie Su Baiman's Immortal Gu, it could mark time. Afterwards, Su Baiman died. Time Anchor Immortal Gu was obtained by Shadow Sect, but it was used in the Battle of Etian Mountain. This time, Fan Yuan ordered the Hairy Man Gu Immortals to refine it again. Time Anchor Immortal Gu combined with Spring Autumn Cicada could form a killer move that could allow Fan Yuan to revive at a specific time. This killer move had a high value. For example, right now, Fan Yuan could mark this time and continue to explore dream realms without caring about anything else. At a certain stage, he could use this killer move to return to the past and return to this time to explore other dream realms. Attainment levels and paths could be accumulated. Fan Yuan could use this move to accumulate attainment levels. It is a pity that if I use this killer move, I cannot use Spring-Autumn Success anymore. Without a 100% success rate, there is a chance of failure. Once I encounter it, it would be suicide. I would be laughed at by the world. Even though Fan Yuan had quasi-great grandmaster attainment level in time path and had the light of wisdom, the obstacle here did not originate from him. As I expected, Fate Gu is injured but not destroyed. It is restricting the effect of combining Time Anchor Immortal Gu into Spring-Autumn Success. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive was a loophole in this world. Because this would disrupt reality and change the past, it would affect the balance. Providence would not allow such a thing to happen. For the current Fan Yuan, if he just used Time Anchor and Spring-Autumn Cicada together, the killer move would be able to make use of this loophole. Or Spring-Autumn Success could also make use of this loophole. But if the two were added together, the loophole would be too small. It seems that I have to wait until Fate Goo is completely destroyed and fuse Time Anchor into Spring-Autumn Success, only then will it be effective. The various killer moves in Red Lotus True Inheritance were the same. Even if killer moves were fused together and had greater power, they would not have a good result when used in real life. The Dragon Man clone had already gone through one heavenly tribulation and more than 10 earthly calamities. His cultivation level was rising rapidly. In order to raise his cultivation level quickly, Fan Yuan used the Time Path Killer move to accelerate the Dragon Man clone's immortal aperture's time to the limit. Before each calamity or tribulation, Fan Yuan would use methods to deduce the content of the calamities and tribulations, thus he was prepared. With Fan Yuan's great strength, these heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities posed no threat. They turned into fireworks that provided down marks to Fan Yuan's Dragon Man clone. Fan Yuan had time path methods and most importantly, he had the killer move Exposed Heavenly Secret. Even when Providence sent down calamities and tribulations, it could not win by a surprise move. With the help of his immense strength, these calamities and tribulations were nothing. Fan Yuan could not only raise the cultivation level of Goo Masters now, he could even raise the cultivation level of Goo Immortals rapidly. However, this method was not worth promoting, because the cost was very high. The Time Path Killer move that accelerated the Immortal Aperture's time was at rank 8 level. It consumed a lot of rank 8 Immortal Essence. Exposed Heavenly Secret was also not something ordinary Wisdom Path Goo Immortals could use. Adding on the cost of each tribulation, all these factors added together would only produce a rank 6 or rank 7 Dragon Man clone. The cost was not proportional to the cost. If not for Dragon Palace, Fan Yuan would not have been willing to create the Dragon Man clone like this. Southern Border's beacon towers were set up like wildfire. Southern Border's Righteous Path Goo Immortals also started to make a ruckus. They asked Fan Yuan to release some hostages to show his sincerity. Thus Fan Yuan released Yi Yang. Yi Clan was dumbfounded after getting Yi Yang. Because Fan Yuan only released Yi Yang's body, his soul and immortal aperture were all gone. Just the body was just a corpse, what use was it? Southern Border's Righteous Path was furious, but they could not do anything to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan persuaded them, the body is only the first step, it is time to show my sincerity, now it is time for you to show your sincerity. Southern Border's Righteous Path felt that the future was bleak. If Fan Yuan separated the hostages and extorted them, how long would it take? Thus, there was another clamor. Fan Yuan changed his attitude, he became unyielding and cold, he threatened each clan, if you really want me to release the hostages, I will release your enemy forces. Moreover, I will humiliate your clan's Goo Immortals, they will not be able to raise their heads in the future. Fan Yuan had done this in his previous life, and this time, it was very easy and was very familiar with it. Southern Border's Righteous Path shamefully cowered. They had no choice, especially Ba Clan and Xia Clan, these two poor clans. Their first Supreme Elder was captured by Fan Yuan. The other clans also lost important battle strength. If they did not rescue them, they would lose the support of their clans. Fan Yuan requested Southern Border's Righteous Path to give the Dream Realm to Fan Yuan as a bargaining chip. Southern Border's Righteous Path was extremely unwilling at first. After all, Dream Realms represented the future. But Fan Yuan guaranteed, he did not ask for much, he would not empty this place, he would even leave most of it to Southern Border's Righteous Path. To express his sincerity, he was willing to release the bodies of Goo Immortal captives in each batch of Dream Realms. Southern Border's Righteous Path had no choice but to accept this plan. Chi Chuyu felt a chill in his heart, he knew this was Fan Yuan's counterattack and warning. Thus, the extortion of Southern Border's Righteous Path reached the next level. Fan Yuan did not go back on his word. Every time he obtained a batch of Dream Realms, he would release the body of a hostage. These Dream Realms were much larger than the secret transaction between him and Chi Chuyu. Moreover, Fan Yuan had carefully selected the types. Fairy Myrtle was extremely anxious, she tried many times to ruin this transaction, but to no avail. It is time for another battle. Fan Yuan calculated the time, he controlled myriad-year flying warship and entered the River of Time again. Chapter 1824. River of Time. Fan Yuan had just entered myriad-year flying warship when Guluru appeared to obstruct him. "You are Fan Yuan? I am Celestial Court's Guluru. I am here to take your head." Guluru was sitting in a wheelchair. His face was pale but his eyes were cold as ice. Saying so, lumps of gray-white light shot towards Fan Yuan like meteors chasing after the moon. Boom, boom, boom. These gray-white light lumps crashed into myriad-year flying warship but were blocked by this rank 8 immortal goo house. But myriad-year flying warship also shook intensely from the explosions. This person is actually a time path rank 8 great expert. His time path killer moves have been amplified too much in the River of Time. Celestial Court's foundation is truly unfathomable. It has only been such a short time and an old geezer has already appeared. The Immortals and myriad-year flying warship were shocked. "I am afraid you don't have the ability to take my life," Fan Yuan sneered. At first glance, he was surprised, but at second glance, he recognized the person in front of him. In the previous life's battle, Longevity Heaven attacked Celestial Court. To gain Fan Yuan's trust, Bing Sai Chuan directly informed the situation of Celestial Court to Fan Yuan. And Guluru had also awakened in the previous life's battle and participated in this battle. Thus, Fan Yuan quickly recognized Guluru's background, and even knew his methods very clearly. Immediately, Fan Yuan activated myriad-year flying warship and fought with Guluru. A fierce battle erupted, and it caused the surrounding rivers to surge and surge violently, causing raging waves to arise. Guluru's moves were exquisite and full of foreshadowing. He was clearly a time path great expert but seemed to have the style of wisdom path. In fact, he cultivated time path primarily and wisdom path secondarily. When Fan Yuan fought with him, it was like he was playing chess against a powerful chess player. If he was not careful, he would be led into the opponent's rhythm and fall into one trap after another. Fortunately, Fan Yuan was familiar with Guluru's fighting style. The myriad-year flying warship was rude and unreasonable, repeatedly ramming and destroying Guluru's layout. After a long battle, Guluru chose to retreat. "Didn't you come to take my life?" Fan Yuan shouted coldly. He stood at the bow of the ship and took advantage of the situation to pursue. Guluru sneered. "This old man isn't anxious, so why are you anxious? Fan Yuan, you are indeed a world-famous devil. You do have some skills. When I get back, I'll study this boat of yours thoroughly, and then I'll take your life." Even though half his body was paralyzed, the wheelchair he was sitting on was a small and exquisite immortal goo house. The two wheels spun rapidly, carrying Guluru on the river surface at a very fast speed. "Lord Fan Yuan, let us use the killer move Torrential Charge," a variant human goo immortal suggested. That torrential charge could change the flow of the water of the River of Time around myriad-year flying warship, allowing it to move faster and erupt with terrifying speed. "No need to be anxious." Fan Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light, but he rejected this suggestion. "Just use Daybreak's sword." No one dared to refute his orders. Myriad-year flying warship's aura rose by another 10%, shooting out a dazzling white light. The silver light created the water of the River of Time, and traces of silver light were reflected from the water. The silver light quickly condensed into the shape of sharp swords that shot out. "This is..." Guluru, who was ahead, was naturally paying attention to Fan Yuan's movements, and immediately sensed it. Thoughts surged in his mind as he rapidly deduced. This is the first time Fan Yuan has exposed this time path killer move. It is truly exquisite. He is actually using the water of the River of Time to refine traces of the sharpest power of time path. Even though it looks like a flying sword, its essence is still time path. If I get slashed by it, I will definitely lose a layer of skin. Guluru's heart jumped. He was inwardly shocked by the power of this killer move. The killer move itself was at rank 8 level, and Fan Yuan had ingeniously used the River of Time to purify it, causing its power to increase by several times, far surpassing ordinary rank 8 killer moves. This demon Fan Yuan, his talent is truly terrifying. Not only can he use reverse flow river, he has even started to research the river of time. Gulu Ru's wariness towards Fan Yuan deepened, his killing intent surged. This demon cannot be left alive! I need to use all my strength to get rid of him, otherwise he will become a huge threat in the future. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Silver flying swords shot towards Gulu Ru. Gulu Ru was soon injured. His defensive killer move could not block the sharpness of the flying swords. Kill him! Some variant human Gu immortals shouted, their morale surging. Ever since they killed a rank 8 of Celestial Court, their confidence soared. They now viewed Gulu Ru as their prey. With their rank 7 cultivation level and strength, chasing after a rank 8 great expert, and a member of Celestial Court at that, this sense of accomplishment and excitement made their bodies tremble. Fan Yuan laughed loudly, mocking Gulu Ru. Didn't you want to take my life? Now it seems that you are about to die. Gulu Ru snorted coldly. He did not speak, he continued to run. The wheelchair he was sitting on was already riddled with injuries. Fan Yuan laughed at him. You are panicking like a stray dog. You have thrown away the face of Celestial Court. The sharp swords were controlled skillfully. They cut off Gulu Ru's robe, blood and flesh flew out. Gulu Ru was silent. Fan Yuan sneered. Celestial Court only has people like you. It is truly the #1 force in the world. It seems that Celestial Court is only SOSO. Gulu Ru heard Fan Yuan's insults towards Celestial Court. He became impatient and retorted. Shut up! How can a lowly demon like you understand the greatness of Celestial Court? Swoosh! Before he could finish speaking, a sharp sword brushed past his scalp and cut off more than half of his long hair. Bright red blood rained down from the sky. Gulu Ru cried out in pain. He slammed his wheelchair and burst out with an unprecedented speed. Chase! He can't last long. That's right, his immortal Gu was destroyed by Daybreak's sword, causing his wheelchair to start breaking. Many Gu immortals under Fan Yuan shouted loudly. Their morale was at its peak. Indeed, the wheelchair that Gulu Ru was using to escape was continuously breaking apart. Large numbers of Gu worm corpses were scattered along the way. But Fan Yuan restrained his expression and smiled coldly. Stop! What? Even though the immortals were surprised, they did not dare to be negligent. They worked together to stop myriad-year flying warship. Gulu Ru, who was fleeing for his life, shuddered at this scene. A stifled feeling welled up in his chest, but he could not vent it. Fan Yuan smiled as he looked at the empty sky above the river, commenting leisurely. What a good time path Gu formation! I wonder which member of Celestial Court is waiting for me. I am Li Huang! Li Huang's voice resounded. At the same time, a large formation revealed itself. Most of the Gu immortals on Fan Yuan's side were dumbfounded. Some variant human Gu immortals reacted and shouted. So this was a trap. That damn old man acted really well. We almost fell into an ambush. If not for the wise and mighty Lord Fan Yuan, our current situation might not be so good. Gulu Ru slowly flew back with a gloomy expression. In order to put on a good show, he intentionally gave up on an immortal Gu and even purposely got injured, causing blood to flow out. It was truly a ruse to injure himself. But who could have thought that this ruse would turn into a show? Fan Yuan watched it for a long time. Li Huang pondered. It seems that Fan Yuan is very familiar with this river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Fan Yuan did not hide it from him, he admitted. Indeed, I suffered a lot in the previous life. So what if you saw through it, leave your life behind? Gulu Ru sneered. He had just said that when two immortal Gu houses appeared on both sides of Fan Yuan. One immortal Gu house was elegant and elegant. The orange roof was like a crane spreading its wings. The immortal Gu house was covered in 3 layers of autumn light. It was extraordinary. It was 3 autumn yellow crane platform. The other immortal Gu house was a huge lever. It was snow white like jade. There were 7 huge sharks in front of the lever. They had sharp white teeth. They were dragging the huge lever as they flew. It was Shark Flow Lever. Fan Yuan destroyed present and past pavilion and eternal yacht, while Celestial Court's side was still rebuilding. Meanwhile, 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever had been constructed long ago. They were ready for this battle. 3 autumn yellow crane platform blocked Fan Yuan's path of retreat, while Guluru forced his way forward and stalled myriad year flying warship. Shark flow lever drew a beautiful arc at the edge of the battlefield. It first caught Li Huang before joining the battle. A huge battle erupted, the river water surged and countless waves were created. This rank 8 immortal Gu house has such a tough shell! Li Huang and Guluru were shocked. Myriad year flying warship displayed an extremely strong defense, causing the various attacks of the heavenly court to be rendered useless. It looked like it was unmoving, and no matter how dangerous the situation was, it would not budge. After fighting for a while, Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Guluru, I have seen through your moves! With that said, myriad year flying warship aimed at the flaw and rushed over. Oh no! Guluru's expression changed. At the next moment, the time path killer move he used to restrain myriad year flying warship shattered. The backlash caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Stop him! Shark flow lever and 3 autumn yellow crane platform activated their killer moves. Charge through! Fan Yuan instructed plainly. Myriad year flying warship charged out of the battlefield in an unreasonable manner with a series of rumbling noises. Don't chase! Guluru quickly stopped Li Huang, who was about to give chase. His expression was gloomy as he said in a heavy tone. This immortal Gu house is indeed worthy of being rank 8, we cannot stop it. Damn it! Li Huang clenched his fists, he felt quite sullen. Because he was a fire path Gu immortal, he could only use shark flow lever to fight in the river of time. If Fan Yuan fell into an ambush, he would naturally have the chance to display his might. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan did not give him such a chance. However, what made Li Huan even more sullen was yet to come. Fan Yuan saw that Celestial Court did not chase after him. He stopped myriad year flying warship and smiled. Friends, my myriad year flying warship has another move called myriad year hunting, please appraise it. Celestial Court's side quickly went on guard. They saw a strange fragrance coming from myriad year flying warship. Not long after, countless beast roars could be heard from all directions, getting closer and closer. These are year beasts, ancient year beasts, and immemorial year beasts. There are too many year beasts, they seem to have formed a beast tide. Li Huang and Guluru looked at each other, feeling the shock in each other's hearts. Chapter 1825. Inside myriad year flying warship, He Lulan and the rest watched with rapt attention. The scene was extremely majestic. The Nian beast army was vast and mighty, surrounding them from all directions. Such a powerful killer move! No wonder this move was not used in the sovereign immortal aperture. Too many year beasts were attracted. If it was used in the sovereign immortal aperture, it would definitely cause a calamity. Countless lives would be lost. Celestial Court's side was also shocked. Myriad year flying warship. Guluru muttered this name with a solemn expression. Li Huang had a solemn expression as he said in a heavy tone. This has already formed a beast tide, it is actually so powerful. Even a legendary figure like him couldn't help but sigh when he saw such a majestic scene. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. Myriad year hunting was a concept he had derived from the immemorial year beast fishing formation, and he had used it to its limits. With years flow like water immortal Gu as the core, through the amplification of the river of time, it had an incredible effect. Myriad beasts roared as the beast tide surged forward. Bam bam bam! Celestial Court attacked, killer moves came one after another, crashing into the year beast tide. Wave after wave of year beasts were destroyed. Celestial Court's 2-time path immortal Gu houses were rank 7, they could resist rank 8 battle strength, they had no problem dealing with most year beasts. But the problem was, what was the use of killing these year beasts? As long as myriad year flying warship existed, there would be an endless supply of year beasts. This was an enslavement path tactic, it was to expend the battle strength of Celestial Court's side. Celestial Court's killer moves all expended immortal essence. These year beasts have fallen into Fan Yuan's trap. We need to capture the leader first. Inside 3 autumn yellow crane platform, a rank 7 Gu immortal suggested. The moment he said that, a Gu immortal beside him said, "But we already know the toughness of that myriad-year flying warship. How can we execute the tactic of killing the leader?" The rank 7 Gu immortal was stunned. But at the next moment, he heard the surrounding people shouting, "Be careful! Fan Yuan is back!" Myriad-year flying warship sped up, and instead of retreating, it advanced towards the shark flow lever. "How dare you!" Li Huang, who was on the shark flow lever, was infuriated. Fan Yuan actually dared to come back. It was obvious that he was looking down on them. Immediately, the two immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court and the Time Path Great Expert Gu Lu Ru surrounded Myriad-year flying warship and started fighting. Myriad-year flying warship withstood the barrage of attacks. At the same time, it was surrounded by countless silver flying swords that whizzed out like a storm. Both sides fought back and forth, fighting in an abyss of fire and water. "No! Fan Yuan wants to stall us so that the Nian Beast army can surround us." Gu Lu Ru saw through Fan Yuan's plan. Li Huang sneered. "As long as we are determined to break out of the encirclement, no matter how many Nian beasts there are, what's the use?" Gu Lu Ru sighed. "Don't forget that we still have the river suppression lotus ceiling formation behind us." Li Huang was stunned. He did not think of this in such a hurry. Now that he was reminded, his heart jumped as he cursed in his mind. "This scoundrel Fan Yuan is so sinister and vicious." The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was painstakingly constructed by Celestial Court. It could slowly float on the surface of the river of time. There were a large number of Gu immortals stationed inside, controlling their respective formation cores. If this formation was broken, Celestial Court would not only lose a large number of immortal Gu, they would also lose these rank 7 Gu immortals. Moreover, they might not be able to construct a second river suppression lotus ceiling formation in this short period of time. Celestial Court's situation was very awkward. They had originally wanted to use the river suppression lotus ceiling formation to ambush Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan saw through it. Instead, this formation became the weakness of Celestial Court's side, which Fan Yuan did not let go. Even though the river suppression lotus ceiling formation could float, it was very slow. There was no way it could escape this situation. "Let's evacuate the Gu immortals in the formation first." Gu Lu Ru thought about it and said. Li Huang, however, spoke at the same time. "Kill Fan Yuan and get rid of the culprit. We can settle this." The two Gu immortals looked at each other. At this crucial moment, they had different opinions. Roar, roar, roar! Because of Fan Yuan's obstruction, the vanguard of the year beasts had reached here. The first to bear the brunt were 3 immemorial year beasts. These immemorial year beasts had thick skin and flesh. They withstood the attacks of Celestial Court, and charged into the battlefield of the immortal Gu house. Courting death! Li Huang was furious. He manipulated the giant shark in front of Shark Flow Lever to bite the beasts. At the same time, he activated Shark Flow Lever's killer move and killed 2 immemorial year beasts in a dozen or so breaths of time. Clowns! Li Huang's killing intent dissipated slightly, but he heard Gu Lu Ru's pleading voice. "Help me!" It turned out that Li Huang had gone to deal with the immemorial year beasts while Gu Lu Ru and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform attacked myriad-year flying warship. They were evenly matched. Next, Fan Yuan activated Daybreak's sword killer move to attack the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. This formation was strong on the inside and weak on the outside. It was originally used to deal with the Stone Lotus Island, but after being attacked by Fan Yuan, it could not hold on any longer and started to break apart. Many Gu immortals in the formation cores died on the spot. Myriad-year flying warship was extremely sturdy. Gu Lu Ru and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform could not attack it. They could only block Fan Yuan's attacks and cover the retreat of the Gu immortals inside the formation. This way, Fan Yuan had the initiative. He attacked wherever he wanted. Gu Lu Ru and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were in a sorry state. They could not do anything. Li Huang saw that the situation was bad. He quickly went around and attacked Myriad-year flying warship from behind. Fan Yuan was not afraid. If he was alone, he might not be able to take care of everything, but there were many Gu immortals inside the warship. They were experienced and could provide great support. In order to kill another rank 8, their eyes were bloodshot. They were extremely excited. Fan Yuan stood at the bow of the warship, ignoring the dangerous winds and waves outside. He suddenly found a flaw in Gu Lu Ru's defense and used a killer move. It was Spring Scissors. Spring Scissors flew out. It was not aimed at Gu Lu Ru, but avoided his obstruction. With a snap, a Central Continent female immortal's neck was cut short. Gu Lu Ru was shocked. Isn't this Xia Chao's signature method? Fan Yuan has already grasped it. He even modified it to rank 7. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, activating Summer Fan Killer Move. It was also at rank 7 level. Li Huang could not take care of everything. He could only watch as the intense winds blew and created more holes in the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Several immortal Gu were destroyed instantly. Ha ha ha, if I want to kill someone, can you stop me? Fan Yuan laughed heartily, mocking them without restraint. Li Huang's eyes were bloodshot. He scolded. Scoundrel, I will definitely grind you to ashes. Boom! An immemorial year beast pounced on Myriad Year flying warship, causing this rank 8 immortal Gu house to tilt. Celestial Court's side was stunned. Almost instantly, the 2 rank 8 great experts reacted. It turns out that even though Fan Yuan can cause the year beast tide, he cannot control them. In fact, these year beasts' target is Myriad Year flying warship. After discovering the secret, Li Huang and Gu Lu Ru almost vomited blood from anger. After fighting for so long, they had dealt with these year beasts earlier because they wanted to block Fan Yuan's blade. No wonder Fan Yuan did not watch from the sidelines, but directly attacked and pestered them. Fan Yuan had no choice. He had already reached his limit. Using year's flow like water to lure year beasts and cause a year beast tide, this was the power of time path. If he could control this year beast army, that would be the effective enslavement path. As more and more year beasts appeared, the battlefield became very crowded. Earlier, Celestial Court's side had attacked these year beast tide indiscriminately, slightly stopping them. But because of Fan Yuan's pestering, attacking the river suppression lotus ceiling formation and killing those rank 7 Gu immortals, Celestial Court's side had no time to deal with him. Fan Yuan, go and die! Get lost! Li Huang shouted, but Fan Yuan controlled Myriad Year flying warship and stuck close to his shark flow lever or 3 autumn yellow crane platform. The year beast's target was Myriad Year flying warship, but Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were both destroyed. Didn't you want to get rid of me? I am right in front of you, go ahead and do it. Fan Yuan smiled. Li Huang's eyes were bloodshot from anger. Even Gu Lu Ru's breathing was rough. He stared at Fan Yuan with a gaze that was like eyes from an abyss, filled with killing intent. The 3 immortal Gu houses gradually had no space to move around. If one looked from afar, they would see year beasts charging towards them. At the center of the battlefield, these year beasts, ancient year beasts, and immemorial year beasts were densely packed, forming a ball of ants. The ball was getting bigger and bigger. The 3 immortal Gu houses at the center of the ball were like meat grinders. Even immemorial year beasts could not last more than 10 breaths of time before dying. Li Huang and Gu Lu Ru were truly enraged. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was completely finished. Celestial Court's efforts during this period of time were all for naught. Li Huang and Gu Lu Ru had already tried their best to save the Central Continent Gu immortals, but most of them still died at Fan Yuan's hands. Let's go, there are no more survivors, Gu Lu Ru shouted. Without the formation restraining Fan Yuan controlled Myriad Year flying warship to move freely in the battlefield. He could not be captured or killed. At this point, Celestial Court's battle tactic had completely failed. Fan Yuan, just you wait, you won't be arrogant for long. One day, you will die at my hands. Li Huang gritted his teeth. This was the first time he fought with Fan Yuan, but Fan Yuan's actions made him feel extreme anger, hatred, and disgust. This demon was truly sinister and crafty. Humph! Li Huang, in my opinion, you are the arrogant one. Myriad Year flying warship suddenly attacked, using the killer move Torrential Charge. Daybreak swords surrounded it. The silver flying swords plunged into the torrential charge, bringing with them an explosive speed that exceeded expectations. These two moves can actually work together? Li Huang was shocked. He could not defend in time. Myriad-year flying warship directly collided with the heavily damaged shark flow lever. Rumble. With a loud sound, the shark flow lever was directly destroyed. The few remaining giant sharks died on the spot. At the crucial moment, Li Huang activated his proudest killer move, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. After Myriad-year flying warship destroyed the shark flow lever, its momentum did not decrease as it slammed into Li Huang's body. Li Huang's Verdant Sun Flame Cloak shook intensely. A moment ago, it was a blazing flame, but after the collision, it instantly weakened into a small flame. Li Huang, your death date is here! Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light as he used Summer Fan and Spring Scissors to attack Li Huang. Rank 8 level? Li Huang stared with wide eyes. He felt a fatal threat from Summer Fan and Spring Scissors. He did not even have time to catch his breath as he defended with all his might. But in the end, Spring Scissors and Summer Fan immediately revealed their true appearance. They were only rank 7 level. Fan Yuan, you lied to me! Li Huang shouted. His attention was successfully diverted by Fan Yuan. Next, Myriad-year flying warship followed closely behind. Li Huang's wide-opened eyes were instantly filled with Myriad-year flying warship's silhouette. Boom! The flame cloak on Li Huang's body was completely destroyed. Li Huang's chest caved in as large amounts of blood gushed out like a fountain, mixed with pieces of his internal organs. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless silver flying swords attacked him like a swarm of bees. They pierced deeply into Li Huang's body and continued to penetrate his front, back, left, and right. Li Huang's body trembled unceasingly due to the impact of daybreak swords. The light in his eyes quickly faded. Before his death, the last thought in his mind was still disbelief. I am actually going to die here. Let's retreat. Guluru growled with tears in his eyes. Veins bulged on his forehead as he showed a malevolent expression. Although Li Huang was stronger than him, in this river of time, without the protection of an immortal Gu house, he would definitely perish. It was not that Guluru did not think of saving him, but Fan Yuan had planned this for a long time. How could he give him the chance to save him? The densely packed Mian beasts were also a huge obstacle. Guluru controlled 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and quickly left the battlefield. Fan Yuan chased relentlessly with surging killing intent. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, leave your lives behind. Guluru did not make a sound, he only cared about escaping. Chapter 1826. The River of Time surged with strong winds and fierce waves. The Myriad-year flying warship kept shooting out daybreak flying swords like a torrential downpour, enveloping the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Inside 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, many Central Continent Gu Immortals were determined to die. They said to Guluru. Lord, please retreat first. Guluru hesitated. These people added. Zhongzhou State doesn't have us, but it can have you. The current battle situation was too dangerous. Even if they retreated together, they would still be trapped by that demon. Furthermore, the Celestial Court has also passed down a definite order. Fairy Myrtle had already ordered the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform to block Myriad flying warship with all their might, allowing Guluru to retreat first. Guluru let out a long sigh. I didn't expect things to end up like this. Everyone, your sacrifice will not be in vain. He leaped out of the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane terrace and dove straight into the River of Time. On the Myriad-year flying warship, Fan Yuan quickly sensed it, and immediately turned around. However, the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform risked its life to intercept it. Fan Yuan was held back by the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and could not escape quickly. He could only watch as Guluru followed the tributary of the River of Time and returned to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. If that's the case, then all of you can die. Fan Yuan snorted coldly and concentrated his firepower on the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. At this point in the battle, the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Under myriad-year flying warship's ferocious attacks, it completely shattered into pieces with a loud bang. More than 10 goo immortals fell into the river. It was chaotic. The surrounding year beasts surrounded these goo immortals and attacked them. "Scram, beasts!" Fan Yuan bellowed as he steered myriad-year flying warship in an attempt to snatch back the spoils of war. But there were too many Nian beasts. Wave after wave of Nian beasts violently attacked the myriad-year flying warship. In this short delay, many central continent goo immortals were already devoured by the frenzied year beasts. Not even a trace of them was left. Boom! A huge immemorial bull crashed into the side of myriad-year flying warship like a meteor. Myriad-year flying warship almost flipped over. After struggling to break free, a part of the ship's hull had been completely deformed, and there were even 2 large holes. It was a direct collision with the bull's horn. Fan Yuan's subordinates panicked. "Quickly repair it! Many goo worms have been destroyed. This immemorial year beast is not ordinary, its strength is exceptional." Fan Yuan glanced sideways and sized him up carefully. The surroundings were filled with Nian beasts, those that flew, those that ran on the river, and those that swam in the water. All of them treated the myriad-year flying warship as their target. At this moment, 8 immemorial year beasts surrounded Fan Yuan from afar or near. The primordial bull from before had smooth fur and a golden color. Its 4 hooves stepped on the river surface steadily like a mountain. Even the chaotic year beast army couldn't shake it. A glint flashed across Fan Yuan's eyes. The 12 zodiac battle formation was still missing a primordial bull. Moreover, even if he had an immemorial year bull, Fan Yuan would want to exchange it. The power of the ancient battle formation was directly related to the strength of the immemorial year beasts. This immemorial year bull was undoubtedly one of the best immemorial year beasts. But now is not the time to subdue it. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly, immediately ordering, "Retreat!" Myriad-year flying warship also started to escape. But no matter where it went, there were year beasts blocking its way. Woof woof woof. An immemorial year dog came to pester it. Its body was strong, its muscles were bulging, its dog eyes were emitting electricity, and its fur was also golden in color. Myriad-year flying warship continued to activate daybreak swords, but when they landed on its body, they immediately broke apart and only cut its fur. Woof! The immemorial year dog suddenly jumped, its speed surged as it approached the bow of the ship. It opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp silver teeth. With a crack, myriad-year flying warship's bow was bitten to pieces. "Quickly leave, this dog has a wild time path immortal goo." Fan Yuan's expression was cold. The immemorial year dog was also an immemorial year beast that he lacked, but in this chaotic situation, he did not want to fight an unknown enemy. Fortunately, year beasts competed and suppressed each other. There was only one immemorial year dog, while immemorial year monkeys were the most numerous. Fan Yuan made a sharp turn, charging towards these immemorial year monkeys. Myriad-year flying warship was like a silver bolt of lightning, moving between the gaps of the year beasts. The immemorial year dog was intercepted by these immemorial year monkeys. Flying like this, they finally arrived at the entrance of a tributary of the River of Time. Myriad-year flying warship struggled as it charged out of the tributary, returning to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. A large number of year beasts chased after it. Squeak, squeak, squeak! A small immemorial year rat suddenly appeared like a golden bolt of lightning, crashing into myriad-year flying warship. "Oh no! Fan Yuan, quickly attack! We can only rely on you!" The immortals' expressions changed. Myriad-year flying warship was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. If the immemorial year rat destroyed it, the entire immortal goo house might be destroyed. At the crucial moment, Fan Yuan did not bother concealing himself. He erupted with rank 8 cultivation level and blocked in front of the immemorial year rat. The true rank 8 level spring scissors killer move burst out, moving agilely in the narrow space, cutting the immemorial year rat's body. This immemorial year beast was extremely small, only the size of an adult's fist. It was like a golden lump that was extremely hard. Spring scissors killer move cut its body, producing a clanging sound, like it was cutting a rock, golden sparks burst out. Fan Yuan had already used his full strength, but this immemorial year rat was not afraid. Its eyes shined brightly as it looked at a time path immortal goo. It opened its mouth and grabbed it with its mouth before turning around and running. It was extremely fast, like a golden bolt of lightning, vanishing from Fan Yuan's vision in the blink of an eye. Lord Fan Yuan, this is bad! Rank 8 years flow like water immortal goo was taken away by this immemorial year rat. Fan Yuan did not know whether to laugh or to be angry, but he also felt a trace of joy, replying calmly, "This is my disguise. Although it is a time path immortal goo, it is not the true years flow like water." Fan Yuan had personally deduced myriad year hunting killer move. How could he not know the huge flaw of this move? Therefore, he had already prepared for a rainy day and set up bait in the myriad year flying warship. When myriad year flying warship was damaged to a certain extent, he would throw this bait out and cause the immemorial year beasts to fight over it, creating a chance to escape. This method might not be able to deceive the celestial court's goo immortals, but the immemorial year beasts had limited intelligence. They could not compare to the rank 8 great experts of celestial court. As expected, after the immemorial year rat took away the bait, the year beast army immediately felt a strong temptation. They moved from myriad year flying warship to this small golden year rat and immediately attacked it. Only then did myriad year flying warship truly break away from this terrifying year beast tide. After it was safe, Fan Yuan immediately placed this rank 8 immortal goo house into his immortal aperture to repair it. The entire surface of myriad year flying warship was full of holes. The tip of the ship's bow was bitten off. There were several large holes on the sides of the ship. It was a shocking sight. There were also several claw marks. It was like a huge machete chopping wood. After inspecting, a vast number of mortal goo died in myriad year flying warship. There were also many immortal goo that were damaged. Especially precaution immortal goo. It was the core of myriad year flying warship's defense after all. Even years flow like water immortal goo was slightly damaged. On the surface, myriad year flying warship still had its skeleton intact, but if they fought for a while longer, it would have been destroyed beyond recognition. There would have been heavy casualties. The River of Time was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was home to a terrifying number of lifeforms that could not be estimated. Among these time path lifeforms, there were no lack of powerful ones. Even Fan Yuan could not do anything to them in a short period of time. What left the deepest impression on Fan Yuan were those 3 immemorial year beasts with golden fur. However, this is also within my calculations. As long as it is an immemorial year beast that attacked myriad year flying warship, it will be marked. In a short period of time, I can find them and suppress them one by one. To gather the 12 zodiac battle formation, I still need to take a risk. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. The 12 zodiac battle formation needed to gather 12 different kinds of immemorial year beasts. They were rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, and pig. In the River of Time, every once in a while, there would be a type of immemorial year beast that would prosper. The size of the group would rise to the top, becoming the strongest group and suppressing the other groups. Then, in the following 10 or so years, the size of this type of year beast would fall from the strongest to the weakest, and in the process of survival, they would be pushed aside and attacked by other year beasts. But because of this, the surviving year beasts were usually the strongest of the same level. If they were not strong, they would not be able to survive. Like the immemorial year bull, immemorial year dog, and immemorial year rat that Fan Yuan encountered earlier, they were the best examples. Most of the immemorial year beasts were easy to collect because of their large numbers. But there were a few types of them, because their entire group was at the lowest point. Not only were they rare, they were also very strong. Repairing myriad year flying warship was not a problem. Even though many mortal goo were lost, Fan Yuan had more than enough. The damage to immortal goo was the most troublesome, but Fan Yuan also had the goo as before formation. Fan Yuan's refinement path foundation was too deep. He could easily repair these immortal goo. It is just that the immortal apertures of these central continent goo immortals are completely empty. It seems that Fairy Myrtle has learned her lesson. Fan Yuan smiled. The immortal apertures of these central continent rank 7 corpses were barren, countless resources had been purposely moved out before the battle. Ever since the first battle in the River of Time, Fairy Myrtle was afraid that these resources would nourish her enemy, Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not mind. To him, these resources were just icing on the cake, they were dispensable. Next, I will first repair Myriad Year flying warship, then I will go to the River of Time and capture the immemorial year beasts I lack. After that, I will explore dream realms. I have already extorted a large number of dream realms from Southern Border's righteous path. Fan Yuan calculated the time, there might not be enough. Not long after, the 5 Xiang's public grotto heaven would open, the 1,000 years bet would be completed. I will do my best. Fan Yuan sighed. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle, who was inside Celestial Court, was also sighing bitterly. She was deeply worried. Celestial Court had suffered a crushing defeat in the River of Time again. What should they do? Myriad Year flying warships' methods and combat strength made her feel very embarrassed. She knew that Fan Yuan's strategy was to use the River of Time as bait, but this matter concerned Red Lotus' true inheritance. Celestial Court had no choice but to take the bait. Even if it is a pit of blood, we have to grit our teeth and jump in. Celestial Court is never afraid of sacrifice. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with a sharp light, but she soon frowned. But now, we need to modify the time path Immortal Goo House and focus on speed. When we fight in the future, we will focus on disturbing Fan Yuan. As long as we stop him from obtaining Red Lotus' true inheritance, we will have made a huge contribution. Chapter 1827. Immemorial White Heaven. A white cloud looked ordinary, but it was secretly carrying 6 Chi Clan Goo immortals, moving forward at a fast speed. Be careful, this is Immemorial White Heaven. Immemorial desolate beasts often appear here. Currently this route is safe, but we need to be vigilant. After entering that grotto heaven, we will be able to obtain heaven form. Chi Clan's revival and prosperity is just around the corner. Chi Clan's Goo immortals conversed secretly. They were excited and agitated. Even though they did not know the power of heaven form, they did not underestimate its power. After all, this was half an inheritance left by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Suddenly, the scene abruptly changed. The originally peaceful and tranquil day seemed to have been turned upside down, and it abruptly transformed into a pitch-black curtain. This pitch-black space was like a huge sphere that surrounded the 6 Chi Clan immortals. Threads of silver light, like silk threads, weaved into a net, embedded in all directions, above and below his feet, in the black curtain. This is an immortal battlefield killer move! Who in the world is ambushing us? Quickly come out! Chi Clan's Goo immortals were shocked. After a moment of panic, they shouted angrily. Thereupon, a rank 8 immortal Goo house carrying a Goo immortal appeared. This immortal Goo house was like a small boat. It had a long and narrow bow. It was shining with silver light. At the bow of this boat, a Goo immortal wore a white robe and had his hands behind his back. He stood quietly, smiling as he looked at the Chi Clan Goo immortals. This Goo immortal had a handsome face. He was almost beautiful. His black hair was like a waterfall that reached his waist. He looked like a weak young man with peerless beauty. But when the 6 Chi Clan Goo immortals saw this person and this house, they were completely shocked. Chi Kai was the second supreme elder of Chi Clan. He was the bravest among them, but right now, he had a shocked expression on his face. Chi Jin was the third supreme elder of Chi Clan. He was like the other Chi Clan Goo immortals. He had a pale expression. He felt his heart pounding. A cold chill was spreading through his limbs. Chi Clan's first supreme elder was usually calm and composed, but now, he panicked. His voice trembled. Fan Yuan, why is it you? Why are you looking for trouble with us? Fan Yuan's appearance alone gave the 6 Chi Clan Goo immortals a huge fright. Their high morale fell to rock bottom like a bucket of cold water was poured on them. The shadow of a man and the bark of a tree. Fan Yuan's current demonic might was vast and mighty, far exceeding that of his previous life at the same time. Previously, during the second battle in the River of Time, Fan Yuan had announced the details to the world. The Celestial Court suffered a crushing defeat. Defeat after defeat, Li Huang died a horrible death. Fan Yuan stepped on the body of the celestial court. The reputation of the demonic path had already shaken the heavens. Most of the Qi clan Gu immortals were scared stiff. Fan Yuan was a peerless demon. Why had he suddenly come to deal with the Qi family? Moreover, he even set up an ambush? Fan Yuan. My lord, my Qi family is a hidden family. We've never done anything to you, and we have no enmity with you. If there is any misunderstanding between us, we are willing to compensate you. Qi clan's first supreme elder Qi said. Fan Yuan smiled. Don't be nervous, as long as you join me, I will let you live. As for compensation, why don't you hand over heaven form to me? Hearing this, the Qi clan Gu immortals felt like they had fallen into an icy abyss. We are finished. The biggest secret has already been seen through by Fan Yuan. How can he know? He is an otherworldly demon, he used spring-autumn cicada to rebirth. The 1,000-year bed is here, our Qi clan's goal for 1,000 years is about to succeed, are we going to give it up? I cannot accept this. Qi clan's Gu immortals had complex expressions. They were afraid, they were angry, they were furious, they were flustered, they were filled with hatred, and they were helpless. Qi clan's strongest Gu immortal was only rank 7, they had spent a lot of effort to enter immemorial white heaven, but now, they had to fight against Fan Yuan. Hee. I am meat on someone else's chopping block. It's too difficult. Let's go all out. Qi Kai gritted his teeth, he clenched his fists, his arms were shaking. What are we going to do? Can we win? You know Fan Yuan's battle achievements, we will only be dying if we go. Qi Jin said hatefully. A peculiar light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes, he threatened. Now I will give you 3 breaths of time to consider. After 3 breaths of time, if you do not submit to me, you will all die. What should we do? Qi clan's Gu immortals were flustered, they were at a loss, they looked at Qi Fa. As the first supreme elder of the Qi family, Qi Fa was usually very prestigious. He was a skinny old man with a hale and hearty spirit. His back was ramrod straight like a spear. But after 3 breaths of time, he relaxed, he lowered his head and bowed as he cupped his fists towards Fan Yuan. Lord Fan Yuan, our Qi clan, surrenders! Ha! A wise man submits to circumstances. Fan Yuan laughed loudly, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, Qi clan's Gu immortals did not dare to look at him. You have made the best choice. Bai Ning Bing and the rest were inside myriad-year flying warship, they witnessed this scene and sighed deeply. In the battle to defend Langya Blessed Land, in the first and second battles in the River of Time, Fan Yuan stepped on Celestial Court's body and became famous in the world. His demonic might and ferocious might could make even rank 7 Gu immortals surrender without a fight. Qi Fa continued. Heaven form is yours, but I would like to be bold enough to report the situation inside to you. Fan Yuan looked at this Qi clan first supreme elder deeply, he said with a faint smile. No need. I am not afraid to tell you, in the previous life, I obtained heaven form and killed all of you, occupying Qi Manifestation Grotto Heaven. Of course, some of you submitted to me. After pausing for a moment, Fan Yuan continued. I am far more familiar with the secret of heaven form than all of you. Fan Yuan's words were like a heavy hammer, smashing on the hearts of Qi clan's Gu immortals. They were shocked and did not dare to believe it. Fan Yuan did not care whether they believed it or not, he directly planted a method on each of them and took away their Gu worms. He was very familiar with the immortal Gu that Qi clan's Gu immortals had. After taking them away, Qi clan's Gu immortals were arranged to sit at the bow of myriad-year flying warship, they stood there in a daze, their expressions were pale as paper. After controlling these Qi clan Gu immortals, Fan Yuan put away the immortal battlefield, Yamanet. Yamanet battlefield was modified from Yama battlefield, it completed Fan Yuan's goal. By gathering the power of time path, it became stronger and more stable. Myriad-year flying warship had been repaired long ago, it flew all the way to the crucial location. After a while, the immortals saw that in the empty sky, a huge gatehouse appeared. The gatehouse had tall eaves, there were 2 brick carvings on the lintel, there was a huge plaque on the door with the words, five xiang's gambling battle door. The entire gatehouse seemed to be made of brass. It gave off a grand and mighty aura. Initially, it was only a phantom image, but as time passed, it became more solid and clear. After the gatehouse became solid, a large area of clouds gathered and supported the gatehouse. Fan Yuan's subordinates were shocked. This was the first time they were seeing this. Qi Clan's 6 Gu immortals had complex expressions, but there was still a trace of hope in the eyes of Qi Fei and the rest. At this time, the door frame started to shine in 5 colors, each representing the power of the 5 xiang. First, red light shined down, causing the clouds to turn red. Fan Yuan smiled, looking at He Lulan. Go! He Lulan was expressionless. She got out of myriad-year flying warship and flew towards the gatehouse. On the way, Fan Yuan waved his hand and sent an immortal killer move into her body. He Lulan's body shook slightly. She landed in front of the gatehouse. The red light enveloped her before vanishing. He Lulan's qualifications were recognized. Impossible! Oh heavens, how can this be? Shui Xiang recognized her. Is she really a descendant of Shui Xiang's Shui clan? Qi Clan's 6 Gu immortals were shocked. They could not believe it. Fan Yuan turned around to look at them. He smiled and instructed the Rockman Gu immortals. You guys go. The Rockman Gu immortals were hit by Fan Yuan's killer move. Their auras underwent a mystical change. Under the yellow light's inspection, they passed and obtained the qualifications to enter the 5 xiang grotto heaven. Seeing this, Qi Clan's 6 Gu immortals' bodies shook intensely. Some even shook. They were on the verge of collapsing. Earlier, He Lulan was a human. She might have the bloodline of Shui Xiang's Shui clan. But what about these Rockmen variant humans? Rockmen were only male. They could not marry or have children with other races. However, the gatehouse recognized them. The cold truth was like an iron sword, stabbing into the hearts of Qi Clan's Gu immortals. They finally gave up on the last trace of hope in their hearts. They had to admit that this was caused by Fan Yuan's method. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder Qi Fei had a bitter expression. He had surrendered to Fan Yuan earlier because he would die if he did not, and also because he wanted to use the 5 xiang's gambling gate and heaven form killer move to deceive Fan Yuan and try to find a chance to escape. But now, it seemed that there was no such possibility. Fan Yuan's preparations were too ample. He had come prepared. All his actions proved that he was not lying. In the previous life, Fan Yuan might have really obtained heaven form. He has spring-autumn cicada. He has unlimited chances of restarting. This is too shameless. Who can stop him? The 1,000 years bet, to think that an outsider would benefit from it, he. Some of Qi Clan's Gu immortals were furious. Some were furious. They blamed the celestial court for not helping them. While some had already suffered a huge blow, they were disheartened. Their emotions were fluctuating intensely. But they could not be blamed. When they came, they were filled with anticipation and excitement, but halfway through, they were ambushed by Fan Yuan and became prisoners. The treasure that Qi Clan had fought for 1,000 years, heaven form, was about to fall into someone else's hands. The difference was too huge, it was too sudden and cruel. These people are so pitiful. Lady White Rabbit looked at Qi Clan's Gu immortals, feeling pity. Humph, what hope do you have for something that Fan Yuan wants? Bai Ningbing had a cold expression. She understood Fan Yuan's methods the most. Next, several Gu immortals landed in front of the gatehouse, passing the test. Fan Yuan did not let Qi Clan's Gu immortals enter. He kept them at the front of the ship, watching as Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miaoying took their places and obtained the recognition of the light of Qi Xiang. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing participated. They also obtained the right to explore. Chapter 1828. The scene in front of her changed. Bai Ningbing focused and looked around, thinking, "This is 5 xiang's grotto heaven?" Just as she thought about it, an indescribable information was transmitted to her mind. She understood the 5 xiang's arrangement. So this public grotto heaven was created by the heaven surveying 5 xiang's donating a portion of their immortal apertures. The entire grotto heaven is divided into 5 parts. The regions cannot move between them. Only the mountain range at the center is unique. Heaven form is at the center of the grotto heaven, As long as Gu immortals are acknowledged by the gatehouse and teleported here, they will have the qualifications to try and obtain the treasure. Furthermore, along the way, there are some resources that the heaven surveying 5 xiangs arranged here in the past. If you have enough strength, you can take them for your own use, but I suggest that you do not dig up the roots and kill the goose that lays the golden egg. Bai Ningbing looked at Fan Yuan. She hesitated for a moment before informing Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan looked ahead and waved his hand nonchalantly. I already got this information, no need to tell me. Bai Ningbing nodded and did not say anything else. In the previous life, Fan Yuan went through many obstacles in front of the gatehouse. Not only was familiar face exposed and he was pushed out, he even had to use the light of wisdom to deduce a killer move, successfully disguising himself and entering 5 xiangs Grotto Heaven. After entering 5 xiangs Grotto Heaven, the information about the 5 xiangs arrangement did not enter his mind. It was only after Bai Ningbing informed him that he understood the existence of this layer. But in this life, after Fan Yuan's modifications and deductions, the immortal killer move that he created could not only be used on himself, it could also be used to deceive others. Now that he stepped into this 5 xiangs Grotto Heaven, information was transmitted to his mind, explaining the arrangements of the 5 xiangs. Let's go to the peak at the center. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing moved together. In the previous life, he was in a hurry because Qi Clan's Gu immortals had also entered 5 xiangs Grotto Heaven. Fan Yuan had to compete with them for heaven form. In this life, Fan Yuan directly made a move and kicked out his biggest competitor. The whole of 5 xiangs Grotto Heaven was on his side. Although the situation was not tense at all, it was very leisurely. They could collect resources along the way and slowly conquer the dungeon. But Fan Yuan knew that at the center of the mountain range, there was an immortal Gu house that contained heaven form killer move. Even though it was crude, it contained the 5 xiangs Grotto Heaven. If he controlled this immortal Gu house first, it would be very useful for moving resources in the future. On the way, Bai Ningbing was surprised to find that there were a lot of resource points in the 5 elements Grotto Heaven. Ice Mirror Snow Lotus, 100-year Profound Ice, 1000-year Profound Ice, Moon Water, Heaven Made Divine Jade, Jade Frost Antelope. Although there aren't any large or super resource points, they are all small or medium-sized ones. However, these resources are very dense, and the reserves are very rich. That's right, this place only opens once every 100 years. Naturally, a lot of resources have been accumulated here. Bai Ningbing was envious. Undeniably, these resources would enter Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. If she obtained it herself, she would be able to greatly supplement her foundation, and her assets would multiply several times. She would instantly become rich. But for Fan Yuan to obtain it, it was just the icing on the cake. The journey was very smooth. Fang and Bai arrived at the central mountain range without any problems. In the previous life, Qi Clan's Gu immortals created a beast tide and lured immemorial desolate beasts to obstruct Fang and Bai, obstructing them and causing trouble for them. But now, these Qi Clan Gu immortals were all captives. They were trapped in myriad-year flying warship and could not even look after themselves. The immortal Gu House Palace at the peak of the mountain range was nothing special. Fan Yuan had already lost interest in it. There were already many Gu immortals standing in front of the palace. They were all Fan Yuan's subordinates. They had entered before Fan Yuan. After greeting Fan Yuan, the Gu immortals reported what they saw along the way. Fan Yuan looked around. He did not find anything unexpected. He nodded slightly and led the immortals into the palace. Heaven form was at the center of the palace. It was shaped like a single-legged crane. Its feathers were pure white like snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. Its long beak was red in color. Right now, the crane's neck was lowered, its wings were folded and its eyes were shut. It seemed to be sleeping. Rank 9 aura! Bing Yuan and the rest breathed in deeply. Their gazes were filled with surprise and joy. Fan Yuan led the immortals and sat around the heaven-formed flying crane, injecting their wills into it. The gatehouse was the test of the 5 xiangs. They could not add any methods to this heaven-formed killer move. Thus, anyone could inject their wills into it. All sorts of wills went in. The moment they entered, thieving heaven demon venerables information was transmitted to them. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable explained, he had once found a natural heavenly spirit in immemorial white heaven. After spending a lot of effort, he managed to capture it, but he found that heaven form was very profound, even someone as strong as him could not refine it. Thus, he designed heaven form and set up this half-inheritance, leaving it to a fated person. After the 5 Xiangs found this inheritance, none of them were willing to give in, thus, there was the bet of the 5 Xiangs that lasted for 1,000 years. The immortals understood the ins and outs, they were shocked and sighed. Fan Yuan had already experienced it in his previous life, he did not feel any emotional fluctuations, but he had a new connection to the existence of heaven form. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's killer moves, like divine concealment, ghostly concealment, heaven form, and others, once activated, they can last forever and will not break apart. In my previous life, I thought this was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's style, but after the Battle of Fate Gu's restoration, I found that all Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables have such methods. Giant Sun Immortal was like this, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was like this, and even Limitless Demon Venerable was like this. These killer moves and methods all have vast power, they can last forever. Normally, they are calm and unaffected, but once they erupt, their power will be earth-shattering. If 1 or 2 Venerables have such methods, it can only mean that it is their specialty. But if almost all Venerables are like this, then it is not a matter of path or person, it is attainment level. Every Venerable had the attainment level of Supreme Grand Master. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. That means, Master attainment level produces intuition. Grand Master attainment level produces comprehension by analogy. Great Grand Master attainment level uses the Tao marks of nature. Supreme Grand Master attainment level allows killer moves to last forever and operate on their own. Fan Yuan's thoughts wandered. Even though he was guessing, he felt that his guess was not far off. Even though the true inheritances he obtained did not have any description of this, Fan Yuan himself had 2 paths that were at quasi-supreme level. He had the ability to peer into the scenery of Supreme Grandmasters. Several hours later, Fan Yuan successfully took down the final providence of heaven form. In the previous life, this providence lump had used the tactic of feigning weakness to numb Qi Clan's Gu immortals, causing them to suffer a lot of losses. Fan Yuan reaped the benefits. In this life, Fan Yuan commanded even more wills to completely destroy this stubborn providence lump. There were no mishaps during the entire process. In the previous life, Fan Yuan was worried that Bai Ningbing would betray him. But now, he had even more subordinates, and these variant human Gu immortals were extremely loyal to Fan Yuan. This was Fan Yuan's leadership talent, his political skills, as well as his charisma and grand might that he had created by defeating the Celestial Court time and time again. He did not use any enslavement path killer moves. The variant human Gu immortals were obedient, Shadow Sex immortals also did not dare to go against Fan Yuan. But even though he refined heaven form and destroyed all of the remnants of providence, heaven form still had a large number of Gu immortal wills that were stiff like rocks. These wills were the accumulation of over 1,000 years, the wills of the 5 Xiangs and their descendants. If he did not get rid of these wills, Fan Yuan would not be able to truly activate heaven form. Thankfully, Fan Yuan was prepared. He modified several killer moves, especially the move that used Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu as the core. It would become Fan Yuan's main method. In the previous life, when I used Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu alone, it had great effects. This time, with this killer move, I will be able to control heaven form very quickly. Fan Yuan took away heaven form but did not take away the Immortal Gu House. He assigned several Gu immortals to control the Immortal Gu House and move the resources inside. 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven had once annexed an immemorial 9 Heavens fragment, so it did not have any calamities or tribulations, but it was not something Fan Yuan could annex. After Fan Yuan made the arrangements, he led a group of people out of the Grotto Heaven, heading towards Qi Manifestation Grotto Heaven. Inside Qi Manifestation Grotto Heaven, there was still a rank 6 Qi Clan Gu immortal guarding it. But even First Supreme Elder, Second Supreme Elder, and Third Supreme Elder surrendered. This Qi Clan Gu immortal was dumbfounded. He obediently let Fan Yuan in. After Chi Clan's Gu immortals saw Fan Yuan's heaven form killer move, they no longer had any hope, they had pale expressions. In the previous life, when Fan Yuan sent by Ning Bing to attack Chi Manifestation Grotto Heaven, they were even attacked by unlimited Chi Si. But in this life, the heavenly spirit in Chi Manifestation Grotto Heaven had not woken up, it was still in slumber. Lord Fan Yuan, how do you want us to move the resources here? The variant human Gu Immortal asked. Chi Clan's Gu Immortals looked at each other, someone said anxiously. We are willing to defend this place for Lord Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. No need, watch me devour it. His Chi Path attainment level was already at Grandmaster level. After the second battle in the River of Time, he repaired Myriad Year Flying Warship and entered the River of Time to hunt immemorial year beasts. During the long process of searching, he explored dream realms inside the warship, leaving the task to his subordinates. Only when it was time to fight would he wait for an opportunity to strike. Thus, he saved a lot of time and successfully explored dream realms again and again. Fan Yuan's attainment level of all paths rose, especially Chi Path. It reached Great Grandmaster level. With this attainment level, he had the qualifications to annex Chi Si Grotto Heaven. During the annexation process, Chi Si Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit was awakened, but Fan Yuan was already prepared, he suppressed it. The heavenly spirit scolded Chi Clan's descendants for being unfilial. Chi Clan's Gu immortals had ashen expressions, they were filled with despair. Eventually, they watched as their homeland was devoured by Fan Yuan, fusing into the sovereign immortal aperture. A vast amount of Chi Path resources could not be calculated yet. The biggest gain was unlimited Chi Si. This killer move was Chi Si Grotto Heaven's greatest trump card. It was used to resist the calamities and tribulations. Unlimited Chi Si contained rank 8 Immortal Gu Big Chi, rank 7 Immortal Gu Big Family Chi, and others, as well as countless immortal material Chi currents like Metal Chi, Water Chi, Fire Chi, and others. There were also special Chi currents like Divine Chi and Luck Chi, there were all kinds of them. In the previous life, Fan Yuan dismantled this move, but now that he had Chi Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, he had a deep foundation, he did not want to dismantle it. What was worth mentioning was that Chi Si Grotto Heaven gave Fan Yuan 1,000,000 Chi Path Dao marks. Chapter 1829. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini White Heaven. The Dragon Man clone smiled as he stretched out his hand. In front of him, there was a young deer floating in the air. The young deer obediently lowered its head in front of Fan Yuan's Dragon Man clone, stretching out its pink tongue as it licked the Dragon Man clone's palm. Master. The young deer spoke in human language. It was not an ordinary deer, it was Chi Si heavenly spirit formed from Chi Xiang's obsession from back then combined with Chi Si Grotto Heaven's heavenly power. Chi Si heavenly spirit was like a young deer, it was snow white, and had large eyes that shone with golden light. It was extremely dazzling. However, on the right side of the deer's body, there was a terrifying wound that was so deep that bones could be seen. The wound extended all the way to its abdomen, there were dense Dao marks left behind. The Dragon Man clone sighed. Your injury is very severe, my methods are probably not enough. This was an injury that the young deer suffered when it used unlimited Chi Si killer move during Chi Si Grotto Heaven's myriad tribulation. In the previous life, when Bai Ning Bing attacked Chi Si Grotto Heaven, the heavenly spirit fell into a deep slumber because of this injury, it woke up later. The young deer was a heavenly spirit, it was a very special existence, it was a combination of obsession and the power of heaven and earth. To heal the young deer, Wisdom Path was clearly one of the best methods. However, even after Fan Yuan tried, there were no results. Fan Yuan's refinement path methods were even more powerful, but he did not dare to use them casually. It was not that he could not do anything to a wound, but even though these methods were powerful, they were not meticulous, they were very harmful to the heavenly spirit deer. If he continued to heal it, Chi Si heavenly spirit might even be destroyed. If healing ended up killing Chi Si heavenly spirit, why would Fan Yuan spend so much effort to heal it? For now, Fan Yuan could not do anything about the young deer's injury. But this heavenly spirit was very optimistic, it was very happy. because even after Chi-Si Grotto Heaven was annexed, it still existed and was not destroyed. All lifeforms had survival instincts. Land spirits were the same. They tended to recognize masters and protect the blessed land as well as themselves. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to fulfill the conditions of recognizing a master before they would obey. Or he could use methods like blood light spirit suppression. Fan Yuan pondered about the mysteries behind the existence of the earth spirit and heavenly spirit. There were so many mysteries in the Gu world, the more Fan Yuan interacted with them, the less he knew. When ordinary Gu immortals devour apertures, even if they have a land spirit, the land spirit would vanish after the absorption. But the sovereign immortal aperture broke this rule. There had to be a reason behind it. Unfortunately, the Shadow sect did not have any records of it. Maybe Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had some reservations. The contents of Shadow sect's true inheritances were not everything that he knew. Or perhaps, the sovereign immortal aperture's transformation was unexpected even to Spectral Soul. Even Fan Yuan, who had such high refinement path attainment, could only refer to Gu recipes to understand the foreign immortal Gu that he refined. He did not have a complete understanding of it. Especially when refining an unprecedented new immortal Gu. When trying to use this immortal Gu, the Gu immortal would often have new discoveries. Right now, there were many land spirits and heavenly spirits in Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Land spirits were the most numerous. The first to enter was the land spirit of Langia. It was very special. It was formed from 2 obsessions. There were also spirit snakes, star cores, black dogs. There were all sorts of them, along with the annexed immortal apertures. They were scattered around the sovereign immortal aperture. They were good helpers for Fan Yuan to manage the sovereign immortal aperture. They were in charge of their own areas. Fan Yuan did not exterminate these heavenly spirits and land spirits, he preserved them. Now was not the time. He planned to find out the mysteries behind the existence of these heavenly spirits and land spirits in the future. This was also the reason why he wanted to save Chi-Si Heavenly Spirit. After annexing Chi-Si Grotto Heaven, Fan Yuan placed it in Mini White Heaven. This brought some obvious changes to the sovereign immortal aperture. All sorts of auras grew and spread. The most obvious change was in Mini White Heaven. Countless white clouds were forming and spreading rapidly. The other 8 mini-heavens were the same. They had their own clouds. These clouds were still just thin mist, and had yet to grow into any kind of cloud soil of various colors. But this was just the beginning. According to Fan Yuan's deductions, in the following period of time, chi currents would appear in every corner of the sovereign immortal aperture. These auras were of all sorts. They were categorized and mostly mortal Gu materials. However, after a few days, there would be too many mortal-grade chi flows that would produce immortal material chi flows. After a long period of time, some of these immortal material chi currents would stabilize and form close connections with their surroundings. These were the initial miniature resource points. If they developed well, these miniature resource points would rise to become small, medium, or even large. Of course, if no one interfered, the sovereign immortal aperture would have a small chance of producing a large resource point naturally. It was almost negligible. All of this was the influence of over 1 million Chi Path Dao marks. These Chi Path Dao marks were the accumulation of Chi-Si Grotto Heaven. Now that Chi-Si Grotto Heaven was annexed by Fan Yuan, these Chi Path Dao marks spread out and were evenly distributed in the Mini 5 regions and the Mini 9 heavens. Every time an immortal aperture was annexed, Dao marks would be added and the environment of the immortal aperture would change. For example, in Fan Yuan's previous life, he annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The increase in transformation path Dao marks would make the entire sovereign immortal aperture's species more abundant. For example, some ordinary foxes in Fan Yuan's Kokitahara would have a higher chance of mutating into red foxes, gray foxes, wind foxes, cloud foxes, or even mutated beasts like autumn water foxes and flowing light foxes. And after annexing Xia Cha Grotto Heaven, the increase in time path Dao marks would make the tributary of the river of time wider. The upper and lower limits of time that Fan Yuan could adjust would be many times wider. Thus, it was not good for Gu immortals to annex immortal apertures. because the increase in Tao marks would cause a huge change in the environment of the immortal aperture. Without wisdom path methods, Gu immortals would not be able to adjust the environment. The immortal aperture that they had meticulously developed would suffer huge losses. They might even become penniless. The ecology of the immortal aperture would be affected by a slight change. In the food chain, the extinction of a small blade of grass could very well spread to countless lives. Not to mention the huge change in the environment after annexing the immortal aperture. The reason why Fan Yuan had been benefiting was because the sovereign immortal aperture was too big, it weakened the influence. Most Gu immortals' immortal apertures were very small compared to the sovereign immortal aperture. It was like the same volume of water being poured into a bottle and a wine jar. The bottle would be filled up while the wine jar would only have a thin layer of water at the bottom. Other than that, Fan Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment level and the corresponding path attainment level allowed him to deal with all changes easily. Forget about annexing Xia Cha's immortal aperture. But after annexing Qi Grotto Heaven, I gained 1,000,000 Qi Path Tao marks. The changes in the sovereign immortal aperture are much more obvious. Xia Cha had not gone through 1 myriad tribulation, so she only had about 70,000 time path Tao marks. In the previous life, Fan Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and gained more than 100,000 transformation path Tao marks. This was because Beast Calamity Immortal died after the first myriad tribulation. The remaining Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had not faced the second myriad tribulation yet. Qi Xiang was quite strong back then. Back then, the 5 Xiangs dominated the 2 heavens. They were famous in the 5 regions and were unparalleled. After Qi Xiang passed away, Qi Grotto Heaven remained. It did not devour the immemorial 9 heavens fragment. It suffered from calamities and tribulations. Suffering created wealth. After 1,000 years, Qi Grotto Heaven had gone through more than 10 myriad tribulations. Each myriad tribulation would gain at least 100,000 Tao marks. Together with Qi Xiang's accumulation, it had over 1,000,000 Qi Path Tao marks. This was an astonishing achievement. It was not easy. Myriad tribulations were terrifying. Even rank 8 Gu immortals would feel uneasy, they could not survive them. But Qi Grotto Heaven reached its current state step by step. It mainly relied on the killer move Unlimited Qi. The land spirit controlled this move and had enough rank 8 immortal essence. It helped Qi Grotto Heaven overcome danger time and time again. Of course, this move is exquisite. Not only does it expend immortal essence, it also expends all sorts of Qi currents. The expenditure of Qi currents can reduce the expenditure of immortal essence on one hand, and also increase the power of this move. In these 1,000 years, Qi Clan's Gu immortals have been helping to collect these Qi currents. In comparison, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was just a youngster. Even though Langya Blessed Land had a longer history, it was a Grotto Heaven that purposely fell into a blessed land. It did not face myriad tribulations. The highest tribulation it faced was only a grand tribulation, thus, it obtained very few Tao marks. Other than that, Langya Blessed Land also used a killer move to influence the contents of the tribulations. It intentionally added a lot of water path Tao marks. These water path Tao marks fused with refinement path Tao marks to create refinement water. Langya Blessed Land lost countless refinement path and water path Tao marks to create a secluded domain of heaven and earth. If I did not annex Qi Grotto Heaven, with young dear heavenly spirits' injuries, it would not be able to hold on. The next few myriad tribulations are likely to destroy this Grotto Heaven. Thus, the land spirit Langya's choice was not wrong. If Langya Blessed Land remained at Grotto Heaven level, even if it obtained dozens of times more refinement path Tao marks, it would not be able to hold on until now. Fan Yuan continued to cultivate. On one hand, he adjusted himself and tried to fully digest Qi Grotto Heaven. On the other hand, he started to practice Qi Path killer moves. Originally, Fan Yuan had only tried Ba Shi Ba's consecutive attacks. He had already given up. Now, his focus was on all sorts of Qi Path killer moves, especially Unlimited Qi. Unlimited Qi's power was extremely powerful. It could help Qi Grotto Heaven resist the Grand Tribulations time and time again. In the previous life, Fan Yuan's Qi Path foundation was insufficient. He did not have enough time and resources, thus, he split up unlimited Qi. But in this life, Fan Yuan was a Qi Path Great Grandmaster. He annexed Qi Grotto Heaven and carried unlimited Qi with him. The time flow in the sovereign immortal aperture was much faster than in the previous life. This gave Fan Yuan more opportunities to practice killer moves. Fan Yuan's Qi Path foundation soared to the sky. When it turned into battle strength, he would advance at a tremendous speed. If my Qi Path battle strength succeeds, it will surpass Time Path and become my main offensive method. 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks, this is no joke. By then, I can try to subdue Dragon Palace. I will be able to forcefully take this immortal Gu house under the attacks of rank 8 Gu immortals. Chapter 1830. 1. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Fan Yuan was practicing a Qi Path killer move. Several immortal Gu flew in the air, followed by a large number of mortal Gu that revolved around them like a tornado. Large amounts of astral Qi were involved. Rank 8 immortal essence was injected, immediately connecting the auras of these Gu worms together. But the killer move could not be used for a long time. Cold sweat appeared on Fan Yuan's forehead. Finally, after more than 10 breaths of time, Fan Yuan managed to salvage the situation. The killer move was finally prepared and activated. Qi Path Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe. A set of gray-white linen clothes appeared on the Dragon Man clone's body. The clothes looked ordinary, but if one looked closely, they would find that every single thread of the grayish-white clothes was made up of stellar energy. This was only a rank 7 killer move, but with the amplification of 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks from Fan Yuan, its power increased by 1,000 times. Fan Yuan then tested it. This shirt looked thin, but its strong defense made him have a whole new level of respect. This is rank 8 level power, much stronger than Winter Coat Killer Move. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. Of course, it could not compare to Reverse Flow Protection's seal. Over 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks, it was not a joke. With a simple amplification, a rank 7 killer move could be used as a rank 8. And most importantly, the immortal essence consumed was rank 7. After a myriad tribulation, a Gu immortal can obtain over 80,000 Dao marks on average. The stronger the tribulation, the greater the number of Dao marks obtained. In theory, after a Gu immortal passes 3 myriad tribulations, they can become venerable. The average number of Dao marks is about 300,000. Over 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks, only rank 9 can have it. The core immortal Gu of Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe is rank 7, but with the amplification of Qi Path Dao marks, it is at the peak of rank 8. If the core immortal Gu is rank 8, with the amplification of Qi Path Dao marks, would it have rank 9 level power? Fan Yuan's heart moved, bright light flickered in his eyes. He thought about the battle in the previous life, the methods that the Venerables used. At the same time, his main body was helping with the calculations. Soon, Fan Yuan's Dragon Man clone shook his head. The possibility of this was not high. A rank 9 killer move probably needs a rank 9 immortal Gu. It's not something that can be achieved with just the amplification of Dao marks. More accurately speaking, I can't just rely on my 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks to break through. Maybe, with tens of times more Dao marks, the energy will undergo a qualitative change and reach the 9th rank? Fan Yuan wasn't too sure either. Even though he was a rank 8 Gu immortal, when he looked at the rank 9 scenery above him, it was still shrouded in a mysterious fog. According to a simple theoretical calculation, the starting point of a Venerable's Dao marks was 300,000. However, Fan Yuan also learned from the land spirit of Langia and his own experience that every Venerable in history was a monster that could not be measured with common sense. Ignoring everything else, just Limitless Demon Venerable alone had Gu immortal level Dao marks when he was still a Gu master. If this continued, how many Dao marks would he have when he became a Venerable? Fan Yuan couldn't imagine it. Then what about the other Venerables? When they first became Venerables, did they only have about 300,000 Dao marks? Fan Yuan smiled. The possibility of this was close to zero. There were no invincible Gu worms in this world, only invincible Gu immortals. If these people only had 300,000 down marks when they became venerables, how could they have the battle results of dominating the world? How could they have the reputation of being invincible? The current Fang Yuan was already one of the top experts in the world. He stood at the peak and looked down on the world. There were only a handful of people who could fight him alone. However, every time he raised his head, he could still see the 10 towering mountains in the clouds above him. These were the 10 strongest people in history. Each of them was a legend among legends. In the long history of humanity, they were the 10 most dazzling suns. Other than them, no matter who it was, anyone, no matter how talented they would be shrouded in their shadows. They would lose their luster under their radiance. Even Fang Yuan was no exception. He was able to reach this stage because of the legacy of many predecessors, especially these venerables. Forget about others, just the sovereign immortal aperture. This was something that belonged to spectral soul demon venerable. Ever since Fang Yuan started cultivating, he had often sighed at the heaven-defying advantages of the sovereign immortal aperture. Take annexing Qi Grotto Heaven for example. Under normal circumstances, who could directly annex it? Almost no one. Unless primordial origin immortal venerable was alive. Because immortal apertures could only annex small ones with large ones, the large and small here referred to the foundation. Perhaps only primordial origin immortal venerable had such a Qi path foundation to annex Qi Grotto Heaven, which had over 1 million Qi path down marks. If they cut the Grotto Heaven and annexed it bit by bit, the loss of down marks would be too great. Every time the Grotto Heaven was cut, it would cause damage to the Grotto Heaven. The net-like Qi path down marks would be continuously cut, the losses would be huge. And because of the conflicting down marks, Gu immortals could only obtain a few. When Qi Grotto Heaven was cut to a certain extent, because it was too damaged, the winds of assimilation would be triggered. Thus, the remaining parts of the Grotto Heaven could only be destroyed. But the sovereign immortal aperture could annex large ones with small ones. Fang Yuan's previous Qi path foundation was simply nothing. But he could annex Qi Grotto Heaven. This was no longer a snake swallowing an elephant, it was an ant swallowing an elephant. What was even more terrifying was that the down marks did not conflict. Fang Yuan could perfectly digest the results and absorb all the down marks without any waste. It was too heaven-defying. No wonder even the heavenly Tao could not tolerate it. In order to stop spectral soul, it did not hesitate to nurture this otherworldly demon, Fang Yuan, using all sorts of methods to send Fang Yuan back to 500 years ago, ruining the Shadow Sect's plan. The more heaven-defying the sovereign immortal aperture was, the more it proved how terrifying spectral soul demon venerable was. Every time Fang Yuan used spring-autumn cicada to revive, he would understand the greatness of red lotus demon venerable. Giant sun immortal, heaving heaven demon venerable, Genesis lotus immortal venerable. Using the glory of these venerables, Fang Yuan became the greatest demon of the current generation. But with every step he took, he could feel the immeasurable gap between him and the venerables. He did not feel dejected. Every time Fang Yuan looked up, he would feel deep admiration. He was never arrogant, he was not arrogant, he respected each and every one of them. The accomplished were the teachers. Other than admiration, there was also a trace of indescribable excitement. Even the 10 venerables did not have eternal life, they passed away one by one. Then, can I succeed? The possibility was minuscule, almost non-existent. Ignoring everything else, as long as Fate Gu existed, it would not allow any life form to obtain eternal life. This was a truth that had been proven in the legends of Renzu. That's why this kind of chase is interesting. Fang Yuan smiled. After collecting his thoughts, his main body continued to practice Qi path killer moves. As for the Dragon Man clone, he had already tested heavenly astral cloth robe. He flew away and communicated with jewel yellow skies. He wanted to purchase a lot of immortal material Qi currents from jewel yellow skies. Many Qi path killer moves needed to use these immortal material Qi currents. For example, heavenly astral cloth robe earlier used a large amount of astral Qi. It was not strange to use down marks and immortal materials to activate killer moves. Grandmaster Formation Path Gu Immortals could use immortal materials to set up formations. Early on, Water Path Killer moves also used different types of immortal material water currents. But later, because the cost was too high, Gu Immortals gradually chose to use Gu Worms. They abandoned this method. This characteristic was most evident in Chi Path. No matter how low their Chi Path attainment level was, Gu Masters, Gu Immortals, could use Gu materials to replace Gu Worms and use killer moves. The reason was that Chi Path Gu materials had the best mobility. They were the most suitable. Water Path Gu materials were slightly inferior, and those Earth and Rock Path Dao marks were even more difficult to use. Fan Yuan did not care about this. He had abundant resources now, he had ample funds. He continued to collect Chi Path immortal materials in jewel yellow skies. He did not extort immortal material Chi currents from the southern border Gu Immortals. He needed to keep his Chi Path battle strength a secret for now. Profoundine Chi, Minor Yang Chi, Astral Chi, Tyranny Chi. I will buy them all. Blood Chi? The Dragon Man clones saw this and thought about it. Even though Blood Path was hated by everyone, which Righteous Path Force was not secretly researching it? Thus, in jewel yellow skies, Blood Path Gu materials were quite popular. These Blood Chi were only mortal materials, but there was a lot of them. If it were other Chi currents, Fan Yuan would not want them. His sovereign immortal aperture could produce them himself. But Blood Chi was different. This Chi current not only contained Chi Path Dao marks, it also contained Blood Path Dao marks. Thus, it was considered a Blood Path mortal material. And Blood Path had a terrifying advantage. When mortal materials were stacked together, they could barely be used as immortal materials. Such a huge amount, it can be treated as an immortal material. The Dragon Man clone thought of this and bought it without hesitation. Central Continent. What, there is no Blood Chi? Guyue Fanjing communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies. He had an incredulous expression. You clearly had so much in stock last time. The Gu Immortals that was selling Blood Chi in Jewel Yellow Skies shook his head. A few hours ago, a Gu Immortal with incredible wealth swept through the entire Jewel Yellow Skies market. He bought all the Chi Path immortal materials. You should know that these Blood Chi can be stacked together. That is why it is like this now. Guyue Fanjing was dumbfounded. Sweeping through the entire Jewel Yellow Skies market and buying all the Chi Path immortal materials in the market. How deep and terrifying was this person's wealth? Guyue Fanjing had already become an immortal for some time. He understood deeply that sometimes, wealth represented strength. If a Gu Immortal had deep wealth, it meant that they had a huge amount of resources. With such resources, they would definitely be able to cultivate smoothly. Maybe it is not one person, but an entire super force. Guyue Fanjing muttered to himself. His divine sense visited many more stalls. He did not find anything good. There was no longer any Blood Chi in the market. But Guyue Fanjing cultivated Blood Path. He needed Blood Chi. After his divine sense left Jewel Yellow Skies, Guyue Fanjing thought, do I need to ask the sect for Blood Chi resources? He soon dispelled this thought. Chapter 1831. One Blood Chi was very easy to obtain. By killing a group of mortal beasts, and using Blood Path methods to extract them, one could obtain a huge amount. By raising desolate beasts in the immortal aperture, one could obtain an endless supply of immortal materials and Blood Chi. Precisely because Blood Path was so easy to obtain, Blood Path was so terrifying that it was eventually banned by the Righteous Path of the 5 regions. If it were any other immortal material, Fanjing might ask the sect for help. But this was just Blood Chi. Fanjing did not need much of it. To Fanjing, obtaining the Blood Chi he needed was just a slightly troublesome process and a waste of time. Thinking of this, Fanjing told Fan Shilu his plan. His identity was special. He could not leave Fei He Mountain casually. After Fan Shilu learned of this, he gave Fanjing a mission. Perfect. There is a golden mountain bull causing trouble in the northwest. Go and resolve this matter. Kill it or capture it. If you can capture it alive, the sect contribution points will be doubled. Fanjing's heart shook. The golden mountain bull was a desolate beast. He had never fought against a desolate beast before. After coming back to his senses, he was a little excited and immediately agreed. Fan Jing was no longer a young lad, he had gone through many hardships in laying a blessed land. After thinking about it, he had an idea. He was not in a hurry to find trouble with the Golden Mountain Bull. He first went to Crane Gate's letter building. White Crane Letter Building was an immortal goo house with 9 floors. It was located at a remote part of Fei He Mountain. There were thick clouds and fog, there was lush greenery. Fan Jing rode a crane and left. Even though he cultivated Blood Path, he had learned in Crane Gate in the past. Becoming a disciple of Master Tenchiru, he was very familiar with flying cranes. When he was in Langya Blessed Land, he participated in the 3 Continents War, and did not have the chance to subdue flying cranes, but he still had some feelings for them. Fate changed, he was saved by Feng Jioga and returned to Crane Gate. He was favored by the Celestial Court, and even became an immortal. With Gu immortal cultivation level and the position of Crane Gate's Supreme Elder, Fan Jing could easily send a flying crane as a means of transportation. There were no guards in front of the White Crane Information Tower, but there were 2 desolate beasts, flying cranes, living nearby. If anything unexpected happened, these 2 wild beast flying cranes would appear in time to act as qualified guardians. Fan Jing rode the flying crane. Just as he neared the White Crane Information Tower, the crane beneath his feet started to tremble, and its soft cries turned into wails. Fan Jing could not help but sigh internally. This flying crane of mine is a rank 5 mutated beast. Back at the Crane Gate, I felt that it was very powerful, but now it is only SOSO. The difference between immortals and mortals is indeed like the difference between clouds and mud. Fan Jing landed on the ground in front of the White Crane Information Tower. The flying crane under his feet almost fell. Fan Jing sighed, keeping it in his immortal aperture. He had the status of a Supreme Elder. White Crane Information Tower's door opened by itself, and Fan Jing entered. Every floor of the information tower had large numbers of information path mortal goo. If Fan Jing wanted to obtain information from them, he would need to use his sect contribution points to exchange for it. The information tower itself could store information, but Crane Gate could not do that. Because if the information tower was destroyed, the information would also be destroyed. The information tower was a one-sided immortal goo house. Like the immortal goo houses in Celestial Court, it only had the power of information path. If it were a complete immortal goo house with defense, it would not need the protection of 2 desolate beast white cranes. Fan Jing's information path foundation was lacking. He could not see the profundity of the information tower. But he could guess that the information tower had arrangements to preserve, transport, or even destroy these goo worms. White Crane Information Tower had the ability to gather information and correct information. Most information could be obtained. Of course, the true secrets were only exposed to the higher-ups. Even though Fan Jing was a Supreme Elder, it was impossible for him to become a true higher-up of Crane Gate. His identity was special, he was ostracized. In the past, Fan Jing was inexperienced and ignorant, but now that he had experienced a lot, he could see things clearly. This thoroughness did not make him feel complacent. Instead, it made him smile even more bitterly. He thus understood Fan Yuan's situation back on Qingmao Mountain. With Fan Yuan's situation back then, he was not favored by the higher-ups. If he wanted to improve, he could only swindle and rob. The truth is, isn't Crane Gate's current actions like this? They occupy resources forcefully. Many of the resource points were once controlled by lone immortals and demonic path goo immortals. And Celestial Court is known as righteous, but it is nothing more than this. Looking back in history, their territory was taken from the mutants. Celestial Court is only the righteousness of humans. Fan Jing thought. If it were any other central continent righteous path goo immortals, they would not think this way, it would be disgraceful. But Fan Jing had lived among hairy men before. Even though he was ostracized, he had experienced the customs of hairy men, he understood them better. If it were other goo immortals, how could they survive and grow in an environment surrounded by variant humans? This unique experience gave Fan Jing a unique perspective. And the hardships he faced in the past had now turned into his wealth. Even though his vision was not broad, it was unique. But my position determines my brain. I like the righteousness of celestial court. Fanjing smiled bitterly. He started to search for information. Desolate beast, golden mountain bull. This is it. After climbing a few levels, he found the corresponding information path. Mortal goo. His divine sense entered. Immediately, waves of information flowed into his mind. The golden mountain bull was as large as a mountain. Only females like to eat gold essence. After eating hundreds of kilograms of gold essence, they would enter a cave and fall asleep. Eat and sleep, sleep and eat? This is a good life. Fanjing smiled. He continued to see, among the entire body of the golden mountain bull, its horns were the most valuable. The horns grew by 10 feet every 100 years. They were tough and curved. They continued to extend until they coiled around the head and neck, all the way to the abdomen. When the golden mountain bull's horns reached the abdomen, the sharp horns would touch the belly of the bull. The golden mountain bull only needed to raise its head slightly, and it would be able to move its horns from the back to the front, cutting open its entire belly. And the golden mountain bull's descendants, golden calves, would jump out of this huge wound. Fanjing's eyes moved. He muttered, "This reproduction method is similar to the rockmen." Fanjing continued to browse. After the golden mountain bull gave birth, because of the huge wound, it would cry out in pain while bleeding non-stop. If the newborn golden calves chose to lick the wounds of the female calves, the unique dow marks on their tongues would allow the golden mountain bull's wounds to heal rapidly until they were completely healed. If the golden calves did not use their tongues to lick the wounds, the female calves would die. If the calves ate the blood of the female calves, they could rapidly strengthen themselves, skipping the period of weakness. Interesting. Fanjing sighed. The golden mountain bull's lifestyle was to eat and sleep, sleep and eat. This meant that when the female calves gave birth and the golden calves saved the female calves would not take care of them. They would eat a lot and fall asleep. For the calves, it was better to not save the female calves. It was more beneficial to their survival. Thus, most of the calves would watch the female calves die. Only a few would lick their wounds and save the female calves. When a cow gives birth, it usually means a tragedy. Although it is for survival, I prefer the calves who save the lives of the female calves. After reading the information, Fanjing had a countermeasure. He immediately left the letter tower. His grasp of this sect mission was completely different from before he entered the tower. He decided to act on the golden mountain bulls according to their habits. Didn't golden mountain bulls like to eat gold essence? Then he would make a portion of gold essence. Others used fishing bait, but this portion of gold essence would be the bull bait. Fanjing was strong. After staying in his immortal aperture for a while, he had familiarized himself with many blood path killer moves. He could already fight against the golden mountain bull. But if he could use 50% of his strength, why would he use all of it? The safest choice was to use intelligence to fight, using all of his advantages, and leaving some strength to deal with any unexpected situations. This was a habit that Fanjing had developed in the years of war. A few days later, Fanjing arrived at his destination. He quietly entered the valley, and placed a huge portion of gold essence at the edge of the golden mountain bull's range of activity. When the golden mountain bull came here, its nose twitched, golden light flashed in its eyes. It quickly found the gold essence buried deep underground. The golden mountain ox used its hooves and its huge horns to dig. Rocks and dust flew as it dug. The gold essence was soon exposed. It was devoured by the joyful golden mountain bull in a few bites. I fell for it. Fanjing saw this and was secretly happy. He waited patiently as the golden mountain bull went back into the cave it came from and fell asleep again. After 3 days and 3 nights, the cries of the golden mountain bull could be heard from deep inside the cave. Fanjing, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the cries. After reacting, he was overjoyed. The poison has finally spread to the whole body. It is working. But he did not enter the cave. He waited patiently at the entrance. The intense pain from the poison made the golden mountain bull go crazy. It charged around in the cave. The entire mountain was shaking. The surrounding forest was in chaos. A large number of living beings escaped in all directions. After a long while, the frightening noises in the cave gradually died down. Only then did Fan Jing enter the cave and engage in an intense battle with the crippled Golden Mountain Ox. After fighting for a while, Fan Jing saw that the Golden Mountain Bull was completely enraged. He left the cave. It was too dangerous to fight the Golden Mountain Bull in this cave. Once it collapses, even though Fan Jing was a rank 6 Gu immortal, he would be in trouble. Moreover, Fan Jing came here to capture the Golden Mountain Bull. He was not here to destroy the forest and kill the living beings. Fan Jing left the cave. The Golden Mountain Bull followed closely behind. The two fought in the valley again. Eventually, Fan Jing used blood turning cold to freeze the Golden Mountain Bull, capturing it alive. However, when he was about to keep this Golden Mountain Bull in his immortal aperture, a strong aura burst out of the Golden Mountain Bull's body. At the same time, a bronze cauldron flew out of the Golden Mountain Bull's body. This is? Fan Jing was shocked. At the next moment, a rank 8 Gu immortal jumped out of the bronze cauldron. A bit of spirituality hidden within gold, 300,000 years of divine light. Today, I have seen heaven once again, righteous martyrdom in blood. This rank 8 female immortal sang as she landed in front of Fan Jing, smiling at Fan Jing. Little friend, it seems that you helped me awaken? Chapter 1832. Immortal Killer Move, Golden Thread Sword. Fan Yuan roared, activating his killer move. In an instant, countless golden threads shot out from his body. Like a hedgehog, they covered the surroundings and shot out indiscriminately. Chi 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 chi, the 3 Gu immortals beside him turned pale with fright. They could not dodge in time, their bodies and souls were pierced by countless golden threads. Plop plop plop, the 3 Gu immortals fell to the ground. They had no signs of life. Fan Yuan was panting heavily. After this bitter battle, he had finally killed a powerful enemy and was extremely exhausted. The world he was in slowly dissipated, until it was completely gone. Only Fan Yuan's desolate soul was left in the sovereign immortal aperture's mini-green heaven with injuries. I've finally passed the final scene. How difficult! If I had not used Unravel Dream at the most crucial moment, and found the tiniest flaw, I would not have been able to kill him. I will still fail. After Fan Yuan's soul returned to his body, he sighed in his heart. This was a dream of the Sword Tao. In this dream realm, Fan Yuan's strength was low, especially in the final scene. Every Gu immortal enemy was stronger than him. Only by constantly trying and making use of the mutual interference and interference between his enemies to create and seize their flaws could he gain a foothold. Eventually, he killed 3 Gu immortal enemies. He had tried over 100 times, and there was still a lot of luck involved. Fortunately, I passed. Not bad. Your sword principle has also reached the Grandmaster level. Fan Yuan examined it, and was very pleased. He had many sword path immortal Gu, but his sword path attainment level was not high enough. This time, it could be said that he had made up for his shortcomings. He believed that in the future, his strength in the way of the sword would also improve in all aspects. After resting for a while, Fan Yuan recovered and continued to explore the dream. This might very well be a human Tao dreamland. Fan Yuan's famine arrived in front of the next dreamland, its eyes filled with anticipation. Extorting and blackmailing the southern border righteous faction was the correct choice. This allowed Fan Yuan to obtain and explore a large number of dreams. The value of these dreams was especially important to him. Because Fan Yuan did not lack resources, he did not lack immortal Gu, killer moves, or immortal Gu recipes. What he lacked was attainment level and practical experience. Famine entered a dreamland. The world in his eyes changed again. This was a battlefield. Smoke filled the air and battle cries shook the heavens. Patriarch, be careful! Fan Yuan had just taken a glance when he heard someone shouting in his ear. Fan Yuan immediately realized that something was wrong, and immediately dodged. However, his body could not keep up with his mind, and a sharp pain suddenly struck him. Fan Yuan fell to the ground and saw a basin-sized hole in his chest. Only half of his heart was left. This? Fan Yuan was speechless. He shouted with all his might. Where is the healing Gu Master? No one answered. Heaven and earth changed drastically, and the sky quickly darkened. In the next moment, Fan Yuan's soul suffered heavy damage, and he was expelled from the dreamland. Using Guts Gu, Fan Yuan's desolate soul quickly recovered. After resting for a while, he entered the dream realm again. I'll dodge! Using Guts Gu, Fan Yuan's desolate soul quickly recovered. After resting for a while, he entered the dream realm again. Clan leader, be careful! The Gu master beside him shouted. Fan Yuan's movements slowed down as he suffered a fatal blow again. The moment he fell to the ground, he realized. The Gu master who warned me earlier was clearly a traitor. He used an information path method to warn me on the surface, but the truth was that he used a mortal killer move to restrain my movement. There is no healing Gu master with me, and there is a traitor. It seems that I can only rely on my own strength to pass this round. In the dream realm, Fan Yuan's strength was greatly restricted. He could only use the methods of the characters in the dream realm. Originally, Fan Yuan did not want to do this. Because he had too little time to react, he could not inspect his Gu worms. Before he could inspect them, he would definitely be killed. Fan Yuan could only accept failure and try a third time. Plop! He died again. Returning to reality, Fan Yuan was vexed. How can this be? I cannot inspect my aperture? I don't even know what Gu worms I have. How can I fight? The dream realm restricted him, making him unable to check what Gu worms he had. Guess? That was not realistic. Fan Yuan tried a fourth time. Different from the previous two explorations, this time, Fan Yuan used Unravel Dream. Clan leader, be careful! The Gu master beside him shouted. Plop! Fan Yuan suffered a fatal blow. He fell to the ground. Clan leader! Impossible! Lord Clan leader clearly has Justice Gu. How can he be defeated so easily? The traitor beside him shouted. The exploration failed. Fan Yuan's desolate soul was expelled from the dream realm again. Immortal killer move Unravel Dream. It only gave me one hint. The traitor beside me added one more sentence. It pointed out that I have Justice Gu. Then I will use it. Fan Yuan explored for the fifth time. At the crucial moment, he activated Justice Gu. Clan leader, be careful! The traitor shouted. Fan Yuan's dodging movement froze. Justice Gu! Piercing white light shot out of Fan Yuan's body. Fan Yuan's speed recovered to normal. He successfully dodged the fatal blow. Huff! Success! Fan Yuan rolled on the battlefield. He raised his head and looked around. This was a village. But there were broken walls and corpses everywhere. The war between two clans? They are already at the point of clan extermination? But Fan Yuan found that he was not the victim, he was the invader. His force had the absolute advantage. This is a mortal level battle, and I am the clan leader. I can win just by commanding the Gu masters around me. Fan Yuan had a calm mind. But is winning this battle the condition for me to pass this dream? Let's give it a try. Next, Fan Yuan was surprised to find that his aperture could be inspected. The Dream Realm character had rank 5 cultivation level, he had many mortal Gu, there were 5 to 6 rank 4 Gu, and only 1 rank 5 Gu, Justice Gu. Fan Yuan understood immediately, he smiled. With these Gu worms, I can settle everything myself. Be it commanding or acting rashly, obtaining victory was a piece of cake for Fan Yuan. Lord Clan Leader! At this time, the traitor ran over with a concerned expression. Fan Yuan sneered. Good traitor, I will kill you first. He immediately attacked, using a killer move to kill the traitor. Clan Leader, what are you doing? The Vice Clan Leader is dead, he was killed by the Clan Leader. I knew it, Qin Clan wants to attack our Shan Clan. Rebellion! Rebellion! Take revenge for Lord Shan! Fan Yuan was shocked. After he killed the traitor, almost half of the Gu masters rebelled and started a rebellion. The scene turned into chaos. A three-way battle ensued. Fan Yuan sensed something amiss. I have rank 5 Justice Gu, I can amplify myself greatly. With my own strength, I can still win and kill anyone who refuses to submit. But this traitor should not be dealt with so easily. As expected, when Fan Yuan obtained a Pyrrhic victory, There were only a few Gu masters left standing on the battlefield. Broken corpses and limbs were everywhere. Blood flowed like a river. Heaven and earth dissipated. Fan Yuan's desolate soul was expelled again. But this time, he did not suffer any injuries. This result made Fan Yuan have another guess. It seems that winning is the standard for passing the first stage of the dream realm. However, there is a more detailed standard for winning. It seems that if the losses are too great, I will not be able to pass the first stage. Fan Yuan had this thought as he entered the dream realm again. This time, he tolerated the existence of the traitor. He took the lead, using Justice Gu and other killer moves. He slaughtered the enemies and obtained a beautiful victory. Lord Clan Leader is brave! We won! We won! Nya Clan was finally eradicated by us. Ha! Amidst the laughter, the dream realm reached the second stage. The hall was brightly lit. Fragrant wine and delicacies filled the table. Dozens of Gu masters were gathered in the hall, drinking and drinking. It was a lively scene. Fan Yuan found that he was sitting at the secondary seat. Qin Clan's leader was sitting at the main seat to his left. What is going on? Fan Yuan was shocked. In the previous stage, I was acting as Qin Clan's leader. This time, I am the vice clan leader, the traitor? This was the first time Fan Yuan had seen this. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Next, he realized, no wonder this traitor could not be killed in the first stage. So I have to act as him in the next stage. But how can I pass this stage? Fan Yuan observed coldly from the side. Qin Clan leader drank a mouthful of wine, putting down the empty cup as he sighed. We finally won! Dear younger brother, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Only now have I calmed down. Ever since I heard that Nya Clan had a scheme to destroy the mountain route, I could not sleep. They could not win against the alliance of our two clans. They had to carry out such a crazy plan. They did not care about the lives of others. Thankfully, heaven has eyes. Those who commit evil deeds are doomed to destruction. These people ended up like this. They asked for it. Fan Yuan was speechless. This Qin Clan leader had a straightforward appearance. He actually did not notice the vice clan leader's disloyalty. But it made sense. Fan Yuan recalled, in the first stage, even though the vice clan leader used an information path killer move, it was disguised as a concerned warning. There were no traces left behind. It was hard to detect. Because Fan Yuan was a Gu immortal, he had sharp insight. He was able to notice the vice clan leader's sinister scheme. Earlier, when he tried to kill the traitor in the first stage, it caused a rebellion. Wait, even if the vice clan leader's subordinates saw the vice clan leader being killed, they would not be so united, right? There have to be some hesitant and chaotic people. But these people rebelled in unison. Seeing that the vice clan leader was killed, they all attacked Qin Clan's Gu masters in a frenzy. They showed no mercy. Fan Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He understood. This means the vice clan leader's disloyalty. He wants to harm Qin Clan's people. It is not a single case. It is the collective intention of the entire Shan clan. Chapter 1833. The wine is poisoned! Qin tribe leader's body shook as he looked at Fan Yuan angrily. Vice tribe leader Shan, you are the one who offered the wine. What are you doing? This change was too sudden. Fan Yuan was stunned. Before he said anything, the Gu master sitting next to him stood up and snickered. What am I doing? I am going to kill you and get rid of Qin tribe. Since ancient times, this mountain has belonged to Shan tribe. Be it Qin tribe or Nye tribe, you were all servants of Shan tribe from the start. Bullshit. This is clearly Qin tribe's mountain. Back then, our ancestors were kind and took in two tribes whose homes were destroyed and forced to wander. Qin tribe's Gu master rebuked loudly. That Shan tribe Gu master continued to snicker. Shameless servants, there is no point in talking to you. It is too late now. Your tribe leader has drunk the poisoned wine. This wine was made from woman's heart Gu. It counters your tribe leader's justice Gu. Without your clan leader, how can you Qin Clan Gu masters fight our Shan clan? Qin tribe's Gu masters turned pale. Their weakness was exposed. Fan Yuan was dazed again. He said to the Shan tribe Gu master beside him. Who told you that the wine made by woman's heart Gu can counter justice Gu? That Shan tribe Gu master was the vice tribe leader's trusted aide. He was dazed as he asked in a daze. Ah? Lord, didn't you say so? Oh? Fan Yuan was dumbfounded. Boom! Qin tribe leader's body burst out with a dazzling white light. His pale expression and anger faded, it turned into a solemn expression. He stared at Fan Yuan angrily as he shouted with a righteous tone. Shan Xing! You shameless and despicable scoundrel! You actually dared to use such a sinister scheme. I really misjudged you. You had eyes but failed to see. I thought you were really willing to sacrifice yourself and hand over the position of patriarch to me for the sake of the big picture. So you were wary of my justice Gu and my strength, that's why you did not use it. Fan Yuan felt a headache as he thought rapidly. Qin tribe leader has rank 5 cultivation while I am only rank 4, and my Gu worms are also weaker by a grade. If we really fight, I am not Qin tribe leader's match. The confidant next to him cried out in fear. What's going on? He had clearly drunk the poisoned wine, but Justice Gu was still effective. Lord Shan Xing, didn't you say? Fan Yuan's eyes lit up as he thought of a solution. Indeed, as long as Justice Gu failed, Qin tribe leader would be poisoned, the poison would take effect and his strength would fall, he would be able to defeat him. So that's how it is. Fan Yuan died to the Qin clan patriarch's attack, but he still had a slight smile on his face. The second scene was another dream. The hall was brightly lit. Fragrant wine and delicacies filled the table. Dozens of Gu masters gathered in the hall, toasting and exchanging cups. It was a lively scene. Qin tribe leader drank a mouthful of wine, putting down the empty cup as he sighed. We finally won! Dear younger brother, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Only now have I calmed down. Ever since I heard that Nye tribe had a plot to destroy the mountain route, I could not sleep. They could not win against our 2 tribes, so they carried out such a crazy plan. They did not care about the lives of others. Thankfully, heaven has eyes. Those who commit evil deeds are doomed to destruction. These people ended up like this. They asked for it. Fan Yuan smiled coldly, saying softly, there is a hidden story behind this. Nye tribe did not have such a sinister plot. I was the one who arranged it. I purposely deceived you. The people you killed were all innocent. What? Qin tribe leader was shocked. He looked at Fan Yuan in disbelief. Brother Shan, did you drink too much? What nonsense are you spouting? Fan Yuan looked at Qin tribe leader eerily. You are too naive. I kept you in the dark. You are an executioner. How many innocent people have you slaughtered? Your hands are stained with blood, your righteousness is fake. You are just a brute, an idiot. Also, you are the one who drank too much. What? You poisoned the wine? Qin tribe leader was poisoned. He clutched his stomach in shock as he fell to the ground. Qin tribe's Gu masters were shocked, while Shan tribe's Gu masters were prepared. They attacked. Qin tribe leader wanted to resist, but his body was too weak, he could only watch. Fan Yuan's aide shouted excitedly. The poisoned wine worked after all. Qin tribe leader's Justice Gu was countered. Fan Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. To activate Justice Gu, other than primeval essence, the Gu master also needed to believe that they were on the side of justice. Fan Yuan's words earlier made Qin tribe leader's mind go into chaos. He doubted himself and felt ashamed. Justice Gu could not be activated. The battle erupted and ended quickly. Shan tribe came prepared. Qin tribe's tribe leader and Gu masters were all ambushed. By the time the hall calmed down, Qin tribe's Gu masters were either dead or injured. Those who were still alive were captured. The second scene passed. The third scene arrived. Fan Yuan was in a cage. The only prisoner in front of him was Qin tribe's leader. He was covered in injuries. His aura was extremely weak. His face was pale as paper. His eyes were purple-black. He was heavily poisoned. Fan Yuan looked at his injuries. He was clearly tortured. He was on the brink of death. Even so, Qin tribe's leader's limbs and neck were chained. He was lying on the ground, breathing in but not out. What is going on? Fan Yuan looked at himself and was speechless. He was also chained up. His body was old and weak. He was skinny like Qin tribe's leader. Even though he had a rank for aperture, it was destroyed and he did not have any goo worms. What am I supposed to do? I am no longer the traitor vice tribe leader, I have another identity now. Right now, other than me, he is the only one in the prison. I need to talk to him and ask about the situation. Fan Yuan laughed dryly. He was about to speak when Qin tribe's leader spoke. Don't mock me, father. Father? Fan Yuan was surprised. He was acting as Qin tribe's leader's father? Then why was he locked up here? And looking at the situation, he had been locked up for a long time. He was not a new prisoner like Qin tribe's leader. Qin tribe's leader continued. Father, I defeated you and locked you up. But I have never regretted it. Because you are corrupt, the evidence is clear, you have no justice, you are not fit to be Qin tribe's leader. According to the tribe rules, this is the punishment you deserve. So it was you who cheated me. Fan Yuan grinned. Qin tribe's leader continued. Similarly, I have never regretted this outcome. I deserve to be punished for my crimes. I killed so many innocent people, my hands are stained with the blood of Nya tribe. I deserve death. Qin tribe's leader laughed bitterly. Dan tribe tried always to force me to hand over Justice Gu, but so what? Their roars, the sound of their whips, and the sound of the branding iron on my skin, in my ears, were the wails and complaints of the entire Nya clan. I would rather they beat me a little more, and let me suffer a little more. But none of this can make up for my sins. It cannot make up for my mistakes. I deserve death, just let me die. This is what I deserve. Ugh! Qin tribe's leader grunted, his head tilted as he died. His death alerted the guards. Soon, Dan Xing, who had succeeded in taking over the position, arrived. He is really dead. Damn it, I can't get Justice Gu anymore. Dan Xing was furious, he gritted his teeth. Suddenly he turned around and looked at Fan Yuan, his eyes spewing fire. Old fool, didn't we agree to persuade your son? What did you do? You're of no use at all. Go down with your son. Crack. Dan Xing acted immediately, he cut off Fan Yuan's head. The exploration failed, Fan Yuan's desolate soul was chased out of the dream realm again. This time, Fan Yuan rested for a long time. The third scene of the dream realm was clearly the final scene. Fan Yuan's exploration failed, his desolate soul was heavily damaged. While recovering, Fan Yuan thought in his mind, in the third scene, I am the father of Qin tribe's leader, but I am a cripple, I cannot escape on my own. The true key is Qin tribe's leader himself. Then, what are the conditions to pass the third scene? Fan Yuan had a lot of experience in exploring dream realms now. He was the #1 person in the world. This question did not trouble him for long, he soon understood. I had 2 different identities in the previous 2 scenes. But the conditions to pass the dream realm are the same. That is to satisfy the needs of the person in question. In the first scene, I am Qin tribe's leader, I need to lead my tribe to victory, this victory has to be beautiful, my own force cannot suffer too much losses. In the second scene, I am vice tribe leader Dan Xing, I need to succeed in usurping the throne, I need to suppress the other party's Justice Gu. In the third scene, I am the father of Qin tribe's leader, he was defeated by his son and imprisoned for many years. Of course, he wants to regain his freedom. Thus, he agreed to cooperate with Dan Xing and persuaded his son to hand over Justice Gu in exchange for freedom. Fan Yuan entered the dream again. Fan Yuan snickered coldly. Qin tribe's leader spoke first. Don't mock me, father. You are my son, if I mock you, wouldn't I be mocking myself for not teaching my son well? I only regret that I sacrificed myself to help you. I wanted you to use justice to lead Qin tribe to glory and prosperity. But you became a prisoner, you did not even believe in yourself. I misjudged you, if I knew this, I would not have faked evidence of my corruption. Fan Yuan said. Qin tribe's leader was dazed, his curiosity was piqued. Father, what do you mean? Fan Yuan snickered coldly but did not speak. Qin tribe's leader shook his head. No, father, you are corrupt, the evidence is clear, how can it be fake? Fan Yuan snickered again. Just because you think it is true, it is true? Then let me ask you, what is going on with Nye tribe? Qin tribe's leader was speechless. Fan Yuan continued, on the surface, I am not close to you, but I have been nurturing you in secret. To activate Justice Gu, the Gu master has to believe in their own justice. Back then, you were too young, your understanding of justice was too shallow, so I had to do this. I sacrificed myself to let you carry out your justice. Father, tell me, what was the truth back then? Fan Yuan chuckled. Is the truth important? Qin tribe's leader did not hesitate, he replied. Of course it is important. Without the truth, how can justice be carried out? That is why your understanding of justice is too shallow. Is justice really related to the truth? Fan Yuan said slowly. Let me ask you, when you exterminated Nye tribe, was there justice? Even if they really had a plot to destroy the mountain root, in their eyes, you are a butcher, an executioner who slaughtered their entire tribe, resisting you, defending their homeland, taking back their wives and children. Was that not righteous? This? Qin tribe's leader pondered. To them, the so-called destroying the mountain root was just a form of threat. They were afraid of our Qin and Dan tribes working together. In the end, you exterminated their entire tribe, but they did not destroy the mountain root, isn't that so? Am I not? Fan Yuan said. Qin tribe's leader was silent. Fan Yuan smiled. It seems that you also recognize that they were righteous. You started a war and slaughtered others, even your own tribe suffered casualties. You felt that you were righteous, was that wrong? You were afraid that they would destroy the mountain root, that way the mountain would collapse, the spirit spring would dissipate, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering, losing their homes. For the sake of the tribe, you eliminated the threat in advance. It was not wrong. Naturally, it was also righteous. Look, both sides have their own righteousness, don't they? Qin tribe's leader fell into deep thought. He had never considered such a question in depth. Fan Yuan observed his expression and changed the topic. Let me ask you, is it righteous for a sheep to eat grass? How is it righteous? Qin tribe's leader was confused. In the sheep's eyes, without grass, there will be no food, and it will starve to death. It must eat grass. In the eyes of the grass, it finally gained life, burrowed out of the soil, and grew with all its might, all for a bit of rain and sunlight. It worked so hard, but was eaten by the sheep. Not only were the leaves and leaves eaten, even the roots were not spared, they were swallowed into the sheep's stomach and digested, with no hope of survival. Is the grass the victim? Isn't it too pitiful? Qin tribe's leader shook his head. Isn't it natural for a sheep to eat grass? I have never felt that grass is pitiful, because this is the way of nature. Exactly. Fan Yuan nodded. The truth of heaven and earth is that big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. It is born this way, it is natural. How is it sinful? There is no pretense of righteousness. Sheep eat grass, humans eat sheep, it has nothing to do with righteousness, it is only for survival. There has never been justice in heaven and earth, only in the human world. Since ancient times, humans have to be united to have more power, to be more conducive to survival, to fight for their lives in the cruel environment. Then, how can we make people more united? Organizations, laws, and morals. We form families or sects, and according to our individual abilities, we carry out different tasks. We mainly use laws to restrict people, telling them what they cannot do. Then, we use morals to provide direction, to encourage people to do what they can. Mothers are kind, children are filial, neighbors are harmonious, and following justice, these are all morals. Whether it is intentional or not, since ancient times, all organizations have been promoting this, because organizations also follow the instinct of survival. In other words, organizations with sound laws, practical morals, and superior systems are more likely to survive. These kinds of things have been passed down, and become very popular. Qin clan's leader was tongue-tied. Fan Yuan's words had truly shocked him. He had never thought of this. He knew that justice was right, but he did not know why it was right. He knew that virtue was good, but he did not know why it was good. Now Fan Yuan told him the answer: justice, virtue, are all created by humans. This creation can be conscious, it can also be unconscious. People follow these standards in order to have a better living environment for themselves as individuals, as well as for the long-term survival of the collective. Fan Yuan concluded, when you understand the essence of justice, you should be clear. The so-called justice is like armor, a tool of humans. You wear it on your body, to use it as a tool. But look at you now, the armor on your body has become your shackles, imprisoning you. Qin clan leader looked at Fan Yuan in a daze, not saying a word. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. Truth and justice, are they important? What is the truth of Nye clan? What is the truth of my corruption? What has this got to do with upholding justice? You need to understand, my son, your justice is only a tool. You need to use it, not be restrained by it. Qin clan leader was silent for a long time. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, Father, I understand. After saying this, a white light slowly blossomed from his body, filling the sky and earth. The dream realm also vanished in this white light. Fan Yuan's desolate soul returned to reality. The dream realm exploration was a success. It seems that I was not wrong. Qin clan's father and son are both clan leaders. They hate Dan clan's usurpation. If I help Dan Xing and persuade Qin clan leader, even if I regain my freedom, I will not be able to pass the final scene. At most, my soul will be unharmed. I will be expelled. Only by teaching Qin clan leader and helping him resolve this knot in his heart, allowing him to regain justice, gu, and escape. This is the condition to pass the final scene. This dream realm is quite interesting. Chapter 1834. Celestial Court. Qin Dingling stood on heaven overseeing tower, looking at the distant celestial court with a reminiscing expression. After a long while she sighed. Even though the changes are huge, it still has the outline of my memories. It has been over 300,000 years. Beside her was Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle had a respectful expression. This female immortal senior in front of her, even though her seniority was lower than Duke Long, she was still shockingly old. She was originally a certain generation's first supreme elder of Heaven's Endy Manor, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. She was supposed to become a member of Celestial Court on the second day, but because of Giant Sun Immortal's words, she was forced to become his concubine. Giant Sun Immortal had a harem. He created palaces in Northern Plains, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Central Continent. Qin Dingling was the immortal empress of the Central Continent Palace at that time. After Giant Sun Immortal died, Qin Dingling mysteriously disappeared, but to think that she would suddenly appear a few days ago. Senior Qin Dingling's identity should be correct, but according to historical records, she should have cultivated Metal Path. How did she become a Luck Path Gu Immortal? Fairy Myrtle had some doubts in her mind. At this time, Qin Dingling slowly turned around. Her long and thin eyes shined with a light that could see through the world. She was not a beauty in the traditional sense. Even though her nose bridge was high, the tip of her nose was slightly sharp, her lips were thin, and her eyes were long and thin. However, all these things mixed together to form a unique sense of beauty that would leave a deep impression on anyone who saw her. Her body was taller than normal people, her shoulders were broad, she stood straight and had a heroic aura. A large cloak draped from his shoulders to the ground. The cape was made of a special material. It seemed to be made of pieces of golden armor that were embedded together. From time to time, traces of golden light would flow on the surface of the cape. The wide cloak accentuated her figure, making her look even taller and more fit. Especially her long legs, they were also tightly wrapped in black and gold-colored armor. She had an outstanding aura, as if she was born to be a noble that ruled over all living beings. When she looked at others, because of her height, she often had to look down on them. She naturally exuded an awe-inspiring aura that made people unconsciously lower their heads, not daring to look at her. It was as if they could only stare at their feet in order to not offend her. Qin Dingling said softly, "Fairy Myrtle, I know what you're thinking. In fact, my disappearance was intentional. Back then, the giant sun immortal was unrivaled under the heavens, controlling the entire era. No one could resist him. Fortunately, he was not the demon lord. Although I was forced to become one of his immortal queens, I also had my own intentions. I wanted to learn the mysteries of Luck Dao from him. After Giant Sun Immortal died, I gained many insights and decided to abandon Metal Path and cultivate Luck Path. However, I had rank 8 cultivation level at that time, and I wanted to cultivate Luck Path. It was very risky. With the help of the Celestial Court, I was given the opportunity to sleep and prolong my life. I abandoned all my Metal Path Dao marks and turned them into a golden coffin. I buried myself deep in the earth vein and went into closed cultivation to comprehend Luck Path. To think that I slept for over 300,000 years, when I woke up and roamed the world, everything had changed. Qin Dingling sighed deeply. Over 300,000 years, the world had changed. The huge shadow that shrouded her in the past, Giant Sun Immortal, had already passed away. Furthermore, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared after him. Right now, the entire world was facing the waves of the Great Era. According to all sorts of signs and prophecies, an unprecedented Supreme Venerable was about to appear. So that's it. Fairy Myrtle let out a breath of air as she showed a joyful smile. Senior, you appeared at the right time. I am ashamed of my lack of talent. I caused the Celestial Court to suffer many defeats. One of the main reasons was my lack of Luck Path. I was restricted and that demon kept showing off his might. Qin Dingling nodded slightly. I have read the information. To think that a demon like Fan Yuan would appear. In the history of humanity, he is an extremely rare individual. However, Fairy Myrtle, there is no need to belittle yourself. Your decision was correct, but the other party is crafty and sinister. He also obtained a venerable inheritance. Especially the latter, Fan Yuan is very hard to deal with. I woke up this time and returned to the human world. It is likely to deal with Fan Yuan. Fairy Myrtle was curious. Senior, what do you mean? Qin Dingling smiled with deep meaning. Fairy Myrtle, there is a reason behind my awakening. Let me ask you, who awakened me? It was Guyue Fanjing. That's right. Qin Dingling said slowly. Otherworldly demons are not part of fate, they are natural variables. Providence used such a pawn to deal with spectral souls' heaven-defying actions. It naturally had methods to suppress otherworldly demons. Just like where venomous snakes reside, herbs that can neutralize snake venom grow. Guyue Fanjing is the heaven path's guarantee to suppress Guyue Fan Yuan. Saying so, Qin Dingling looked at Fairy Myrtle with an admiring gaze. You know very little about Luck Path, but you were able to deduce this and nurture Fanjing to become an immortal. It is not easy. Senior is too kind. I only know how to do my best to protect the Celestial Court and protect the justice of the human world. Ha, well said. This is the spirit of our Celestial Court. Even after 300,000 years, it has never changed. Qin Dingling laughed with a joyful expression. She paused for a moment before continuing. The otherworldly demon Fan Yuan is a variable. Guyue Fanjing is the existence that suppresses him. It will change according to Fan Yuan's changes. Spectral Soul failed to defy heaven, but Fan Yuan escaped from Providence's control. He is getting stronger and stronger. He has no flaws. His growth is shocking. Even the Celestial Court is helpless against him. Thus, to prevent this change, Fanjing woke me up and made me come out. Fate is fixed, luck is a variable. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the Gu Immortal, the greater their luck. This is because with one thought or one action, they can cause huge changes in their surroundings. Fan Yuan is very strong in terms of Luck Path, but you nurtured Fanjing and made him become an immortal. Thus, the variable was large enough to allow me to awaken and restrain him. Next, I estimate that similar situations will occur. This demon Fan Yuan will not be able to survive for long. Saying so, Qin Dingling instructed Fairy Myrtle. You need to focus on nurturing Fanjing and ensure his safety. As long as we focus on this and follow Providence's arrangements, we will be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. I understand. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. All along, she had not been able to deal with Fan Yuan. The main reason was that Fan Yuan was crafty. His defenses were impenetrable. Fairy Myrtle could not deduce his location. Even though Fairy Myrtle understood Guyue Fangjing's significance, she did not place much importance on it. She believed in her and the Celestial Court's strength. Her arrangements on Fangjing were only supplementary. But now, after Qin Dingling's reminder, Fairy Myrtle understood. Guyue Fangjing was the best way to restrain Fan Yuan. Her nurturing of Fangjing's immortal ascension had already produced a good result. It led to Qin Dingling's appearance. As long as she continued to nurture him, more people like Qin Dingling would appear. The stronger Fangjing is, the greater his luck will be. Only then will he be able to trigger more changes. And these changes are part of Providence's arrangements to restrain Fan Yuan. In that case, we will use Fangjing as the main force, and the Celestial Court as the support. Fairy Myrtle assessed the situation. She was wise, immediately making the most appropriate adjustments to her strategy. Oh, there is one more thing. I have many Immortal Goo remnant recipes here. I secretly obtained them when I was with Giant Sun Immortal back then. These Goo recipes are related to Giant Sun Immortal's luck path Immortal Goo. I need you to deduce them and refine them. Qin Dingling took out an information path Immortal Goo. Fairy Myrtle quickly received it with both hands. I will do my best to deduce them, Senior, don't worry. Immemorial White Heaven, 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven. Fan Yuan had been cultivating here recently. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall. Rumble. With a loud sound, a grand waterfall descended from inside by Xiang Killer Move. The silver-white waterfall had a grand aura. It crashed into the rigid will at the bottom of Heaven Form Killer Move. Every drop of water in the waterfall was a will. They had the appearance of a sword. The waterfall crashed and created a huge pit, destroying a vast number of wills. After a few breaths of time, the waterfall vanished. A huge lake appeared on the rigid will continent. The water in the lake was flowing with small sword thoughts. Immortal Killer Move, Swordsman. Fan Yuan willed as he used another move. After this move was used, the lake water rippled like it was boiling. Next, warriors jumped out of the lake one after another. They all looked like Fan Yuan. They held swords and slashed at the rigid will. Each attack created a huge ravine. These two moves had a huge origin. They were compound killer moves created by Fan Yuan. Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall used Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo as the core. It contained the profundity of Sword Path. It was far better than using Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo to deal with the rigid will. Meanwhile, the killer move Swordsman contained the profundity of Sword Path and Human Path. This was created by Fan Yuan after he became a Human Path Grandmaster. 2 hours later. Suddenly, a crane cry resounded in the whole of 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven. The sleeping white crane seemed to have woken up from its dream. It stretched its body and spread its wings. It was elegant and calm. I finally grasped Heaven Form again. Haha, I saved more than half the time compared to the previous life. It seems that it is time to go and find Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Fan Yuan smiled, bright light flashing in his eyes. Good things come in pairs. At this time, he heard Land Spirit of Langya's report. Another luck path rank 6 Immortal Goo was refined. Fan Yuan had not obtained Regret Goo yet. He did not want to advance his Immortal Goo on a large scale. But he had extorted Southern Border's Righteous Path and obtained many Luck Path Immortal materials. He had been refining Luck Path Immortal Goo recently. Immortal Goo were unique. If he succeeded, others would not have a chance. Chapter 1835. According to my memories, it should be here. Fan Yuan stopped at a certain location in Immemorial White Heaven. There was nothing here. But according to Fan Yuan's previous life's memories, he knew that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was here. The Grotto Heaven's entrance was closed. It was hidden in the void. No matter how he looked, he could not find any clues. In the previous life, Fan Yuan relied on Heaven Form to discover the existence of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. In this life, he did not need to go through so much trouble. He could directly go to Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's entrance. Go, Heaven Form! Fan Yuan willed. Heaven Form was a one-legged white crane. Its feathers were pure white like snow, it was untainted by dust, its long beak was red in color. After it flew out, it immediately flew around the empty space in front of it. Information was transmitted from heaven form to Fan Yuan's mind. This information was related to Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fan Yuan soon learned a lot about it. Even though I successfully annexed this Grotto Heaven in the previous life. But in this life, I came rather late, there might be no accidents. If the Celestial Court is making arrangements inside, I will be in deep trouble if I go in. Fan Yuan was very vigilant. After investigating for a long time, he confirmed that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was still a paradise outside, it did not have any relations with the outside world. Only then did he relax, he started to prepare a killer move that he had prepared. After spending some time, the killer move was ready. Fan Yuan opened his mouth and spat. A gray soul ball shot into the Grotto Heaven with lightning speed. It was so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it was just an illusion. The gray soul ball entered Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and charged downwards. Anything that entered Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven would be affected by the Grotto Heaven's myriad beings assimilation transformation killer move. It would turn into a Beast Calamity. The last time Fan Yuan personally attacked this place, he'd suffered such treatment. He transformed into an ox-headed devil god and slaughtered innumerable people, causing corpses to cover the surroundings and blood to flow into rivers. Even though he was invincible at that time, forcefully seizing the Beast Calamity inheritance, he was not acknowledged by the Qilin Heavenly Spirit. He barely obtained myriad beings assimilation transformation and other killer moves. But he did not obtain the immortal goo, he only obtained half of the inheritance. Later, when Fan Yuan saw that the battle for the Dragon Palace had broken out in the East Sea, he stopped attacking here and rushed to the East Sea, but he gained nothing. In the end, he still came here and changed his strategy, taking down the Beast Calamity Paradise and devouring it. This was not only inefficient, it wasted a lot of Fan Yuan's time and energy. Fan Yuan even destroyed a lot of the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven that he obtained. Almost all of the goo immortals inside were killed by him. This won't do. In this life, Fan Yuan used another method to attack the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. He wanted to obtain the complete Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and recruit the goo immortals here, filling up his sovereign immortal aperture and expanding the scale of his subordinates. The gray soul ball descended rapidly from the sky. The influence of myriad beings' assimilation transformation was exerted on it, but on the surface of the soul ball, all sorts of transformation path down marks appeared. The transformation path down marks continued to decrease, resisting the power of myriad beings' assimilation transformation, maintaining the soul ball's original state. Fan Yuan was outside, using heaven form to observe this scene. The gray soul ball had a limited time, because it was separated from Fan Yuan. It was like water without a source. Even though it had a lot of transformation path down marks, resisting myriad beings' assimilation transformation expended a lot of energy. Not long later, it would be completely destroyed. Without the protection of transformation path down marks, the exposed gray soul ball would be turned into a beast calamity by myriad beings' assimilation transformation. It would likely become an ancient soul beast. By then, not only would he expose himself, he would even be hunted down by the goo immortals who came after hearing the news. In that case, Fan Yuan's plan would fail. But thankfully, all of this went through Fan Yuan's meticulous planning. Soon, the soul ball landed on the ground and quietly entered a bustling city. It moved through the alleys, sometimes hiding in dark corners. It was fast like a fish in water. Beat him up! Bam, bam, bam. Deep in a small alley, several rich youngsters were beating up a poor person of the same age. The poor youngster had a thin body, his clothes were tattered and he was covered in injuries. His face was swollen from the beating, he could not resist, he could only hug his head and curl up into a ball. Finally, he fainted from the beating. Seeing this, the rich youngsters stopped. Don't tell me someone died? No, I was scared to death. This lad is too weak. Such a lad dares to get close to Miss Lin. He did not take our young Master Lin's warning to heart. Humph, even if he dies, he deserves it. The youngsters were indignant, but they left happily. Good chance, my luck is not bad. The gray soul ball arrived at this place, its surface rippled. This luck was not an accident, it was Fan Yuan's own luck that affected this place. Seeing that there was no one around, the gray soul ball did not hesitate, it directly shot into the poor youngster's chest, wrapping around his soul. The young man's soul was very weak, he relied on his instincts to resist. But Fan Yuan's gray soul ball was a clone of his desolate soul, it was very powerful, how could a mere mortal soul resist it? Almost instantly, the young man's soul was completely destroyed by the gray soul ball. The gray soul ball quickly expanded, turning into the young man's appearance. It occupied the young man's body, controlled his mind, and had the identity of a native. From today onwards I am young Jean Budu. That's right, this gray soul ball was none other than the soul path killer move, soul penetration. In the past, Shadow Sect used this move to successfully plant several spies in Langya Blessed Land. Until now, the spy's sixth hair was still alive. The gray soul ball originated from Fan Yuan's desolate soul, it could not be sensed by the land spirit, or heavenly spirit. This was the profundity of soul transmission. If not for this, back then, land spirit of Langya would have discovered the secret of Shadow Sect's spies long ago. And Fan Yuan modified the foundation of soul penetration, adding many transformation path immortal goo to it. Thus, the gray soul ball had all sorts of transformation path Dao marks, it could resist the influence of myriad beings' assimilation transformation. However, from now onwards, I have already succeeded in soul penetration. My every action will be sensed by the heavenly spirit. I will have to be careful in the future. Thankfully, after the soul transmigration, I destroyed the young man's soul and seized his memories, allowing me to understand his personal history. Even though the heavenly spirit was unlikely to pay attention to this tiny corner of the mortal world, what if it did? At the next moment, Fan Yuan's clone started his performance. The young man groaned as he slowly opened his eyes. His face showed hatred and helplessness. Damn it! He crawled up with difficulty. He seemed to be gasping from the intense pain from his injuries. Eventually, he held onto the wall of the alleyway as he slowly walked out. Fan Yuan's main body observed for a while. Seeing that this clone was adapting quickly and was in good condition, he stored heaven form and left. He quickly went to profound literature Grotto Heaven. This information path Grotto Heaven was quite troublesome to attack. Fan Yuan's information path attainment was insufficient. There was also a rank 8 information path Gu Immortal guarding the Grotto Heaven. In the previous life, Fan Yuan's attack failed because this rank 8 Gu Immortal blocked his path. He was stuck outside and could not even enter the Grotto Heaven. Like before, Fan Yuan first investigated the situation. There was nothing strange about profound literature Grotto Heaven, it was not affected by the ink effect, there were no changes that were disadvantageous to Fan Yuan. Thus, Fan Yuan instilled his immortal essence and activated heaven form, forming a path of white light. Such guts! Which evildoer dares to invade my homeland? A righteous voice was heard. Next, an old man with the appearance of a white-robed scholar appeared on the other side of the white light path with rank 8 aura. They came after all. Fan Yuan was not surprised. He opened the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance slightly, and let out large numbers of desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. Heaven form could not transport killer moves by itself. Once Fan Yuan used a killer move, it would destroy the white light path. But the white light path could transport living beings, just like how Fan Yuan used it to invade Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Don't even think about it! The white-robed old man shouted angrily, activating information path offensive methods. All sorts of characters rained down like a storm, killing countless beasts. A few breaths of time later, the white light path collapsed. An immemorial desolate beast was in a miserable state. It had just poked its head in when the path was destroyed. Thus, its head was left in profound literature Grotto Heaven, while its body was sent to the outside world. No matter who you are, if you want to invade this place, you will have to pay an unimaginable price. The white-robed old man shouted. Fan Yuan smiled, not minding it. He moved to another location and continued to use the same method. But like in the previous life, the white-robed old man arrived quickly and killed all the invading beasts. Fan Yuan changed several locations, but his efforts were all in vain. No matter who you are, with me here, don't even think about it. The white-robed old man's morale was high. Is that so? Fan Yuan sneered, retracting his hand. Chapter 1836. Immemorial White Heaven. Fan Yuan rode random auspicious cloud, flying in the sky. Heaven form white crane followed him, flying in the sky. Random auspicious cloud was Fan Yuan's lute from Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. After some modifications, it was used for movement. But the auspicious cloud's direction did not follow Fan Yuan's will, it followed the profundities of luck path. The auspicious cloud's path was definitely a path with good luck. Random auspicious cloud and heaven form complemented each other. Fan Yuan had benefited from it in his previous life. He found profound literature Grotto Heaven and beast calamity Grotto Heaven. Not long ago, Fan Yuan had already transmigrated to two heavens. He had placed his pieces in profound literature Grotto Heaven and beast calamity Grotto Heaven. After that, Fan Yuan waited for his pieces to develop while continuing to cultivate and accumulate strength. His chi path killer moves were still being familiarized with. He already had the ability to fight against rank 8 Gu immortals. However, the trump card unlimited chi si killer move was still unfamiliar to Fan Yuan. Other than practicing killer moves, Fan Yuan's main body was still roaming around immemorial white heaven. He used random auspicious cloud and heaven form to search for more grotto heavens. Up until now, Fan Yuan had no gains. Even though heaven form has a wide range, compared to immemorial white heaven, heaven form's range is still tiny. But along the way, I have made great gains. I have obtained many rank 8 immortal materials. This is indeed the best path. I have been lucky all along the way. There are many surprises. The time path clone has made some progress in his deductions? Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. His main body cultivated bitterly but had no results, while the time path clone had made some progress after this period of accumulation. Another immortal Gu house has been deduced. Great! Fan Yuan was overjoyed. He immediately diverted most of his attention into his immortal aperture, starting to assemble it. Immemorial white heaven was very dangerous. Immemorial desolate beasts roamed freely. One would often encounter immemorial desolate beast groups. Ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals were very careful when exploring this place. Some rare rank 7 experts would come to immemorial white heaven to explore and plunder resources. They were all fearful. However, Fan Yuan had the random auspicious cloud, so he had good luck along the way. More importantly, with the protection of the heavens, any danger could be discovered in advance, allowing Fan Yuan to deal with it calmly and easily avoid it. Iron Wall Gu. This was a rank 6 metal path Gu worm. It was the size of an adult's fist and was very heavy. It looked like a rhinoceros beetle, but whether it was its head or back, they were all fanging square with almost no curves. Evidently, Iron Wall Gu was a defensive Gu. It came from Langya Sek's treasury and was being used by Fan Yuan to construct his second immortal Gu house. Iron Wall Gu was the first to be activated, followed by large numbers of mortal Gu. There were many types of mortal Gu, over 3,000 of them. Metal Path and Fire Path mortal Gu were the most common. Almost all of them were rank 5 Gu. Iron Wall Gu guarded the center point, while the other mortal Gu revolved around it and flew around it. A black light that resembled ink rippled out of the mortal Gu, spreading rapidly and enveloping all of the Gu worms, forming a huge black ball of light. The black ball of light floated in the air. Its surface was uneven. The Gu worms inside were flying faster and faster. After reaching a certain speed, the black ball of light's surface became extremely smooth. There were no more bumps. It became very round. At this time, Fan Yuan activated Fire Path Immortal Gu. He activated 3 Fire Path Immortal Gu and a large number of Mortal Gu, forming a fire. The fire was like red weeds. It coiled around the surface of the black ball of light, burning it continuously. An alluring fragrance spread out. Any mortal who smelled it would be immersed in it. They would have endless desires and fantasies, unable to extricate themselves. After burning for several hours, the black ball of light was burned to a dazzling golden color. The previous black color was like the ashes at the bottom of a pot, and it was wiped clean. Fan Yuan maintained the golden ball of light as he stopped activating the fire. He used Water Path Immortal Goo and Wisdom Path Immortal Goo to condense a clear spring. The clear spring water poured on the golden ball of light, giving off a sizzling sound. It was like a layer of cold water was poured on the burning metal ball. But there was no steam. The clear spring water completely fused into the golden ball of light. The golden ball of light's rotation slowed down. The goo worms inside were like golden meteors, flying around. Their trajectories were profound and complex. It was dazzling to look at, but none of them collided with each other. At this time, Fan Yuan took out a second supplementary Immortal Goo. Food Path Immortal Goo, Cook. It looked like a field turtle. It was quite large, about the size of a basin. It had a triangular head and short antennae. Below the antennae were two protruding compound eyes that flickered with golden light. Its body was flat and wide. It was oval in shape. It was dark red in color. It felt like sand when touched. It was very warm. It had 3 pairs of legs. The pair at the front was the strongest. When opened, it was like a pair of thick pincers. Immortal Goo Cook was obtained by Fan Yuan from extorting Southern Border's righteous path. By now, Fan Yuan had basically returned the bodies and souls of the Southern Border immortals. He was exchanging Immortal Goo with the Southern Border clans. Fan Yuan spent an hour before he placed Immortal Goo Cook into the golden ball of light. The golden ball of light expanded to more than double its original size. Fan Yuan's main body was covered in sweat. This was the first difficulty. He had finally passed it. Constructing an Immortal Goo house was not easy. It was many times more difficult than activating killer moves. If the construction failed, not only would the Goo Immortal suffer backlash, the goo worms involved would also be damaged or even destroyed. Thus, Fan Yuan was very careful and vigilant. Like this, Fan Yuan fused dog shit luck, chi luck, luck inspection, connect luck, time luck, and many other luck path Immortal Goo into it. His luck path attainment level was master, and his formation path attainment level was grandmaster. He had already developed an intuition. Thus, during the construction process, if he felt anything amiss, Fan Yuan would immediately be vigilant and defend against it. Most importantly, his method of constructing the Immortal Goo house was deduced by the time path clone using the light of wisdom. It was excellent. More than half a month passed in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fan Yuan succeeded. The golden ball of light exploded. A brand new Immortal Goo house appeared. Different from myriad-year flying warship, this Immortal Goo house was small, about the size of an ordinary basin. It was golden in color, covered in a pure white light. It was indescribably noble. It was a pot. The sides of the pot were as thick as a thumb. The pot's mouth was wide open, but there was nothing inside. Outside the pot, there were 8 dragons. 6 of them were vivid and lifelike, while the remaining 2 were blurry and rough. These 8 dragons had their tails gathered at the bottom of the pot. They coiled around each other and extended downwards, forming 8 claws. The 8 dragon tails were facing east, south, west, north, northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest. Each dragon's claws were attached to the outside of the pot. Their bodies were moving upwards. Their heads were at the edge of the pot, looking into the pot. The dragon eyes were shut, as if they were sleeping. Rank 6 Immortal Goo House, Cooking Luck Pot. Even though it used Rank 7 Immortal Goo, like Food Path Immortal Goo Cook. But the Core Luck Path Immortal Goo were all Rank 6, so this Immortal Goo House's rank was quite low. This Immortal Goo House was recorded in Giant Sun's Self-Luck True Inheritance, and had been modified by Fan Yuan's Time Path clone. Evidently, this was a Luck Path Immortal Goo House. It could not carry Goo Immortals in battle. It was small, but had other uses. In comparison, it was similar to Star Constellation chessboard. Fan Yuan immediately injected Immortal Essence. Cooking Luck Pot buzzed and turned into a golden light, flying above Fan Yuan's head before vanishing. Even Fan Yuan could not see this Immortal Goo House with his naked eyes. He could only sense its existence in the dark. Of course, it was easy to see it. Fan Yuan willed as he continued to inject immortal essence, activating one of Cooking Luck Pot's killer moves. Luck Inspection. There was a change in Fan Yuan's vision. He saw his own luck flowing into Cooking Luck Pot. In a short while, Cooking Luck Pot's luck was filled to the brim. Luck Inspection Immortal Goo is only rank 6, and I have rank 8 cultivation level. This immortal goo alone cannot check my luck. Cooking Luck Pot is also only rank 6, so I can only see the luck inside the pot. I cannot see the entirety of my luck. Even so, there was still some luck outside the pot. Fan Yuan could see it. A river-like luck shined brightly on the water surface. It was like a miniature river of time. It was closely connected to Fan Yuan. One end of the river was connected to the luck inside the pot, while the other end extended outwards into the void. This was the luck of Fan Yuan's Time Path clone. The Time Path clone's luck was quite stable, but there was a trace of black qi that was being produced continuously. This was the weakness of Spring-Autumn Cicada. It easily caused bad luck. Every once in a while, Fan Yuan would have to use luck path methods to deal with this. There was also a lump of luck that was like a layer of pink mist. It floated around the pot and revolved around it. This was the luck of Fan Yuan's Dream Path clone. The pink mist was faint and weak. It constantly changed. It was like a layer of faint light. Only after the Dream Path clone advanced to rank 6 could it compare to the Time Path clone's luck. Other than that, there was also the Dragon Man clone's luck. It was like a purple dragon that swam around the pot. Fan Yuan's clone in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was like a bird. It was gray and dull. There was also Fan Yuan's clone in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. His luck was like a flower bud. It was dispirited. The luck of these two little clones is a little weak. It seems that the Grey Soul Ball used up a lot of luck. My main body and my clone are separated by a world. There are obstacles. In that case, Fan Yuan willed as he activated Cooking Luck Pot. The temperature inside Cooking Luck Pot rose rapidly. The luck started to boil. The two dragons around the pot slowly opened their eyes. They opened their mouths at the same time and breathed into the pot. Immediately, the two luck were sucked into the dragons' stomachs. The dragons moved. They turned their heads and breathed out towards the gray sparrow luck and flower bud luck outside the pot. The two luck shot out and entered the gray sparrow and flower bud luck. Chapter 1837. Giant Sun Immortal Self-Luck True Inheritance had already described the profundities of luck in a comprehensive manner. Generally speaking, luck was divided into 7 colors: black, gray, white, red, yellow, green, and purple. There were other colors as well, but they were basically a mixture of these 7 colors. Luck had all sorts of shapes and forms. They were related to the specific person, the specific environment they were in, and their condition. For example, Fan Yuan and his clone's luck shapes and colors were completely different. Fan Yuan had the complete Giant Sun Self-Luck True Inheritance, and a portion of Giant Sun All-Life Luck True Inheritance. As long as he looked at the color and shape of these luck, he could know the target's condition and deduce a lot of information. Cooking Luck Pot had Luck Inspection Immortal Goo, Time Luck Immortal Goo, Dog Shit Luck Immortal Goo, Chi Luck Immortal Goo, Connect Luck Immortal Goo, and so on. These Luck Path Goo worms were only the basic abilities of Cooking Luck Pot. This Immortal Goo house's main ability was Cooking Luck. The shape, color, and scale of one's luck represented the current trend of change. For example, if Fan Yuan had a thick black coffin luck now, it would indicate that he was about to die. Fan Yuan could use Cooking Luck Pot to boil this black coffin luck and create a brand new luck from the pot. For example, wealth luck, love luck, and so on. Giant Sun's Self-Luck True Inheritance researched one's own luck and how to change one's luck. And Cooking Luck Pot was the pinnacle creation of this true inheritance. With it, one could boil any kind of luck and turn it into what they wanted. However, I have rank 8 cultivation level now. Cooking Luck Pot is only rank 6, it cannot affect my main body's luck. But my other clones only have rank 7 cultivation level at most. Most of them are mortals. For example, Cooking Luck Pot earlier, the effect should be immediate. After analyzing it for a while, Fan Yuan continued to cultivate and practice his cheat path killer moves. Cooking Luck Pot naturally had to raise its rank, but Regret Gu was still in the Blue Dragon Whale's Paradise Earth Grotto Heaven. Fan Yuan could order the Hairy Man Gu Immortals to refine rank 6 Luck Path Immortal Gu, but he still lacked the conditions to refine them to rank 7. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fan Yuan's clone, John Budu, walked slowly. The surroundings were noisy, and the stream of people shuttled back and forth. This is the largest Gu Master Market in the city, Jean Budu observed carefully. Right now, his cultivation was only at the first transformation, and he was still too young. Furthermore, he was short of money. He had only come here to gather information and deepen his understanding of the surroundings. Gu Masters need resources to cultivate, but I am poor. The most important thing now is to make money. Jean Budu looked young, but his heart was full of confidence. He was Fan Yuan's split soul, he had the vision of a Gu immortal. It was easy for him to find some mortal Gu Master's methods of making money. However, after carefully observing for a while, a faint layer of bitterness shrouded Jean Budu's brows. The Gu Masters here are called combat beast envoys. Although they also use Gu worms, these Gu worms were used to cultivate beasts, fusing with wild beasts and plants. There are no examples of Gu Masters fighting alone. Fan Yuan walked around the market, and found that there were very few Gu worms. Most of the shops were selling beast plants. That's true. This Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven is protected by the killer move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. It is very easy for Gu Masters to fuse with beasts and plants. If this was the outside world, to achieve the same result, they would have to pay more than 10 times the price. Because fusing with beasts and plants is too easy and has too much of an advantage, orthodox Gu cultivators have already been buried. Of course, this is also related to Beast Calamity Immortal's intention. Beast Calamity Immortal died from his first myriad tribulation. This grotto heaven was managed meticulously by him in the past. He purposely created this situation to facilitate management. After all, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's human population was huge. If Jean Budu wanted to conquer this place, he naturally could not use orthodox Gu cultivators. He had to do as the Romans do and become a combat beast envoy. Becoming a combat beast envoy was both easy and difficult. The Gu master needed to have a wild beast or plant to fuse with. This was the most basic requirement. Next, he had to go to the Combat Beast Guild and spend money to register as a member. In Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, the Combat Beast Guild was the largest and only super force. If Jean Budu joined, he would become the lowest level Combat Beast Disciple. Above the Combat Beast Disciple was the core strength of the Combat Beast Guild, Combat Beast Envoys. Above Combat Beast Envoys were Combat Beast Warriors. They had to have Gu Immortal cultivation level and often held the position of City Lord. Above Combat Beast Warriors was the only Combat Beast King. The organizational structure was simple and crude. Jean Budu not only lacked the corresponding Gu worms, he also lacked combat beasts and combat plants. Especially the latter, they were expensive. Jean Budu had gathered enough information and had a plan in mind. According to my plan, I will have enough wealth to buy Gu worms in about a month. In another month, I will be able to purchase the lowest level combat beasts. I will buy the incisor rat first, and use it for a period of time. This kind of wild beast is greatly underestimated by the world. It is truly a bargain. With strength, I will be able to join the Combat Beast Guild and use it as a platform to accept missions and rapidly expand my strength. Right at this time, Jean Budu heard a shout. Watch out above you. He quickly looked up and saw a pitch-black object rapidly falling down from the sky. And higher up in the sky, an old man was controlling a giant bird to descend quickly, wanting to grab that pitch-black object. But it seemed that it was too late. What is it? Run! The surrounding people immediately scattered. Jean Budu also quickly moved, hiding under the roof of a shop. Boom! Almost at the next moment, the pitch-black object smashed on the stairs of this shop and shattered. The shattered fragments flew everywhere, causing the surrounding people to wail in pain. Jean Budu was the closest, but surprisingly, he was not injured at all. This is an egg? John Buddha looked at the egg that was as tall as a person and understood. This aura, it is clearly a desolate beast egg. Just as he was thinking, the eggshell cracked and a cute little eagle came out. The little eagle looked at John Buddha and chirped, pouncing on John Buddha and using its tender beak to touch John Buddha's cheek. How can this be? The old man riding on the giant bird landed on the ground, looking at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. Hello, old grandpa, I am John Buddha. John Buddha was knowledgeable and knew that the old man in front of him was a Gu immortal. He did not dare to be negligent, and immediately stood up to greet him. Before the old man spoke, the little eagle that was pushed aside by John Buddha pounced on John Buddha and lightly patted John Buddha's back with its wings. The old man's gaze was extremely complex. He looked at this little eagle and sized up John Buddha. Sigh, my partner has been pregnant for over 30 years. She suddenly laid an egg today. This egg landed here coincidentally and hatched into a little arrowtail eagle. The first person that the little eagle saw was you. It treated you as its closest kin. John Buddha was stunned. He quickly waved his hand. Old grandpa, I am sorry, I did not do it on purpose. The old Gu immortal chuckled. You are John Buddha? Then I will call you Little Duo Little Do. Don't be nervous, I am not blaming you. In fact, I even need to apologize to you. After all, I almost hit you earlier. It seems that this is all fate's arrangement. If my grandson is still alive, he would be as old as you. Oh, Little Do, are you willing to cultivate with me? You obtained the little arrowtail eagle's recognition. You might become a combat beast warrior in the future. Combat beast warrior? John Buddha's eyes opened wide. They shined brightly. He had an innocent and excited expression. He clenched his fists. My greatest dream is to become a combat beast warrior. Old grandpa, can I really do it? Can I really cultivate with you? The old man laughed loudly. Oh, Little Do, whether you can become a combat beast warrior or not will depend on your future efforts. But for now, let's go. Okay, old grandpa. John Buddha followed the old man and rode on the arrowtail eagle, flying away under everyone's gazes. Heavens! What did I just see? Isn't this young man's luck too good? That old man just now seems to be Mountain Cliff City's city lord. He is Mountain Cliff City's city lord? Oh! I heard that recently, Mountain Cliff City's city lord came to our city to discuss something important with our city lord. The surrounding crowd went into an uproar. Their discussions became louder and louder. Who is that young man? I think he's called John Buddha? How can he be so lucky? Sigh, why wasn't it me just now? If I knew it would be like this, I would have squeezed him out. What the heck? John Buddha's clothes are shabby. He is obviously a poor kid. I didn't expect him to be fancied by a combat beast warrior. This is like a salted fish rising to the sky in one go. He even got the little arrowtail eagle's approval. That is an immortal beast, an immortal beast. Yes, compared to an immortal beast, all the beasts and plants in the market are trash. They can't even compare to its bird poop. Some people were so angry that they stomped their feet. They were filled with regret. Why didn't they grab this rare opportunity just now? Some people's eyes were wide open, their eyeballs were red, some people were shouting, spittle flying everywhere. Profound literature grotto heaven. A poetry meeting was being held. The famous great scholar looked at the students sitting in the hall and smiled. Lu Town is indeed full of literature. I see that all the students in the hall are brimming with a scholarly aura. Looks like Brother Zhang's teaching is quite fruitful. Brother Shin is too kind. These students of mine are shallow, they are not worth mentioning. It's already their good fortune that they were able to watch our literary battle. Teacher Jiang of the private school said modestly. Great Scholar Shin pressed his hands together and said, Brother Jiang, we are evenly matched. We might as well stop here. Next, why don't you choose 3 students to present poems? Let me appreciate the literary talent of the younger generation. How about it? All right. Teacher Jiang thought for a while, then nodded in agreement. Instantly, the eyes of the students below the stage lit up. This was a rare opportunity. With 2 great scholars on the stage, no matter how good the poem was, as long as they appeared on the stage, their name would spread far and wide. The drums began to beat. Choose me, choose me. Pass it over to me. Sigh. The drums have stopped. Who took the red flower? Please come up and present a poem. Great Scholar Shen opened his eyes and smiled. Chapter 1838. Student Li Xiaobai greets teachers. Li Xiaobai walked up the stage politely. Great Scholar Shen looked at him with a smile as he nodded. Meanwhile, Teacher Jiang asked, Xiaobai, do you have a poem? There was a trace of worry in Teacher Jiang's brows. This Li Xiaobai's intelligence was mediocre. I hope he had accumulated some knowledge, otherwise, with his usual standard, he would be disappointing. It was fine if he was disappointing normally. But now, it was in front of Great Scholar Shen, especially the first half of the literary battle, it was already brilliant, it would definitely be famous. If it lost its luster later on, even if the world knew of Teacher Jiang's talent, they would laugh at him for not being a wise teacher. Teacher, I do have a poem. Li Xiaobai answered with a confident expression. Then recite it for me. Mr. Jiang was slightly relieved. In this profound literature grotto heaven, it was not an ordinary place, the literary atmosphere was extremely flourishing. Because as long as one made a good poem, even if no one praised them, heaven and earth would reward them. Thus, the knowledge of writing poems was very important, it was related to people's livelihood, status, reputation, and future. Normally speaking, most scholars would accumulate some good words, even if they could not form a poem, they would hide them at the bottom of their chests, waiting to be supplemented in the future. There were also many scholars who made good poems but did not publicize them. It was to hide their strength and deal with the frequent literary battles. In such an environment, it was not surprising that Li Xiaobai hid poems. Li Xiaobai had already considered it. I have a lot of poems in my memory, there are many peerless poems that have spread far and wide on earth. After being polished by time, they have become even more dazzling. But it is not appropriate to use these peerless poems. This grotto heaven is an information path environment, it is best at gathering information. Especially to observe literary aura and talent, almost everyone knows such methods, it is just that there are differences in their abilities. I am lacking in literary aura and talent, before my soul transmigrated, I was an ordinary student. If I rashly make a peerless poem, not only will it not convince people, it will also attract suspicion and investigation. Even if I explain that I did not write it, it would be too late. You will be labeled as dishonest, and in this world, you will be despised and even spurned. In order to attack profound literature's paradise, Fang Yuan had already deduced many plans to deal with various situations. Li Xiaobai's clone did not have enough scholarly aura and talent. It was not Fang Yuan's main body's talent, he only brought a little. However, in Li Xiaobai's memories, there were a large number of famous poems, other than those from Earth, there were also Fang Yuan's works. Immediately, Li Xiaobai chose one of them and recited it. Teacher Jiang secretly let out a breath of turbid air. This poem was written neatly and had substance. It was barely enough for today's literary duel. What? He's not that great. I have been classmates with Li Xiaobai for 3 years. Today, he has outperformed himself. Ha! Isn't that perfect? With his poem as a foil, the next 2 lucky people will be blessed. The students below the stage became more and more lively. Li Xiaobai's poem was suitable for his identity, but among his classmates, there were many people who were more outstanding than him. Especially some of the students who had stored many poems in their hearts. They had racked their brains and carved out these poems. It would be overkill to use them in other situations, but now, it was suitable. When the drums sounded again, the red flower started to move, these elite students became restless, their eyes shining brightly. The drums stopped. Most of the students were disappointed. Why is it not me? Then, their eyes turned red. Why is it him again? The red flower was on Li Xiaobai's table. Eh? Li Xiaobai was also very surprised. Rules cannot be broken, please come up again. Great Scholar Shen shook his head and laughed. Teacher Jiang became worried again. With Li Xiaobai's attainments and foundation, he had already outperformed himself earlier this time, but Li Xiaobai recited another poem. This poem was of the same level as the previous one. Teacher Jiang relaxed. He looked at Li Xiaobai with a gentler gaze. It seems that this student of mine, even though he is not talented, he is hardworking. That's why he accumulated 2 poems. These 2 poems should be his own creation. With his standard, it is not easy to create them. Li Xiaobai did not embarrass him. This made Teacher Jiang very happy. The last candidate. The first 2 chances were given to Li Xiaobai. Sigh, what a waste. If I go up, I will definitely impress the 2 of you. But I am not the one. The 3rd chance, I wonder who will get it. If it is not me, then I hope it won't be those few. The students could not sit still anymore. They had different thoughts in their minds. They were no longer calm. The drum started. The students looked at the red flower. Many of them had red eyes. Pass it to me. Pass it to me. Sigh, it's gone again. I hope that the drum can last longer, and it will be my turn. Dong! The drum stopped abruptly. Great Scholar Shen opened his eyes and smiled. Who will it be this time, eh? He was stunned. A strange expression appeared on his face as he pointed at the last lucky person. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why is it you again? Li Xiaobai took the flower and went up the stage with a bitter expression. He first bowed to the 2 gentlemen on the stage, then cupped his fists and apologized to the students below the stage. Fellow students, I am not trying to snatch it away. I have gone up the stage 3 times today. This is more of a shock than a pleasant surprise to me. I know that all of you are more talented than me, but I have recited poems 3 times. I am truly ashamed. Originally, his fellow students were shocked and angry, but after hearing Li Xiaobai's words and looking at his expression, the anger in their hearts dissipated. Not just that, a portion of them felt pity for this Li Xiaobai. After all, Li Xiaobai's talent and literary aura were inferior to theirs. Wouldn't he be suffering if he went up the stage? Your luck is really amazing. Forget it, recite a poem. Teacher Jiang scolded with a smile. Li Xiaobai recited another poem. It was still mediocre, but the last line of the poem had a highlight. Even though this highlight was small, it raised the level of the entire poem. Not only did the great Scholar Shen laugh and praise this line, even Teacher Jiang was a little surprised. The last line of your poem seems to have some new ideas. How did you conceive it? Li Xiaobai smiled bitterly. Teacher, I dare not hide anything from you. There were only 3 lines in this poem. The last line was just now. I thought of it in a moment of desperation. To think that it caught the eyes of the 2 sirs, I am truly surprised. Teacher Jiang was stunned before laughing loudly. Great Scholar Shen shook his head. Li Xiaobai, you are quite honest. It turned out that he had secretly used a method to inspect Li Xiaobai's literary aura, talent aura, and many other information. He found that they were all mediocre. It is just a flash of inspiration. It is not rare to have some performance that exceeds one's standard. Great Scholar Shen did not have any doubts. Teacher Jiang looked at Li Xiaobai in a new light. He looked at Li Xiaobai with a completely new gaze, thinking. Even though Li Xiaobai's poems are average, I can see that he has been working hard. That is why he has 3 poems. He can still perform on the spot and have a flash of inspiration. It shows that he has potential. But what I admire the most is what he said on the 3rd stage. He apologized to his classmates. This shows that he is proficient in human relations. Proficient in human relations is an essay. This is not bad. Wait a minute. Teacher Jiang suddenly thought. This literary duel will definitely become famous in the world. I am already famous in the world, so it is fine. But Li Xiaobai will also become famous because of this. It would be fine if there were 3 students, but all 3 opportunities helped him. This way, he will become everyone's target. This time, Brother Shen and I fought to a draw. No one will find me in a literary duel for the time being. But this does not stop some despicable people from finding my students to suppress me. But Li Xiaobai was just an ordinary student. Teacher Jiang frowned. He made up his mind on the spot. After I return, I must nurture Li Xiaobai, secretly give him special treatment. In this literary duel, everyone in the world will know that Li Xiaobai is my student. Even though I have many students, he is the only famous one. In the future, as long as Li Xiaobai is mentioned, he will definitely mention me. I'm bound to him now, so I have to nurture him well. Otherwise, Teacher Jiang felt immense pressure. He decided that no matter how much effort and price he had to spend, he had to carve Li Xiaobai up. Even if he was a piece of rotten wood, he had to carve him up to look like a piece of jade. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. Gu Lu stopped his killer move. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a breath of air. It's done. I have already adjusted his immortal aperture's time to the limit. Calamities and tribulations will be very frequent. Thank you for your trouble. Qin Dingling smiled at the side. She looked at the unconscious Guyu Fangjing and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What is it? Gu Lu asked in confusion. Qin Dingling said, I am using a killer move to inspect luck. I found that after your killer move took effect, Fangjing's luck suddenly changed again. His luck was originally like a mountain, lush and green. Fangjing was upright, but now, it has become, a strange shape that looks like a pot lid. Gu Lu was even more confused. What kind of omen is this? Qin Dingling shook her head. She was also troubled. I can't figure it out in the short term. 2 months later. A piece of news made Fan Yuan's main body stop his secluded cultivation, which was rare. You finally found out the exact location of Dragon Palace? Chapter 1839. In the blue sea, waves surged. As the tides rose and fell, seagulls flew around. Plop! With a splash, a Gu immortal dived into the water, diving down. 1,000 feet, 1,000 feet, 100,000 feet. The sea here was extremely deep. There were many ferocious sea beasts here. After 100,000 feet, immemorial level sea beasts started to appear. Of course, there were many precious treasures too. Eastern Sea's resources are truly the best in the 5 regions. The Gu immortal sighed as he dived deeper. After traveling more than 1,000,000 zhang, a gorgeous dreamscape appeared in the boundless dark sea. As the Gu immortal got closer, the dream realm expanded in his vision. By the time he arrived at the dream realm, it was already as big as a hill. Dragon Palace should be here! The Gu immortal had a heated gaze. He had a muscular body and a handsome face. He had a high nose bridge and firm lips. He had golden dragon scales on his body. He had a pair of amber dragon eyes and a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his forehead. It was Fan Yuan's Dragonman clone. Fan Yuan knew that Dragon Palace was in Eastern Sea, but he did not know its exact location in the previous life. In the previous life, when Duke Long brought Feng Kim Hong to try to subdue Dragon Palace, they were obstructed by the 4 dragon generals. Thus, a battle erupted. Dragon Palace flew into the sky and tore through the sky. Duke Long chased after it, causing a huge commotion. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals all came over. At this time, news spread throughout the 5 regions. Fan Yuan had just finished taking down Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. He was moved and went to Eastern Sea to join in the fun. In the end, he was discovered. He did not gain anything. But in the River of Time, a second Stone Lotus Island appeared. Fan Yuan made a crucial decision. He gave up on Dragon Palace and chased after the second Red Lotus True Inheritance on the Stone Lotus Island. However, even though he ruined the Celestial Court's plans, Feng Zhouge used the winds of assimilation and destroyed the Stone Lotus Island. This led to the Celestial Court obtaining the Dragon Palace and suppressing it in the Hidden Dragon Cave. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals were unwilling to lose. This led to another crucial battle in the Central Continent Battle, Hidden Dragon Cave. Ever since Fan Yuan was reborn, the Dragon Palace had long been part of his plans. He had started making arrangements a long time ago, continuously gathering information and making deductions in this area. He had circled out a rough area. Next, he sent his subordinates to Eastern Sea to investigate secretly. Fan Yuan didn't know where the Dragon Palace was originally located, but his hard work paid off. He found the Dragon Palace in this period of time. The Dragonman avatar checked the surroundings and discovered that there were no immemorial desolate beasts lingering around. Everything was safe. Immortal killer move, pure dream reality seeker transformation. He was very straightforward. immediately using a killer move to target this dream realm. His choice was the same as the previous life's Duke Long. He wanted to separate the dream realm and directly attack the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. And in the sky above the sea, Fan Yuan's main body was hidden in the clouds, protecting the Dragon Man avatar. On the other hand, he was letting the Dragon Man avatar probe first. If there were any accidents, Fan Yuan's main body would be able to quickly leave and retreat safely. After all, Fan Yuan was not too clear about the details of the Dragon Palace incident. This was different from when he planned the battle in the River of Time, or when he obtained Tao Shu's true inheritance. What if the Celestial Court ambushed him? Even if there was no ambush, Dragon Palace itself was very dangerous. Because it had Dream Path offensive killer moves, Fan Yuan was very wary of this. Pure dream reality seeker physique bodies appeared from the dream realm one after another. The Dragon Man avatar's progress was quite smooth. But this dream realm was too huge. At this speed, it would take several days and nights to form. Not to mention anything else, just this dreamland alone is a huge fortune. In the previous life, when it fell into the hands of the Celestial Court could not make use of it. Now that it is in my hands, it is different. Fan Yuan's main body could clearly see the situation in the deep sea. A moment later, Fan Yuan raised his head to look above him. After activating his luck path method, he saw that cooking luck pot above his head. This pot was floating in the air above his head. It was slightly moving up and down, like it was floating in water. Fan Yuan could not observe his own luck, but he could observe the Dragon Man avatar's situation. He saw that beside cooking luck pot, the purple luck dragon that corresponded to the Dragon Man avatar was coiled in the air, not moving at all. It tried to open its mouth. It had an uneasy expression as it looked around vigilantly. Around it, wisps of black chi were rapidly condensing into balls of black clouds. This black cloud luck indicates the possibility of death. Looks like the Dragon Man avatar is in danger of dying. Fan Yuan frowned. He immediately started to calculate. In this life, according to the time, I should have discovered the Dragon Palace much earlier than the Celestial Court in the previous life, so I should have acted earlier. Now it seems that I was indeed the first to act. But this process is progressing slowly, but in the next few days there will be a bad change. In just a short while, the black clouds became denser. They surrounded the purple dragon from all directions, as if they wanted to bury it and drown it. Fan Yuan immediately activated Cooking Luck Pot. The dragon carvings around Cooking Luck Pot started to move. It swallowed the black cloud luck into its stomach, then spat it back into the pot. The wok began to boil the black cloud fate energy, and then it boiled, turning it into beneficial fate energy. This luck was then swallowed by the dragon carvings, then spat out towards the purple dragon. With such help, the purple dragon became more spirited and full of fighting spirit. Even though the black clouds were still dense and did not change much, the purple dragon was eager to try it out. Fan Yuan saw this and gasped lightly, thinking, even though this cooking luck pot is only rank 6, it is the peak crystallization of Giant Sun's self-luck true inheritance. It can control the luck of rank 6 Gu immortals. It can even affect rank 7 Gu immortals. Right now, my Dragon Man avatar has rank 7 cultivation level after being nurtured by me. Thus, it is normal for it to affect the purple dragon. But this black cloud luck. Fan Yuan frowned slightly, saying, this black cloud luck is barely affected by me. It is at least a rank 8 level danger. But looking at the purple dragon's expression, this black cloud luck seems to have some sort of attraction to it. Dragons rise with wind and rain, and this black luck is in the form of clouds. It seems that this problem is not only dangerous for the Dragon Man avatar, it also contains a huge fortuitous encounter. Of course, this was under the premise that Fan Yuan's main body did not move. Once Fan Yuan's main body moved, the luck would change drastically. Because Fan Yuan was not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal, once he made a move, there would be a huge change in the situation. Sigh, it is a pity that I cannot observe my main body's luck. The self-luck true inheritance has the killer move luck inspection, from rank 1 to rank 9. But my luck inspection immortal Gu is only rank 6, even if I use it to form a killer move, I can only use the profundity of the killer move itself to barely observe the luck of a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan already had Cooking Luck Pot. He used Luck Inspection Immortal Gu as the core and placed it inside. Thus, he did not need to use any Luck Inspection killer move. As long as he used Cooking Luck Pot, he could observe the Dragon Man avatar's luck. Cooking Luck Pot's rank is still too low. In the future, not only will I need to raise the rank of the Immortal Gu, I will also need to infuse the profundity of the all-living being's luck true inheritance into it so that it can influence other people and objects. Fang Yuan planned to himself. Right now, even though Fang Yuan could use Cooking Luck Pot to help his avatar, both the avatar and the main body were one person. Thus, he could only help himself. That was the range of the self-luck true inheritance. It did not extend to all living beings' luck. Fang Yuan sensed the danger that the Dragon Man avatar was in. He did not move for now. On one hand, he monitored it, on the other hand, he continued to activate Cooking Luck Pot. Even though it did not have much help to the Purple Dragon luck and had little effect on the Black Cloud luck, even if it was a drop in the bucket, it would accumulate and be worth looking forward to. There was a saying, having something was better than nothing. The Dragon Man avatar naturally received the information from the main body. He continued to transform dream realms. Like this, after a day and a half, 4 Eastern Sea Gu Immortals arrived. From the east was a young man in a white robe. He had a handsome face. He was Yang Zihe. From the west was an old woman with a hunched back. She had deep wrinkles on her face. The wrinkles were in a strange pattern. They formed into purple venomous python markings that extended from her face to her arms and her entire body. It was Granny Rome. From the north was a Gu Immortal with a muscular body. His triangular eyes shined with cold light. It was Shi Miao. From the south was a Gu Immortal wearing a black robe. His face could not be seen. He was silent. He floated like a ghost. He was filled with Yin energy. His name was Zhang Yin. For rank 8 Gu Immortals? It's them. Fang Yuan's main body did not move, because he saw some clues from the Dragon Man avatar's luck. At this time, the little purple dragon's luck was completely surrounded by a thick and dense black cloud. It was impossible for it to break through. And within this black cloud luck, there was a slight change. From the east there was the sound of surging water, as if there was a river hidden inside. From the west, a purple venomous python could be vaguely seen. The dark clouds in the north condensed into the shape of a mountain, while the dark clouds in the south were even more serene and serene, spinning into a black hole. There is something strange about these 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals. Their luck is a portion of the black cloud. Did they form an alliance? Fang Yuan did not know that they were the 4 dragon generals of Dragon Palace, because in the previous life, Fang Yuan did not have any relevant information. But soon he found out. These 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals saw the Dragon Man avatar. Their cold and solemn expressions softened. It is a Dragon Man indeed. And you have rank 7 cultivation level. You are qualified to participate in the test. These dream realms are your test. Only by passing them can you obtain the Dragon Spirit's recognition and become the Dragon Palace Lord. Quickly return these dream realms, explore the dream realms according to the rules and take the test. Otherwise we, the 4 Dragon Generals, will make sure you suffer. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortals spoke one after another. As they spoke, they revealed their Dragon Man identities. Chapter 1840. The Dragon Man clone's action of plundering the Dream Realm attracted the 4 Dragon Generals. If it was a human Gu Immortal, the 4 Dragon Generals would attack together, but Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone was a true Dragon Man, be it the body or the soul, they were both flawless. The 4 Dragon Generals thus revealed their identities. This secret made Fang Yuan secretly shocked. In his previous life, he only saw Bai Ningbing controlling Dragon Palace and Di Zhangxing at the final moment. He did not see the 4 Dragon Generals. So these 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals were actually Dragon Palace's servants. They were subdued by Dragon Palace and became Dragon Generals. The situation here is quite complicated. Should I make a move personally? Thoughts moved rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind as he deduced. With his current strength, he had a high chance of dealing with these 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals. Fan Yuan's strongest methods were Chi Path methods, ignoring everything else, just the number of Chi Path Dao marks he had left these 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s in the dust. But they are rank 8 Gu immortals after all. I can win or even kill them, but there will be a huge commotion. I cannot win quickly. Referring to the battle between Duke Long and these 4 in my previous life, the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace has its own intelligence. It can fly away on its own. If I attack forcefully, I might end up in the same situation as Duke Long in my previous life. Fan Yuan immediately deduced the most likely scenario. He came here to secretly take Dragon Palace. If he caused such a huge commotion and exposed his rank 8 cultivation level and Chi Path strength, it would not fit with his original plan. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan looked at Cooking Luck Pot above him. The purple dragon luck around Cooking Luck Pot was completely covered by the black clouds, but it was grinning excitedly. It was about to move. Especially in this black cloud, there were traces of azure purple chi that could be vaguely seen. These wisps of azure purple fake energy are indescribably precious and wonderful. They represent the possibility of the Dragon Man clone becoming the master of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Man clone only has rank 7 cultivation level. The 4 dragon generals are all rank 8, they did not discover me, there is little chance of them deceiving me. If the Dragon Man clone follows the rules and explores the dream realm and passes the test, not only will he obtain Duke Long, he will also obtain the battle strength of these 4 rank 8 Gu immortals. It seems that this Dragon Palace is definitely an enslavement path immortal Gu house. To be able to enslave 4 rank 8 battle strengths at the same time, truly amazing. According to the information from my previous life, I still have plenty of time. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan decided that his main body would not move and let his avatar try to explore the dream and participate in the test. This was undoubtedly a plan that maximized the benefits. Having received the main body's request, the Dragon Man clone immediately returned the dreamscape. This action caused the expressions of the 4 great dragon generals to ease up considerably. Among them, Granny Rong said, "To participate in Dragon Palace's test, your body and soul must enter the dream realm together. Only by having the courage to stake everything on this gamble will you be qualified to become the Dragon Palace Lord." The Dragon Man clone's expression changed slightly, but considering that the main body was watching from above, he nodded and entered the dream realm. Once he entered the dream, he fell into deep darkness. "Wu Shuai, wake up, wake up!" Someone beside him pushed the Dragon Man clone. The Dragon Man clone opened his eyes and saw a young Dragon Man girl. She was pure and cute. She had a helpless expression as she said, "Why did you fall asleep again? Everyone is waiting for you. Don't forget, today is the day we agreed to duel with Vice Qin and Zhang Shuang. So I am Wu Shuai. I have rank 3 Gu Master Cultivation level." The Dragon Man clone immediately inspected his own situation. Let's go, let's go." The young Dragon Man girl could not wait any longer. Seeing that Fan Yuan opened his eyes, she immediately dragged him and ran. They sprinted along the way and arrived at a drill ground. There were already 2 groups of people in the drill ground. They were in the east and west direction. They were facing each other clearly. The group in the west were all human youngsters. There were both males and females. The 2 leaders had the arrogance of youngsters. The group in the east were all Dragon Man youngsters. They were much fewer in number, and without a leader, they were being suppressed by the human youngsters. They were at a disadvantage. Seeing that Fan Yuan appeared, the Dragon Man youngsters became excited. Some cheered while others blamed Fan Yuan for being late. "Wu Shuai, you finally dared to show yourself. I thought you were too timid to participate in the duel." One of the 2 young men leading the group from the human tribe yelled. The young Dragon Man girl who had been dragging Fan Yuan over immediately retorted, "Vice Qin, don't be arrogant. Now that Wu Shuai is here, he will definitely beat the crap out of you." "Enough nonsense, Wu Shuai, make your move. This time I, Zhang Shuang, will definitely wash away the humiliation of losing to you last time." The other young Gu master stood up. He was clearly an impatient person. He could not wait to challenge Wu Shuang. "Wait." Fan Yuan waved his hand, delaying for time. "Since it is a duel, what are the stakes?" he said as he sized up the drill ground. The drill ground's layout was extraordinary. it was actually an immortal goo formation. This meant that he was in a very important place. Since there was an immortal formation, he was definitely in the territory of a superforce. And Fan Yuan's current location was also an important location of this superforce. An immortal formation could be set up in a drill ground. This was not an ordinary level of importance. Looking at the attire of both sides, they were similar, they were clearly from the same sect. This duel seems to be a competition between youngsters. The youngsters here have at least rank 2 cultivation level. Looking at their appearances, they have probably just started cultivating. They are really talented. The one with the highest cultivation level is me. There are also the young human leaders Vice Chen and Zhang Shuang. They have rank 3 cultivation level. They are all young geniuses. Below them is the Dragon Man girl who dragged me here. She has rank 2 peak stage cultivation level. Commander Wu, don't look down on me. I have already brought the stakes. Look, Vice Chen said as he solemnly took out a goo worm from his pocket. Fan Yuan took a look. It was a rank 5 goo. It was called Commander Goo. Commander Goo had the appearance of a sawtooth tree. It was a longhorn beetle. The longhorn beetle's body was long and cylindrical. Its back was slightly flat. There were 2 long feelers on its head. This Commander Goo was the same. Its body was like green jade. It had a pair of long feelers that were 10 times longer than its body. They were like 2 long red ropes. The Dragon Man clone was slightly shocked. Fan Yuan had many immortal goo. He did not care about mortal goo. But this Commander Goo was different. Even though it was a mortal goo, it was a human path goo worm. It had enslavement path effects. It had appeared briefly in Central Continent before vanishing. According to the rumors, Commander Goo's effect was very good, and there were many other similar goo worms that complemented it in a complete set. The Dragon Man clone's attainment level was interlinked with Fan Yuan's main body. Fan Yuan's main body had Human Path Grandmaster and Enslavement Path Master attainment level. The Dragon Man clone was the same. As long as one had Master attainment level, they would have the corresponding intuition. At this moment, the Dragon Man clone had a feeling. As long as I pass this dream realm, I will be able to obtain Commander Goo's recipe. No wonder my luck little purple dragon is so eager. This enslavement path dream realm is truly my fortuitous encounter. Thinking of this, the Dragon Man clone became even more excited. While running here earlier, he had already investigated how many goo worms Wu Shuang had, what they were. He had some preparations regarding the methods he could use. But he did not know how to make the bet. Immediately, Fan Yuan smiled. In that case, come at me. I will let you go first. You can make the first move. Zhang Shuang was mocked like this. Anger appeared on his young face. All right, Wu Shuang, since you are so arrogant and look down on me, I will grant you your wish. He took out more than 10 yuan stones and scattered them on the ground of the drill ground. The drill ground was an immortal formation. When the yuan stones landed on the ground, it was like falling into water. They were immediately devoured by the ground. Next, ants started to crawl out of the ground. Zhang Shuang stared with wide open eyes, using his method to enslave these ants. The Dragon Man clone was shocked. These are not ordinary ants. There are natural markings on their backs. They form human characters. Are they army ants that are being transported? Dragon men were not born naturally. They were a man-made variant human race. Army ants and dragon men were similar in nature. They were not born naturally. They were created by Goo immortal great experts. These army ants were created by enslavement path Goo masters. To a large extent, they could alleviate the problem of feeding them. A small number of army ants could be used for daily training, while a large number of army ants could form an ant tide. They were also very powerful. Zhang Shuang had great strength. He soon enslaved more than 10 yellow ants. At this time, new ants crawled out of the ground. They were slightly larger than the previous ones. They were black in color. Zhang Shuang was overjoyed. He quickly shifted his attention and started to enslave these black ants. The yellow ants had natural words on them, worker. The black ants also had natural markings on them, soldier. Seeing this, the Dragon Man youngsters were anxious. The Dragon Man girl beside Fan Yuan shook Fan Yuan's arm. Brother Wu Shuang, quickly start. If you lose this duel, you'll have to lose your vital goo. The other party is shameless, he already has more than 10 worker ants and 3 soldier ants. All right. Fan Yuan smiled and sat cross-legged on the ground, concentrating on the ants on the ground. He activated a killer move that used his sight to enslave the ants. It was extremely effective. In a few breaths' time, dozens of ants on the ground gathered around Fan Yuan. Among them, there were worker ants and soldier ants. With this result, he immediately surpassed Zhang Shuang. The human youngsters gasped in shock, the Dragon Man youngsters were stunned before they cheered excitedly. Zhang Shuang looked at Fan Yuan in disbelief. When he saw that there were more and more ants in front of Fan Yuan, there were several times his number, his face turned pale as paper. I lost, Zhang Shuang said straightforwardly. But what killer move did you use? The killer move was exquisite and powerful. Most importantly, Fan Yuan's soul foundation was very strong. It far surpassed mortal goo masters, not to mention this youngster. Fan Yuan did not know either, he had just created it. He avoided the topic. Since you lost, what are the stakes? Zhang Shuang snorted coldly, handing command goo to Fan Yuan before turning around and leaving. Chen Fu had a dark expression, he left behind some harsh words before leaving. Wu Shuai, to think that you are so insidious, you secretly refined a powerful enslavement path killer move. Don't be too pleased, we will get back at you sooner or later. Yay! We won, Wu Shuai, you are amazing! As expected of Wu Shuang. Haha, so funny, Zhang Shuang and Chen Fu's expressions were really unsightly earlier. Fan Yuan smiled, he was about to reply to the excited youngsters around him. But he saw that these youngsters' eyes were wide open, their expressions and movements froze as they looked behind Fan Yuan. Father! They said in a soft voice. Fan Yuan turned around and saw a Dragon Man Gu Immortal staring at him with a dark gaze. Chapter 1841. After taking a closer look, the Dragon Man clone realized. Even though the person in front of him was a Dragon Man Gu Immortal, he was not Duke Long, he only looked similar. Even so, this person is likely to have a close relationship with Duke Long. I wonder if he is the father of my identity? Fan Yuan was thinking when this Dragon Man Gu Immortal walked in front of him. Wu Shuai! You have guts, how many times have I told you not to cause trouble, don't provoke them. But you actually beat them again this time. Do you know that Zhang Shuang and Chen Fu are the direct descendants of our sect's supreme elders? The Dragon Man Gu Immortal who resembled Duke Long had a solemn expression, his gaze was spewing fire. The Dragon Man youngsters who were laughing earlier were silent, they did not even dare to breathe loudly, they lowered their heads and looked at their feet. It could be seen that their father had high prestige in their hearts, he was very strict in disciplining them. Fan Yuan could not confirm the true identity of this Dragon Man Gu Immortal, he could only imitate the other Dragon Man youngsters, lowering his head in silence. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was furious, he stretched out his hand and knocked on the back of Fan Yuan's head, he used so much force that Fan Yuan almost tumbled. Fan Yuan staggered, he took a step forward and stabilized his body. Wu Shuai, come with me, come to my study room and kneel as punishment. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal snorted coldly, turning around and leaving. Fan Yuan turned around and looked at the Dragon Man youngsters. They were all looking at Fan Yuan with expressions of pity, guilt, and joy. It seems that I can only follow this Dragon Man Gu Immortal. Fan Yuan thought to himself, he lowered his head and followed. After just a few steps, the world around him suddenly changed. At the next moment, Fan Yuan was in a study room. The study room was huge, there were beautiful and exquisite flower vases. The study table was 10 feet long, the table was wide, there were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones on it. At the center was a half-written banner, there were only 3 words, Long Xing Tian. This Dragon Man Gu Immortal is called Long Xing Tian? No, judging from the length and the blank space at the back, there's obviously one more word. Fan Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Right at this moment, a stern reprimand resounded in his ears. Unfilial son, quickly kneel down for your father. Fan Yuan raised his head and saw that the Dragon Man Gu Immortal was standing behind the table, staring at him with a grim and cold expression. Fan Yuan rolled his eyes and thought to himself, if you had said that earlier, I would have known about our relationship. Immediately, he knelt on the ground with a thud. The dragon man Gu Immortal was stunned for a moment before smiling coldly. Your attitude towards admitting your mistake has improved quite a bit. I wouldn't dare. Father's teachings are reasonable. I'm still young and ignorant, so I can't fully understand Father's painstaking efforts. I hope Father can forgive me. Fan Yuan immediately replied perfunctorily, but his expression was very appropriate, giving people a feeling of sincerity. The dragon man Gu Immortal was stunned again. He laughed even more coldly. Humph! He looks obedient on the surface, but he's arrogant on the inside. He actually dares to patronize his father. You deserve a beating. Saying so, he picked up the paperweight on the table and slammed it on Fan Yuan's back. This paperweight was made of metal. It was long and had straight edges. It was thick and heavy. It was originally placed on the two sides of the banner to make it flat. The large paperweight on the table was about the size of a normal door plaque. One could see the specifications of this paperweight. This paperweight hit Fan Yuan's back, causing intense pain. Fan Yuan's soul foundation fell by a huge amount. And Fan Yuan could not resist. In this dream realm, he was not the dragon man Gu Immortal's match. But Fan Yuan was also very crafty. Following the force of the hit, he fell to the ground with a plop, his forehead hitting the floor with a dull thud. He groaned as he straightened his upper body, gritting his teeth as the pain was unbearable, but he was trying his best to endure it. The dragon man Gu Immortal was his father after all. Seeing this, he could not help but feel some emotions. Did I hit him too hard earlier? Sigh. He heaved a long sigh as he sat on the chair, looking at his son who was kneeling on the ground. He said deeply, Wu Shuai, you are my most outstanding son. Your talent in enslavement path is extremely rare. I nurtured you and taught you. It was to make you a great person. But you threw all my teachings to the back of your head. How many times have I told you not to argue with those people? You are a genius. Your foresight far surpasses people of the same age. I have already told you about the current situation. The sex higher-ups are becoming increasingly dissatisfied with our dragon man race's growth. Even though I am a supreme elder, I seem to be very powerful, but I am being ostracized all the time. Even though you won against Chen Fu and Zhang Shuang, you must have angered the Gu Immortals behind them. These human Gu Immortals will not give me a good attitude. They will be even harsher towards the Dragon Man race. You won against them, but you harmed the benefits of the Dragon Man race. You even intensified the conflict in the sect. You are too reckless. You never think of the consequences before doing anything. You have truly disappointed me. I hit you for your own good, for the Dragon Man race, for the peace and stability of the sect. Do you understand my efforts? Fan Yuan was about to say I understand, but seeing the Dragon Man Gu Immortal's gaze, his heart shook. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal's gaze seemed gentle, but there was a trace of coldness hidden deep within. Only someone as experienced as Fan Yuan could see this clearly. At once, Fan Yuan became extremely vigilant. He thought rapidly as all sorts of clues flashed in his mind. In this dream realm exploration, even though his main body was protecting him, his soul and body were both inside the dream. There was no chance of failure. If he failed once, he would lose the qualifications to become the Dragon Palace Lord. In fact, he might even die. Of course, his main body would not ignore it, but if he made a move, he would end up in the same situation as Duke Long in his previous life. The commotion would be too huge. For the greatest benefits, Fan Yuan was willing to take this risk. He had to be even more careful. This question seems ordinary, but it might be the key to this dream realm. If I answer wrongly, I will fail. My analysis should not be wrong. Let's do this. Thinking of this, a sharp light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. He raised his head and looked at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal. His expression changed as he snickered. Father, I am grateful for your consideration. But for the sake of the big picture, you are willing to endure it. I cannot agree with that. Unfilial son! You are still so stubborn. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was furious. he stood up and grabbed the paperweight on the table. Fan Yuan quickly said, "Father, if you want to hit me, even if you kill me on the spot, I will not hold any grudges against you. But father, asking for help like this is not good for the big picture. You are harming the entire Dragon Man race." The Dragon Man Gu Immortal's eyes were spewing fire. He pointed at Fan Yuan with the paperweight in his hand, shouting, "Such guts! You dare to criticize me! All right, I will give you a chance. Tell me, where did I go wrong?" Fan Yuan was even more certain. He said slowly, "Father! Do we Dragon Men have to be inferior to humans? We have talent, we are born with enslavement path Tao marks. What do they have? We do not need goo worms, with just our bodies, we have strong stamina, strength, and recovery speed. Our bodies are hard, our claws and teeth are sharp, while the human race is extremely fragile. Look at lifespan, our lifespan is 10 times or even 100 times that of humans. We are still alive, but the humans of our age have already died of old age. We do not even need to deal with them, they will die of old age themselves. We Dragon Men are born with such outstanding talents. What is even more precious is that we are united and acknowledge each other. We are not like humans who fight and scheme against each other. Father, your contributions to the sect are obvious to all. I won the bet this time, so should I lose on purpose? Why do these humans look down on us and treat us so harshly? We Dragon Men should have a higher status. In fact, these mortals are the ones who should be inferior to us Dragon Men. Impudent, you are too impudent." The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was furious. He quickly walked around the table and raised the paperweight in his hand, about to hit Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan suddenly stood up. He had tears in his eyes as he shouted at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal, "Father! I cannot accept this. I cannot accept this. Even if you beat me to death, I will not accept this. I will not accept this." Wu Shuai! The Dragon Man Gu Immortal walked towards Fan Yuan, looking down at the youngster with bloodshot eyes, but he did not hit the paperweight in his hand. Fan Yuan had no fear. He stared at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. He was spewing out the unwillingness and hatred in his heart. The father and son stared at each other for a long time. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal seemed to have confirmed something. He suddenly threw the paperweight on the ground. He grabbed Fan Yuan's shoulders. He shook Fan Yuan as he laughed loudly. "Wu Shuai, you are truly my good son. I was not wrong about you. Father? You." Fan Yuan was stunned. His expression was filled with doubt and shock. It was extremely natural. "I will tell you the truth. I have the same thoughts as you. It is just that I have been probing you and did not dare to tell you the truth. I have my own difficulties." The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed deeply. "What do you mean? Father, are you thinking?" Fan Yuan seemed to have reacted. His eyes shined with joy and surprise. It was as if he had just accepted it. He also had a trace of disbelief. His expression was perfect and flawless. But deep in his heart he was sighing. As expected, my analysis was correct. In the sect, the conflict between the Dragon Men and humans has intensified. It can be seen from the fights between the youngsters. That drill ground earlier was an important immortal formation. The higher-ups of the sect must have sensed it. If the Dragon Man Gu Immortal really endured it, how could he not know? Why did he not stop it? Look at the decorations of this study room. The furniture is huge, the layout is grand, it shows the ambitions of the Dragon Man Gu Immortal. In front of the Dragon Man youngsters, he called me Wu Shuai, but in the study room, he called me unfilial son. He was saving my face and prestige. He wants to nurture me into his assistant and successor. Chapter 1842. Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan's main body, who was hidden in the clouds, had a change in expression. My clone's luck changed again. Fan Yuan looked over. There was a huge lump of thick black cloud luck beside cooking luck pot. Within the black cloud luck, there were 4 phenomena. They represented 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals. They were guarding this black cloud luck. The small purple dragon luck that represented Fan Yuan's clone was surrounded by the black cloud luck. It was growling inside. The small dragon was even more excited than before. traces of azure purple luck were being converted from the black cloud luck into the small purple dragon's body. With this support, the small purple dragon's body seemed to have expanded slightly. Its claws and teeth also seemed to have become sharper. The most obvious change was that this small dragon was originally coiled on the spot, but now, it stretched its body and took the initiative to move around, probing the black cloud luck. Moving from stillness to activity, high morale, it seems that the clone had a breakthrough in the dream realm. He grasped the meridian, that is why he is taking the initiative. This is a good thing. It is a pity that I cannot use luck path methods to help the clone anymore. If the Dragon Man clone went in with his soul and left his body outside, Fan Yuan's main body could barely inject luck into him. But now, the Dragon Man clone's soul and body had entered the dream realm. It was completely enveloped by the dream realm. Any luck path methods could not be used. Fan Yuan's main body was also helpless, unless he took away a portion of the dream realm and exposed the Dragon Man clone. Or in the distant future, when his research on Dream Path had some results, Fan Yuan could mix his luck path research results with Dream Path. That way, he would be able to block the dream realm. The dream realm continued. The Dragon Man clone thought about it carefully. He analyzed and understood the situation. After a conversation, he expressed his intentions and obtained his father's approval. He also passed the second stage of the Dream Realms test. However, he still needed to gather more information. In the study room, Fan Yuan said, "Father, since we are of one mind, what can we do to make our Dragon Man race prosper? I believe Father already has a plan, please teach me." The Dragon Man Gu Immortal smiled. "I did indeed have a plan. To tell you the truth, not just you and me, there are also many knowledgeable Dragon Man experts. It's just that it's not appropriate for you to know the identities of these people yet. This is to protect them, and also to protect you. When it comes to great things, the most important thing is secrecy. It's easy to do things in the dark, but it's hard to do things in the open." "I understand." Fan Yuan nodded. "But as long as it's a big plan, there must be a plan. This is the Constitution." The Dragon Man Gu Immortal laughed loudly. He took out a pen and wrote the final word on a piece of paper on the table. Descend. When combined with the previous 3 words, it became Dragon Roaming the World. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal blew out a breath of air. This breath was sharp like a blade. It cut the paper. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal took a small portion of the paper and handed it to Fan Yuan. There was only one word on it, descend. As for the remaining half of the Dragon Roaming Heaven, the Dragon Man Gu Immortal waved his sleeves. The paper ignited and turned into ashes. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal looked at the ashes on the table and sighed. "One day, our Dragon Man race will soar high in the sky, the entire world will be beneath our feet. But now, the human race was extremely powerful, and they were fully deserving of the title of Overlord. Looking at the overall situation, we Dragon Men are alone. We do not have a reliable variant human force to ally with, and internally, we are vassals of humans. To soar high in the sky, there is a process from bottom to top. Right now, we need to submit to humans, we need to accumulate our foundation silently. Our Dragon Man race has just been formed, our foundation is too weak. Thankfully, we came from humans, we have the closest relationship with them. Especially in Central Continent, we have people of the same race in the 10 great ancient sections. We need to keep learning and accumulating to catch up to humans." Fan Yuan asked. "Then what should I do?" The Dragon Man Gu Immortal smiled. "You have already started. When you were still a child, I discovered your talent. I nurtured you to become an enslavement path Gu Master. Now that your enslavement path attainment has reached a higher level, I have already made arrangements for you to participate in Green Antiseptic's disciple recruitment ceremony." "Green Antiseptic?" Fan Yuan pretended not to understand, but he realized internally. He thought of a title, Ju Immortal Couple. These two were husband and wife. They were famous lone immortal great experts in Central Continent's history. The man was called Green Antiseptic, the woman was Wine Fairy. They were childhood sweethearts, they had nothing to do with each other. They were mortals, but they had their own immortal destinies. Because of a disaster, they were separated when they were young, they missed each other, and thought that the other was dead. After becoming a Gu immortal, the man and woman did not marry. Heaven was on their side, they met each other by chance, they were filled with disbelief and joy, they felt like they were in a dream. After both of them shared their feelings, the woman smiled and said to the man, "I still remember when you were a child, you liked to play with mud and fight ants." The man also smiled. "When I was young, your family opened a tavern, your family was better off than mine. When you were young, you carried a pole and went around the streets to sell wine. I have always been with you, I really want to stay with you until we grow old." Thus, the man called himself Green Antiseptic, the woman also changed her name to Wine Fairy. Both of them were talented and had excellent moral character. After cultivating together, they were in harmony with the zither and the zither and the zither. The Dragoman Gu Immortal continued. Green Antiseptic had once lost a bet with Hongjin of the 10 great ancient sects. He agreed to take in a disciple and pass on his legacy. Now, according to the agreement, it is time to take in a disciple. But the 10 great ancient sects have not decided on a suitable candidate, because the Gu Immortal involved, Hongjin, had already died from tribulation. Green Antiseptic is a human great expert, but he is a lone cultivator. If my son can become his only disciple, not only will he be able to learn his enslavement path methods, he will also have a relationship with Ju-yi immortal couple. In the future, if the Dragoman race faces any difficulties, these 2 rank 8 great experts will be of great help. So that's it, I understand. Fan Yuan paused before continuing. I will do my best to become Green Antiseptic's disciple. The Dragoman Gu Immortal nodded. Good, the disciple recruitment ceremony will be at the beginning of next month. You will go into closed cultivation during this period. I will invite many teachers to help you train. The second stage of the dream realm faded, the third stage arrived. Tall mountains stood tall, clouds and mist shrouded them. In a green bamboo forest, in front of a thatched hut, there was a small empty space, but the young generation of the 10 great ancient sects were squeezed together. These people were all young geniuses with great talent, they were all here to compete for the position of Green Antiseptic's disciple. Fan Yuan was dazed for a moment, he looked around and found that he was among the youngsters. But most of the human youngsters subconsciously distanced themselves from him, he only had 2 Dragoman tribesmen with him. At the center of the empty space, 2 young Gu masters were fighting. Fan Yuan immediately recognized one of them, he thought. Isn't that Zhang Xuan? Right now, Zhang Xuan was at a disadvantage. His opponent was a girl with yellow eyebrows and hair, she had a beautiful appearance. Her eyes were shining brightly. Fan Yuan had just arrived at the 3rd stage of the dream realm. He did not understand the situation. He immediately asked, "Who do you think will win?" The 2 Dragoman youths from his tribe heard this. The one on the left had green scales, he said. Wu Shuai, you are looking down on us too much. Even though we were both eliminated and only you advanced, the situation is clear now. But the situation is clear. In another 10 rounds, Zhang Xuan will lose without a doubt. The green-scaled Dragoman youngster was more arrogant. His tone was cold. The yellow-scaled youngster was much gentler, he consoled. Qing Xuan, why are you like this? A win is a win, a loss is a loss. You lost, why are you still bickering? Brother Wu Shuai is not asking this to find trouble with you. The green-scaled youngster, Qing Xuan, was indignant, he gritted his teeth. That is because of the humans' craftiness. They saw that I was strong and arranged for those 3 humans to fight me one after another, causing my strength to fall so that Tai Qin could easily defeat me. Huang Wei, can't you tell? The yellow-scaled youngster sighed. How can I not know? Both of us were obstructed, but that was because we were not strong enough. If we were as strong as Brother Wu Shuai, so what if we were obstructed? Brother Wu Shuai still made it to the finals. Fan Yuan listened quietly, thinking. The green-scaled youngster is called Qing Xuan, the yellow-scaled youngster is called Huang Wei, but I have already made it to the finals. At this time, Huang Wei said, Brother Wu Shuai, I admire your enslavement path attainment. However, your next enemy is not to be underestimated. Lady Tai Qin is also very strong, on par with Brother Wu Shuai. But Brother Wu Shuai fought relentlessly, you won the blood battles step by step and advanced. Meanwhile, your opponent was protected the entire time. Only in this battle did you meet a strong opponent like Zhang Shuang. Fan Yuan understood now. The yellow-browed double-pupil young lady Tai Qin was his next opponent. He had a heavy mood. Because after observing for a while, he had a lot of estimations. This Tai Qin is clearly an enslavement path master. Most of the time, she deploys her troops without thinking, following her instincts. It is usually very effective. She is a strong opponent. Fan Yuan's enslavement path was only at master level. This made him slightly regretful. If he knew this would happen, his main body would have made preparations and raised his enslavement path realm. But who could have predicted that such a situation would occur? I lost. A moment later, Zhang Shuang cupped his fists with a pale face. His body was shaking. Thanks for letting me win. The young lady Taiyan returned the greeting with an indifferent expression. She then turned to stare at Fan Yuan. Finally, it was the final battle. Fan Yuan walked up. He brushed past Zhang Shuang. Zhang Shuang had a complicated expression. He wanted to encourage Fan Yuan as they were from the same sect after all, but thinking about Fan Yuan's Dragonman identity, he only opened his mouth but did not say anything. After resting for a while, the double Fangjing style started. The youngsters formed a tight circle, paying close attention to the battle. Chapter 1843. Fan Yuan immediately used all his strength to enslave these ants. Tai Qin did the same. These ants were invented by Green Antiseptic. His disciple selection test was naturally to see who was better at controlling ants. Fan Yuan controlled 38 worker ants and 6 soldier ants. With a thought, he controlled his army and charged towards Tai Qin. Tai Qin also had over 30 worker ants and 5 soldier ants. Her tactic was different from Fan Yuan. She used worker ants to build an ant nest and soldier ants to protect them. Fan Yuan had a slight advantage in terms of military strength. His tactic was also very radical, causing the youths to exclaim in shock. Tai Qin frowned and panicked. Why does this Dragonman youth Wu Shuai seem to have changed into a different person? So radical! She quickly mobilized her troops, first sending out worker ants from the ant nest, followed by the soldier ants that were outside to defend. They were prepared to rely on the unfinished fortifications to defend to the death. Soon, the two armies clashed. An intense battle ensued. I did not expect such a situation to occur at the start. Wu Shuai's tactic is completely different from before. This is too risky. That's right. As long as Tai Qin can defend against this wave of attacks, she will have a huge advantage. Wu Shuai did not build an ant nest, but Tai Qin did. This is the difference between them. Now, it will depend on their ant manipulation techniques. Because this is the early stage, 1 or 2 ants will tilt the scales of victory. Even though Wu Shuai is strong, Tai Qin has deep attainments. They are evenly matched. In my opinion, Tai Qin has a high chance of winning. How can Wu Shuai be so rash? However, moments later, the victor was decided. Tai Qin suffered more losses. She slowly retreated while Fan Yuan's side pressed forward. How is this possible? Wu Shuai is actually superior to Tai Qin. Did Tai Qin make a mistake? She did not. Tai Qin is performing normally, but Wu Shuai has exceeded it. Did he use some enslavement path method, or is he at this level to begin with? No wonder he has the confidence to charge forward. Tai Qin's expression was solemn. As she retreated, Fan Yuan took the chance to kill more ants. When she retreated into the incomplete ant nest, she only had 12 ants left. It was a pitiful sight. Of course, Fan Yuan was only slightly better. There were only a few tunnels to the ant nest, and Tai Qin naturally knew her own ant nest like the back of her hand. She deployed her troops at the important areas, and at the same time, she split her attention to enslave the ants outside. Fan Yuan thought for a while, but he was not in a hurry to attack. Now that he had trapped the enemy was like a turtle in a jar. Fan Yuan did not understand the layout of the ant nest. If he attacked rashly, it would not be good if he only had a few troops. Thus, he split his troops to guard the entrances, surrounding the ant nest and activating enslavement path killer moves to enslave the ants outside. Ants kept emerging from the ground. At first, there were worker ants, then soldier ants, and now arrow ants. The arrow ants could shoot out sharp thorns from their mouthparts. After shooting out the 3 spikes, the arrow ant would be extremely weak, and it wouldn't even be able to defeat the worker ants. Even so, the arrow ants were still an extremely powerful unit, and they could often defeat many with fewer troops. If they reached a certain scale and shot arrows together in battle, they would be even more threatening. The arrow ants are something that both sides will fight for. That's right, if Tai Chin had the arrow ants, she could have killed all of the ants at the entrance. That way, the troops inside and outside would be able to fight back. Even though Wu Shuai has the upper hand, it is not stable. He can easily turn the situation around. It is a pity, if there were armor ants instead of arrow ants, Wu Shuai would be able to use the armor ants to attack the enemy and destroy the ant nest. The youngsters discussed as they whispered to each other. The competition between the two was the most popular ant manipulation game currently. At the start of the ant manipulation game, worker ants and soldier ants would appear, but after that, ant species would appear randomly. These new ants not only tested the enslavement attainment of both sides, they also tested the Gu Master's understanding of ants and the overall situation of the battle. Fan Yuan and Tai Chin fought with all their might, but Fan Yuan still had the upper hand. The youngsters were all shocked, they could not believe it. This place has a Gu formation, both sides are facing each other, the closer the ant is, the easier it is to enslave it. Tai Chin enslaved the ants around her, while Wu Shuai is far away. How could he have the upper hand? Is this Wu Shuai's true strength? How strong is he? We worked together to weaken him earlier. To think that he had such strength. Doesn't he feel tired? If it was the real Wu Shuai, he might feel tired, but Fan Yuan did not. Fan Yuan had just entered the stream realm. He was in a good state. Especially his soul, it was formed from the main body's split soul. After that, even though he turned into a dragon man's soul and did not cultivate, his foundation was deep and extraordinary. The foundation of the soul directly affected the effect of enslavement path. For example, before the ambush in southern border, Fan Yuan's main body could not enslave many immemorial year beasts, but now, he could easily enslave over 20. In the battle of arrow ants, Tai Chin lost. The arrow ants that she enslaved while she was distracted were all destroyed by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan not only had arrow ants, he also had worker ants and soldier ants to cooperate with his arrow ants. Tai Chin was at a disadvantage in terms of military strength, she was in a very passive situation. But fortunately, arrow ants were not outstanding in offense, especially in an ant nest with many tunnels. Even though I have accumulated an advantage, it is not a big one, especially during this period of time. Tai Chin will definitely use the worker ants to build the nest. Fan Yuan looked like he was being aggressive, but he was actually trying to win steadily. All tactics were built on the foundation of knowing oneself and the enemy. Next, as long as armor ants appear, I will be able to attack and destroy the nest. Even if it is not armor ants and other species appear, as long as it is not cannon ants, I can use my military strength to win. Fan Yuan had a good plan. His chances of winning were very high, even though the youths were not willing to see it, they had to admit the truth. Dragon Man Wu Shuai is about to succeed. I did not expect the finals to end like this. I did not expect Wu Shuai to have hidden so much strength, he is indeed amazing. Sigh. Such a pity, the great green antiseptic's enslavement path inheritance is actually going to a dragon man. Tai Chin's expression was extremely grim, she stared at the battlefield without blinking. She also realized that she was on the verge of defeat, but she did not want to give up. She gritted her teeth, an intense thought lingered in her mind. If I lose to a dragon man like Wu Shuai, I might as well have lost to Zhang Shuang in the previous round. I cannot lose, I do not want to lose. Right at this moment, traces of clouds suddenly appeared in the sky above the battlefield. The clouds quickly gathered and turned into lumps of green clouds. A few breaths later, acid rain started to fall from the green clouds. Fan Yuan's gaze turned cold, the youths were in an uproar. The change this time is actually not the appearance of ants, but the battlefield. If there was an earthquake, Tai Chin would be finished without Wu Shuai's attack. If there were other changes, it would only maintain the situation. But the acid rain. That's right, Tai Chin's ants are all in the nest, while Wu Shuai's army is exposed outside, being corroded by the acid rain. Wu Shuai is starting to create an ant nest. It is too late. This acid rain allowed Tai Chin to turn the situation around. Wu Shuai's advantage that he took a risk to create is gone. With the help of the acid rain, Tai Chin was finally able to turn the situation around. Fan Yuan had to pull back his troops and create an ant nest to avoid the acid rain. After the acid rain, armor ants appeared, but no matter how many enslaved Fan Yuan managed to get, he missed the best opportunity. But after a few rounds, Fan Yuan used his soul foundation to suppress Tai Chin. After a few small victories, the accumulated advantage forced Tai Chin to the brink of defeat again. In a huge battle, Tai Chin gathered her remaining troops and resisted stubbornly, but suddenly, an ant queen emerged from the ground. To subdue a wild ant queen, not only did the Gu master need to use enslavement path methods, he also needed to use troops to beat the ant queen until it lost its temper. The ant queen appeared at the center of Tai Chin's troops. Fan Yuan immediately attacked, but no matter how many troops he had, he could not break through Tai Chin's few remaining defenses. Tai Chin used all her strength, using methods that would harm herself. She finally subdued the ant queen. Even though the ant queen was half crippled, it had a special ability. The ants on its side moved faster, had thicker defenses, and had stronger attacks. Their overall strength rose by a huge margin. Fan Yuan's ants did not receive any amplification, even though he had a lot of them. They were just cannon fodder. After attacking for a long time without success, Fan Yuan chose to retreat. He left behind a group of troops to fight against Tai Chin again. Since the ant queen appeared, it would not be just one. Sure enough, new ant kings soon appeared in the field and were obtained by both parties. As such, the battle entered a stalemate again. Both sides controlled more and more ants. They created ant nests and occupied the battlefield while controlling their troops to attack each other. Tai Chin's expression was pale. Fan Yuan was not much better either. But with his rich experience, he slowly gained the upper hand. Rumble! Just as Fan Yuan was about to launch a decisive attack, an earthquake occurred on the battlefield. Fan Yuan suffered heavy losses. 80 to 90% of his ant nests were destroyed. Even though Tai Chin suffered the same, she did not have many ant nests to begin with. Her losses were much lighter than Fan Yuan's. Both sides returned to the same level. The youths were in an uproar. It's like this again. Whenever she is at a disadvantage, something will happen to help Tai Chin. Isn't Tai Chin's luck a little too good? It has already happened 3 times in a row. Could it be that someone is cheating? How is that possible? This battlefield was personally created by Green Antiseptic. If Tai Chin could cheat, she would have defeated Wu Shuai long ago. Fan Yuan's gaze became even colder. I'm in trouble, he thought. According to his luck, even if he lost contact with his main body, he would not be so unlucky. The biggest possibility is that the dream realm manifests, forcing me to fail and not be able to defeat Tai Chin. That is why, whenever I am about to win, the dream realm will change, causing me to lose the chance of victory. In that case, should I purposely hold back and accept defeat? If it was during normal times, he would be able to probe like this. But now, the Dragon Man clone only had one chance. If he guessed wrongly, it would be the same as him giving up. If that happened, the Dragon Man clone would be trapped in the dream realm, and his main body would have to take action. The main body and the 4 great dragon generals would fight intensely, and the situation would go out of control, causing the Dragon Palace to fly away. Fan Yuan's previous plan would also fail. What should he do? Chapter 1844. Celestial Court. Qin Dingling floated in the sky. Her expression was extremely solemn. She had prepared this killer move for 3 days and 3 nights. Go! At the next moment, she finally erupted. A grand golden light shot out. The golden light was like a 5-tailed peacock. It chirped lightly and spread its wings to fly. When this golden light flew to a certain place in the sky, it suddenly exploded, turning into countless specks of light. Among the specks of light, A huge tunnel could be vaguely seen. Fairy Myrtle, who was beside Qin Ding Ling, turned pale. There really is such a tunnel! Qin Ding Ling's 7 orifices were bleeding. Her body was swaying and her expression was pale. She retreated to rest. Thank you for your hard work. Duke Long was also present. He was moved. Qin Ding Ling took in a few breaths, sighing. That was close. If I had not soul-searched Zhao Lianyun and obtained some information about Giant Sun All-Life Luck True Inheritance, with my own attainment, I would not have been able to discover Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements here. Duke Long snorted coldly. This Giant Sun Immortal is scheming against us. He pretended to visit Celestial Court back then, but he actually set up this trap. This Luck Path True Inheritance is truly profound. The huge Celestial Court actually did not discover it. But Providence still belongs to our Celestial Court. At the crucial moment, Fairy Qin woke up and saw through Giant Sun Immortal's scheme. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply. According to this arrangement, Giant Sun Immortal opened up a path in Celestial Court. Once he activates it, Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals might directly attack Celestial Court. Yes, this is the style of Northern Plains barbarians, Duke Long said. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light. But since we discovered this, we can make arrangements against it. We can even play along and ambush Northern Plains. This will be of great help to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention in a few years. Qin Ding Ling had made a great contribution, but her expression was still gloomy. She sighed and said, The Giant Sun Immortal has 3 true inheritances of self-fate, all beings' fate, and heaven and earth fate. In order to deal with him, I focused on cultivating the fate of all living beings and cultivated bitterly for so many years. I originally thought that I was on par with him. In the end, it made me realize just how big of a gap there is between us. Fairy Myrtle advised. The venerables of the past cannot be judged with common sense. Senior, it is the fortune of the Celestial Court that you have such attainments in Luck Path. It has made up for the historical regret of the Celestial Court. From now on, the Celestial Court will also have a Luck Dao True Inheritance that they can take out, Qin Ding Ling said. In order to prevent any accidents, I have already sent my Luck Path True Inheritance into the Immortal Treasury. However, it would be best to obtain the true inheritance of the Giant Sun Immortal. It is a pity that even though Zhao Lianyun saw the All Beings' Fate True Inheritance in Imperial Court Blessed Land, his knowledge was limited and he could only see bits and pieces of it. That Ma Hongyun is possessed by fortune, he definitely knows more. It is a pity that he was captured by Fan Yuan. Mentioning Fan Yuan, Fairy Myrtle frowned. Speaking of which, Fan Yuan has not shown himself for some time. We have already made strict arrangements in the River of Time, but Fan Yuan has not shown himself. He has myriad-year flying warship, but he does not seem to have much enthusiasm for Red Lotus True Inheritance. Is it because we cannot find his traces, or is he? Mentioning Red Lotus True Inheritance, Duke Long also frowned. He said solemnly, Then prepare for the worst, assume that Fan Yuan has obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance. To subdue Fan Yuan, in my opinion, the focus is still on Guyue Fangjing. Qin Ding Ling smiled. Different from the previous life, Guyue Fangjing received the greatest attention. He had already entered the eyes of Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle. With the arrangements of the Celestial Court and a large amount of resources, Guyue Fangjing's strength was also rapidly rising. Immortal Killer Move, Blood Turns Cold. The 3 desolate beasts' movements became slower and slower. They eventually froze and fell to the ground, moaning. The victor, Guyue Fangjing, floated in the air, looking down at the 3 desolate beasts lying on the ground. He was dressed in a gray robe. He was completely unharmed. Blood Path Killer moves are truly amazing. Zhao Lianyun was standing beside him. Fangjing cupped his fists. It is all thanks to Fairy Spirit Affinity's help, otherwise, I would not have so many opportunities to fight. Zhao Lianyun smiled. We have the same goal, we should work together, right? Similar to the previous life, this time, Zhao Lianyun took the initiative to befriend Fangjing. Zhao Lianyun loved Ma Hongyun, but Ma Hongyun was killed by Fan Yuan. Even though the latter was dead, his soul still existed. There was a chance of revival. The celestial court worships providence. They do not want Hong Yun to revive. If he revives, wouldn't that be going against fate? Even though I became the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, the celestial court still treats me as a chess piece. They keep using me. Earlier, that female immortal Qin Dingling wantonly soul-searched me. That is the best proof. In this aspect, I am in the same situation as Fang Jing. We are both chess pieces. It is just that the celestial court values Fang Jing more. So, if I want to revive Hong Yun, I can only rely on myself and find an opportunity. Zhao Lianyun had his own plans. Zhao Lianyun knew his situation. Fang Jing was no longer naive. He had experienced a lot. He also understood his own situation. He understood why Zhao Lianyun befriended him. Fang Jing did not dislike Zhao Lianyun. They were in the same situation. He could empathize with him. As the two spoke, Guyue Fang Jing kept the 3 desolate beasts into his immortal aperture. The 3 desolate beasts did not die. After he grasped control of the killer move Blood Turns Cold, it became the best method to capture enemies alive. Fang Jing had put in a lot of effort into this killer move. Originally, Fairy Myrtle's plan to nurture Guyue Fang Jing was to let him cultivate in seclusion. But after Qin Dingling woke up, she persuaded Fairy Myrtle to change her plan. This time, Guyue Fang Jing had accepted the sex's mission to suppress the 3 desolate beasts. Now that the mission was completed, Fang Jing planned to clean up the battlefield before returning to Fei He Mountain. But he did not expect to find a secret passage in the desolate beasts' nests. To prevent any young desolate beasts from being left in the depths of the passage, Fang Jing and Zhao Lianyun discussed for a while before flying into the passage. The result surprised the two. This passage was far deeper than they had imagined. The two continued to fly downwards. The passage became wider. It could contain mountains and seas. This should be an earth trench. The 3 desolate beasts on the surface should not be related to this earth trench. Zhao Lianyun analyzed. Fang Jing nodded, but he still had some doubts. I guess so too. But this earth trench is quite strange. Logically speaking, it should be filled with life, beasts and plants. But we have been flying down for so long, but we have not seen any living beings. There is definitely something strange about this earth trench. Let's take a look. Zhao Lianyun had wanted to return, but hearing Fang Jing's insistence, he continued to descend with him. There is a blessed land here. Not long after, Fang Jing discovered a strange phenomenon. Immediately, Zhao Lianyun also discovered it. He exclaimed, "This blessed land is undergoing tribulation. It caused the blessed land to be damaged and form a hole. That is why it is appearing. Our timing is too coincidental. If we had passed this time, the blessed land would have closed its entrance and left it in the void. We would not have been able to discover it even if it was right under our noses. Let's go in and take a look," Fang Jing said excitedly. Since there was a blessed land, there would likely be a Gu immortal inheritance. After all, blessed lands were formed from the Gu immortal's immortal aperture. The two easily entered the blessed land. The blessed land was currently in a state of calamity. It was in an abyss of suffering. Strange, the humans here seem to be in strange shapes. Are they the extinct beast men? Looking at the current situation, there should not be any Gu immortals here. Fang Jing and Zhao Lianyun discussed for a while before helping. Even though their cultivation level was low, they were not ordinary Gu immortals. Their methods were exquisite. They immediately quelled the calamity. The lucky survivors in the blessed land knelt down and thanked the two immortals. Fang Jing asked and found that the residents of these blessed lands were not humans. They were dragon men. Dragon men? Which variant human race are they? Why have I not heard of them before? Fang Jing was surprised. As the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, Zhao Lianyun had been around for quite some time. She immediately frowned. The Dragon Man is indeed one of the variant humans. We are in trouble now. She knew that she and Fang Jing were pawns of the Celestial Court. They seemed to be moving around freely, but they were definitely being monitored by the Celestial Court. Sure enough, after a while, Gu immortals arrived. They were two female immortals. Fang Jing and Zhao Lianyun recognized them. One was Fairy Myrtle, the other was Qin Dingling. Fang Jing still felt it was strange. This blessed land is ordinary and unremarkable. Why would the two ladies of the Celestial Court come here? Qin Ding Ling and Fairy Myrtle, however, were in a good mood. This could be seen from their expressions. Fan Jing, you have made another contribution. You have done well. You two can leave now. Qin Ding Ling nodded with a smile, sending Fan Jing and Zhao Lianyun away with one sentence. Fan Jing and Zhao Lianyun had no choice but to obey. They obediently flew away and returned to their respective sections. A moment later, Fairy Myrtle gathered the information. This blessed land originated from Duke Long's grandson, Wu Shuai. No wonder it could be hidden for so long and even deceived Lord Duke Long. The dragon men in this blessed land are all Wu Shuai's descendants. There are pure dragon men and also dragon man and human hybrids. These dragon men are not important, but there is a clue hidden deep in the blessed land that leads to the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Senior Qin, you are right. Fan Jing is truly our lucky general, Fairy Myrtle said happily. Because one of the main creators of Dragon Palace was Wu Shuai. The Celestial Court had been searching for Dragon Palace, but their progress had been very slow. Now that they had this crucial clue, as long as they deciphered it and combined with the Celestial Court's hard work, they should be able to deduce Dragon Palace's location. There is no time to lose. Qin Ding Ling had a solemn expression. Fan Jing was arranged by Providence to suppress Fang Yuan. He found this blessed land and lured out Dragon Palace. This means that Fang Yuan is likely to be secretly plotting to seize Dragon Palace. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.